And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. It's the stream number 4 for Everlasting Summer, the Soviet visual novel. And well, maybe finally I will be able to finish it today, but I really doubt about this. True ending is very hard to reach here because there's actually tons and tons of text. Let's see. Well, definitely I finished every single bad ending, right? It is. Let me check the sound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. Alright, everything is working. Yet again, I still don't know how to actually launch it. DLC story, because really I want to finish maybe DLC before getting the true ending, but maybe it's not possible. Okay, let's see, 1, 2, 3 endings left here, 4, right, it's 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 finished. And DLC, so like 50% of the game is done, but maybe we read more text than actually 50% of this game. Alright, we can actually do the two, the good endings, the good one by one. So the first one is Slavia. Here obviously must reply here. Next choices doesn't matter. So let's like not to interact with them. Why it's always loud when I actually skipping everything? I don't know. Keep silent. Okay, it's day number 2. Doesn't matter what I will do, but we must go with Slavia. The next choice after this. Here. Next, we should not bet. here. It doesn't matter what we'll get during the tournament. So we skip on tutorial. We are losing against Lena, it doesn't matter. Next, we must go to the bus stop. Bus station, right? Stop. Is it really stop, not station? Okay, day number 3. Doesn't matter. Next answer is this one. Hello, Orange Cat. Form free. Entire night. You're totally right. Who cares? We must answer. We must help Slavia here. Run away. And it will be day 4 now. Really, it's like a speedrun. Okay, here. We must go to this room. It's important. Next we can go there. Here we should not ask Slav, it's kinda obvious. Do not ask about the bundle. It also doesn't matter. This apple actually related to the true ending, it's kinda obvious. We're going with Slavia, of course. Okay, it will be day 5 now. It was super hot. Super. I wonder why he actually changed the way, I mean, Shurik. Why first time it was right, left, now it's left, right, left. But it doesn't matter because it's totally the same. Right? Or I'm wrong. Actually, it's not working. Maybe I made a mistake, by the way. I wanted to make it fast, but I failed. Okay, which day it is? Okay, it's day 5. We must go with slides, kinda obvious. So here it doesn't matter, of course. I still don't understand what is this wire. Wait a second, what if I accept this time? Okay, fine. Deal. But you must know that. Yeah, of course. She interrupted me. Wait here. I don't know why actually she needs this wire. Since that I went back into the club's quarters and actually, as I understand, for her ending we should not give it to her. Maybe it's the wrong guy, of course. Guide. Okay, and it was why she wanted. So, what's this? By the way, can you spare me this coil? What do you need it for? Probably I had to think about reason beforehand. I just need it. But we can't do without it as well. Do you? Well, no mind then. I can't just force him to give it to me, right? I'll go then. And we did nothing? Yana ran up to me instantly. And so, have you got it? No? That's your own fault then. Do you need this fire at all? But you get credit for trying. Wait a second, we're getting credits for trying, so maybe Guide is wrong. I don't know, seriously. What? I was surprised. Alisa would tell everything anyway. Liana laughed. She's really angry with you. Why? I bet. I muttered quietly. Okay, see you. I didn't get it, so why do we need this wire? She waved at me and ran away. Here I am, in a stupid station. Once again, no big deal. It's not the first time. Suddenly my hand returned again. Okay, obviously we're going with Slavia. thanks to the girl's help. Now it doesn't matter what we'll select until... Do nothing, just stay seated. And try to find Slavia. Okay, day 6. Here we must say that I want to get something for Slavia. And here I have nothing to justify myself for, or we have no reason to justify ourselves. So I have nothing to justify myself for. This is... Well, I will save here, I think, because I can't actually trust this guy. Maybe it's right, but I'll better save here. I have nothing to justify myself for. I replied calmly. Already? And that's it. So what will happen now? I seriously don't know. Okay, there's a difference. I think it's only complicated for you. For me? Wait a second, what am I missing? I expected almost any kind of reaction, for what? When later, we have only a couple hours left till the party. Okay, you think it's only complicated for you. It seems to me that it's hard for you too. But for some reason, you don't think so. So we're really getting good at it this time. If somebody remembers what was the bad ending, I do remember. Or not. It seems to me that it's hard for you too. But for some reason, you don't think so. 1 second, I'll change a little bit. And what if I told you that I don't have a place to go back to, that since last Monday there's no more life for me and I have to start from scratch? I don't know. It doesn't sound very reasonable. And it should be. But it's true. It should not, but it's true. And then what? Please explain. I came to this camp by accident. Actually, I'm from another time, perhaps from another world. From the beginning of the 21st century. And I'm older than I seem. I don't really know how I got here. Slavia stared at me, but said nothing. The moments dragged on endlessly. I waited for her to laugh at me, to call me sick or something worse. 1 second. And why are you telling me all this? She finally asked quietly. I wanted you to understand my situation. But it just sounds stupid. Of course, if I were you, I would react the same way. And what do you expect from me? I don't know. I just felt that I needed to confess. I'm not saying that you're lying, and I don't think you're crazy, but you have to understand. I can't just accept it. Yes, I understand. I just thought that it would help you to understand my situation and my motivation for my actions. I didn't, to be honest. I sighed in frustration. My opinion hasn't changed, but you'd better be off. You need to pack your stuff and you'll be late. Let's talk later. I wasn't going to argue. If Slavia hasn't changed her mind after my confession, then it's pointless to press on right now. Distressed, I shoved off to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. The camp leader stood at the doorstep and looked like she was waiting for me. It's also new, by the way. Why are you so gloomy? Did something happen? No, nothing. Just came to pack my thing. Oh, come on, let it out. You might feel better. Well, How do you think I can prove that I am telling the truth to somebody who doesn't believe me? Are you absolutely sure that you're telling the truth? Absolutely. Perhaps they might just need time to consider. Except there's no time left. Then I don't know. She shrugged his shoulders in dismay. Well, it's something at least. I tossed my winter clothing into a bag and headed to the bus stop. If a couple of days ago I'd seen the Icarus standing at the gate of the camp and waiting for pioneers, I would have been the happiest person in this reality. But right now I wasn't in the mood to rejoice. There was still plenty of time left until the bus departed time. I sat down on the curb and buried my head in hands. Why so sad? A familiar voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Just had a fight with Slavia? You could say that. And what's the reason? She doesn't believe that I am an alien from the future. I smiled ironically. I wouldn't believe it either, said Lena seriously. If I were in your shoes, neither would I. It's not a big deal. You'll make up for my queer, what? Yeah, but there's not much time left to. Left to what? To make the right choice. What is the choice? What is the choice? After a while, the whole camp assembled together at the bus stop. Everyone's here, began Olga Dmitrievna. You're leaving our camp today at actually totally the same monologue. And I'd like to tell you something important. She was visibly nervous and desperately lost for words. I hope that you remember the time you've spent here for a lifetime, that you'll retain only pleasant memories about Savionok. I also hope that you became at least a little bit better, managed to learn something, and found new friends. Just come back next year. The camp leader turned away. He actually repeated every single year for us. It seems she was trying to hold back her tears. I didn't expect her to get so emotional. Also, her speech sounded like a complete nonsense to me, as usual. Of course, this is where I met Slavia, but now we were going through a tough time, and what will happen next is absolutely unclear. So I didn't care about whether I'll miss this place and Olga Dmitrievna or not. Unlikely. When the pioneers started to get on the bus, I pushed through the crowd to Slavia. Let's sit together. Okay, she said quietly. I even thought that I saw the shadow of a smile on her face. The bus flew across the expanse of my new world. Outside, fields followed forests, and then calm rivers and highlands. I felt as familiar with all this as it was my own homeland. Anyway, the surroundings were the least of my concerns now. I was trying hard to find the right words to start a conversation. We'd just been sitting there, probably for a couple of hours, but all attempts to strike up a conversation had ended with one-word answers. Forget about what I said before. I don't want to make excuses or say that it's not true. But just now, the most important thing to me is you. I understand. She looked at me carefully. Even if something act the wrong way and talk nonsense, regardless, the main thing for me now is to be with you, and it always will be. I understand that I acted too recklessly and planned stupid ventures, but we can try to make everything right together, you and me. Slavia was still gazing at me. Do you realize that it will be difficult? That you can't just run blindly into the dark? Because then there will be so many problems that we won't be able to solve. Yes, I understand that now. But for you, I'm prepared for anything. She didn't say a word, but just kissed me gently and put her head on my shoulder. Definitely meant yes. I didn't want to bother her anymore. Let her sleep. The point is that Slavia finally understood me and understood what she means to me. She surely is that I'll do anything for her sake. And even if I am overreacting or deciding too early, she's ready to put me on the right path. The path that will work together. Night started to claim its rights and the bus settled down to sleep. At first I tried to fight it, but is there any use in enduring and wasting my efforts when the future had finally become crystal clear for me? My eyes shut just for a moment. Alright, let's see what actually happened in real life. I have no idea. Okay, that's the same until now. I was about to leave, but suddenly someone emerged with a solid white well and ran under the bus stop roof. It was clearly a girl, as she had a long ponytail hanging out of her hood. She stood with her back to me, so I couldn't make out her face. Excuse me, has the last bus already left? She asked without turning to me. But can't she be heading too so late? The 410 must be the most cursed road in the city. Not only does it sometimes take people away to another reality, but it can't even arrive when you want it, too. There's one more bus coming just after midnight, I think. Thank you. The smile was clear in her voice. For some time I just sat silently, examining the girl. Finally she spoke. Where are you going so late? Is it really that interesting for her? Just having a walk, I answered thoughtfully. And you? Are you here for something important? Well, not really. Just going home. Where do you live? I couldn't help asking. Finally, she said one way. And I live nearby. It's a good area. I would say that this couldn't be a worse one. I didn't have too many options. You don't like it? Don't know, I got used to it by now. I think that people can be happy any way they want. Perhaps. Well, think of it. People live even at the North Pole, in stations I mean, and in the Sahara Desert, and many other places. It's people themselves that are the most important. It's difficult to disagree with you. My comment sounded so philosophical that I unconsciously smiled. Don't sound too honest to me. Now, why would you say that, madame? She laughed quietly. I think you're a good person. Now she turned and... Or at least, why he was stutter, and everything else seems familiar to me. Slavia stood in front of me. Well, I believe it's the older version of her. For a moment I lost the ability to speak, but just for a moment. Of course, it could just be a girl who looks like Slavia from my dream. Or am I experiencing the strongest deja vu? The city is not a banner camp. I am not wearing a uniform. It's not summer now. Trying to convince myself that just an illusion, I decided to ask a question. Have you met before? She carefully inspected me and smiled. I don't think so. But your face seems familiar. Had you ever been into a pioneer camp as a kid? Of course not. She laughed. This firm has already been disbanded. Alright. Also, I had a dream recently. She thought for a second. Me too. I mean, about the pioneer camp. Maybe that is where you met. The girl said seriously. Possibly? By the way, my name is Slavia, actually, my full name is Slaviana, but everyone calls me Slavia, you can do that too. I was about to tell you that I know, but then I stopped it short. After all, Is it that important to know why Slayer from my dream is standing right here, right now in front of me, at this frozen stop, with a charmed bus number 410? After all, there are dreams that you don't want to wake up from. And mine is Semyon. What a lovely name. Starts with S too. Yeah. So, you live far away, don't you? Well, not really. She named the district. I thought it would be somewhere in the south. Why? Don't know. Maybe because you look like a pioneer. Oh, you're pioneers. Slayer laughed. Maybe we wouldn't ever meet if not for them. Why? The expression became serious. Just a joke. Listen, do you agree that the world exists because we believe in it? That's like some kind of subjective idealism. Slayer thought for a bit. This school of philosophy became closer to me recently. Well, I don't know. I'm not that good with these subjects. What are your subjects then? She smiled. Different ones. No doubt. But it's just been few minutes since we met. But seems like it's been much longer. For some reason, I got the same feeling. An awkward pause followed. The snowfall has eased, but there was still no bus. I look at my watch and assume that it won't arrive at all. Slayer seems to feel even colder by now. As her cheeks grew more red and her hands were now moving frenetically, trying to warm her body. Seems like the 410 bus is done for me. I guess, she said sadly. If you want, I started after pulling myself together. What? You can stay at my place? But we've just met. She laughed. She didn't seem frightened even a teeny bit. Yes, I understand, but it's so cold outside. Aren't you afraid? Slayer looked at me playfully. Me? Should I be? Who knows? Who knows? I just suggested to it, don't think anything of that sort. I started to make excuses. I understand. She laughed. If you don't mind, of course. Even though it seemed impossible, she flushed even more. Should we go? Let's wait a bit longer, maybe it will arrive. Okay. So, what do you do in your spare time? Slayer asked after a while. Work at home, kinda. Just couldn't tell you that I do nothing. Sounds good. Why? Don't know. So he actually Hikikomori, who met a girl at the bus stop and... What? I have a lot of free time. You don't have to go anywhere, and so on. Yeah. Nice to be here. And you? I asked, trying to change the subject somehow. I'm studying? Getting an ethnographer degree? What is that? Slayer asked seriously. Never mind. I'll be an ecologist. Well, a career to be proud of. We chatted about random things, and the bus was still nowhere to be seen. It was past 1 already. Time passed by so fast. I guess Slayer understood my thoughts. Shall we go? She smiled. I stood up and headed slowly towards my house. She carefully held onto my arm and looked into my eyes. You know, I'm sure that this year will be better than the previous one. Alright. But that's not all, obviously. Alright, I do understand what will be the other 3 good endings, so every single time we'll find another girl, but from this reality. Still, it doesn't explain anything in this game. Let's see who is next. Lena. So her bad ending was actually suicide, and it was double suicide. She died, and the main character as well. kinda stupid. Seriously. So here in the beta, as I remember, he did simply nothing. Everyone says that he actually behaves better in the internet, by the way. But he didn't improve at all. But kinda, Lena's better than the worst ones, that's for sure. Nothing can be worse than this. Well, I still unlock some new CG, despite that I still don't understand what is this. C maybe for character, but G? I don't know. So far it's the second visual novel that I streamed with this term, but I still don't understand what does it mean. Okay, this floor is done. No, let's do Alisa, not Alisa, I mean Lena. Why it's a black screen? Okay, it doesn't matter, and doesn't matter what next until the book. So do not reply. Run after him. Do not attempt. And leave the keys. So, write the book. The next one. We shouldn't bet with Alisa. Okay. Don't bet. Next, we should lose to Lena. Skip the tutorial. So looks like Alisa sending the hardest one because we must win the whole tournament. Okay, lose against Lena. Are we going to the volleyball? Oh yeah, of course. Just playing badminton. I promised Lena, of course. Okay, I'll come. Doesn't matter. Help with the giant robot engineering. Run away. Day number 4. What is this, strange cat? What is it? No. Okay, let's go to the forest. Bus stop. Miko? No, thank you. Don't go. Okay, we must answer this. What is next choice? Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. So we're going with Lena, that's kinda obvious. All this horror story. By the way, I didn't read this. Finally, the tunnel had let us enter a hall with a high ceiling. Also, it hardly could be called a hall. It seems something was mined here. Maybe coal or gold? The wall had been cut by pickaxes or pneumatic drills. This place was pitch black, so our only salvation was a flashlight. If it breaks, it's unlikely we'll ever get out of here. I noticed a red piece of cloth in its light. Was a pioneer neckerchief? Shurik was absolutely his somewhere? Well, it's definitely not his, because we actually saw that he actually has his own. Shurik, 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 Shurik. Only Ekos answered us. He must not be too far away since we found the scarf here. Frankly speaking, I was mostly wondering where he actually was. And we actually know that there was another person besides him. Where could he have gone from here? There were no other exits from this room. Certainly, it was possible that there were other places in these tunnels we hadn't visited yet. That means we have to keep searching for him. Okay, that's it. Continue. Okay, tell her you went alone. Day number 5. Wait a second, it's a new one? It's a new one? Well, head to the canteen in the hope of finding some. Okay, I was always too good care of my health, and even better care at the times when something starts to hurt badly. So without hesitation, I made my way to the infirmary. What? What just happened? But right in front of door I stopped as if some mysterious force was holding me. I had absolutely no desire to fight the calm nurse without any urgent need, but on the other hand, I almost did a great deed yesterday defending the infirmary. So in some sense, she owed me. Why it's a new text gear? It's unexpected. I took heart and opened the door. What the heck? Hi, Pioneer. Hello? I'm sorry that I was so late yesterday. It wasn't a problem at all. Why have you come? Are you sick? She smiled slyly. Well, I got my feet a bit. You got a bit what? My feet. I gave a stupid answer. Oh, show me. I sat on the couch and took off my boots. How did you manage that? I'd better keep silent about what happened near the washstands. Well, Okay, never mind. Wait a second. She rummaged in the drawer and took out a big red pill with a cross-shaped notch from above. And what is it for? I was disturbed by the size of the pill, the distinct shape. They are broken in halves usually and not in quarters. This is to make the amputation of your legs unnecessary? What? What the heck? What? How did I get a new CG? Yeah. Nothing. Don't be afraid. Pioneer. You'll take it and we'll be alright. So we actually can do something with nerves. And this pill. Why does it look like that? That's for patients who refuse to take medicines. Perorally. We screw it into them with a screwdriver. What the heck is going on? What did I get here? I didn't dare to ask where they were being screwed in actually. And now try to bury it a bit. She took a big bag of cotton wool, rubbed her butt with it, and applied plenty of iodine to it. I braced myself for the torments of hell. Actually moaned. I moaned quietly. But my trust in this method of disinfection, gosh, was much higher than in the old peel, so I had to withstand the burning. Now it's done. I put on my boots and tried to walk. My feet were still hurting, but the sharp pain was gone. Thank you. Don't mention it. Drop it anytime. Pioneer. So I just got some secret dialogue here. I said goodbye and left the infirmary. My health problem was solved. Either right time to eat now. Wonderful. The day has just started and I've gone through so many scenes already. Okay, we're going with Lena, so it's kinda obvious. Next will be to figure it out. Mhm. So doesn't really matter. Try to find out what Alisa and Lena are arguing about. Okay. Uh, what I'm doing right now? Okay, she went in sale, and now you must help Alisa. What are you doing? And that's all. Let's see what happened. Okay, I had absolutely no desire to wake Lena up. It was an unspeakable pleasure just watching how she sleeps. People say that the sleep reveals the true face of a person. I read a legend that some ancient civilization had a custom. Before getting married, a woman watches her fiancé sleeping for 3 nights. And then she decided whether to marry him or not. Never heard about this. Bearing that in mind, I could confidently say that Lena's face showed nothing but goodness, kindness, and childlike naivety. Naivety. Could this really be the girl that knocked Alisa out yesterday? Well, whatever it may be, everything's already happened. And I already seen Lena like that. He, he humiliated her for the first few days. The hysterics back there on the island. The rage at the square yesterday. Your patient today. Obviously she's insane. She's crazy. Go in her head. How can one single human cope with so many opposing personality traits? Might it be the case that she really has a double, triple, even quadruple split personality? I don't know how much time I spent just watching Lena sleeping. It might have been a couple of minutes, or it might have been a couple of hours. Finally, she awakened. Good morning. Lena smiled tenderly. Come here. She rose and hugged me. I didn't resist and plopped down on the bed. You're so wonderful, she whispered in my ear, kissing my neck. You do, but my voice hesitated. I wanna do it again? She asked playfully. Hold on. I moved you away gently. You know, all this is anything but simple. When we just met, you seems to be one person, then you seem to be another one, and today, now I can't understand at all who you really are. And yet again, what did you do to Alisa? You again. Lena covered up with a blanket and turned away. Didn't you like what we did? I didn't do it with Hyota. I want to do it with Hyota. Now I won't hold you back. Come on, compare us. I'll leave you your address. You can tell me who is better, or we can have a threesome. She sounded like she wasn't talking about me or her. Like she was talking about complete strangers. Oh, there you go again, I said. Throughout today, you should have released that the last person I would think about now would be Alisa. Okay, you're right. She turned to me, smiled, and hugged me tightly. Hold on. I still have to understand. Why? I can't just simply. And yes, I do care, that's why I really need to know who you really are. I'm just me, she answered in the same languid voice. My brakes started to break from all these emotions. I have to calm down somehow. I jumped to my feet and moved across to sit on the opposite bed. Fine, Lena said disappointedly and started to get dressed. I'm not asking for much, just a few answers to a few questions. Later, it's time to depart. She interrupted me impassively. What? Where are we going? What do you mean where? Back to town, of course. But he told me, well, I might have withheld something. In fact, I pursued it. Olga Dmitrievna said we still had some extremely urgent matters here and will come later. How would we get to town then? By bus, of course. There's no buses here. I grinned. Well, there's definitely one, because in the first ending that I had with Alisa, there was another bus. What do you mean no buses? Of course they are, Road 410. I didn't know whether I should believe it or not. The situation seems to be going out of control, but I wouldn't argue. Okay. I managed cautiously. Come on, get back. Meet me at the square in 10 minutes. Okay. I gave up asking and left the cabin. Frankly speaking, I had almost nothing to pack. I just tossed my winter clothing into a bag and headed to the square. Dana was already waiting for me there with a gym bag on his shoulder. You don't seem to carry a lot of baggage. Just enough, she smiled. Let me carry it. Please do. Also, her bag seemed almost weightless, a bit of Cheruly. Or something. Never hurt anymore. We were walking and Lena was constantly telling jokes, anecdotes, funny stories and never stopped laughing. Now I'd really lost touch with the person next to me. Is she the one I met a week ago or the one I saw for the first time this morning? When we reached the bus stop, I took out my mobile phone and checked the time. Surprisingly, there was still some power left. It was almost 11 p.m. Isn't it a bit late for buses? Oh, what is it? Asked Lena curiously. Oh, just a toy. Take it, it's a gift. Thank you. She smiled and took the phone. What can you play in it? You'll work it out yourself later, it's not that hard. But wait a second, how can she charge this phone? Anyway, my phone is totally useless here. I waited. Is it rain here? Wait a second, there had never been a rain here, thunderstorm. Waited for about half an hour and Lena just kept talking and talking. Well, I must admit that I found her stories amusing and I felt uncomfortable with her. But what about the bus? So what about... I didn't finish the sentence as I saw the glimmer of headlights in the distance. Here it is, Lena exclaimed enthusiastically. The bus was slowly carrying us away from the Savionic Pioneer camp. I just wanted to believe that we'd never, ever go back. The darkness beyond the window prevented us from seeing the road, the woods, or the fields. Actually, it might be the case that they're all long gone and we're flying through a void toward the unknown. Anyway, I couldn't care less for the surroundings. I just kept listening to Lena. Perhaps she had said more words today than she had throughout her past life. You know, I interrupted her at last. I still don't understand. What exactly? She smiled. How come you could be so hesitant? So how about first, unable to string two words together and then, like this? Is it that important? Yes, for me it is. Well, she took a deep breath before answering. You see, if always been the way you saw me the first time we met. I was like that in public. I wasn't able to live as I wanted to since childhood, so I put on a mask. She went silent. Also, let's not go too deep into that. Anna laughed and cuddled my arm, pressing her body tightly against me. Okay, got it. It was probably way hard for her to discuss it in bed. Anyway, I got a lot even from such a short explanation. But still, can I be sure you won't turn to that one again? You won't retreat into your shell? Won't surround into your anger and rage? That depends on you. Lena smiled slightly. It was just now that I realized that I'm playing a high-stakes game. On the one hand, I've spent a week in this obscure world just trying to find some answers, have nothing to my name and nowhere to return to, damn it. On the other hand, there's this girl who obviously matters so much to me. I almost didn't need to think about whether I had any feelings for her. I just wanted to be here by her side, look at her, listen to her voice. Like her the way she was. I assured myself that this is it, the real Lena is in front of me. And now, when these thoughts came back about my past life, my mysterious appearance in an 80s Spaniards camp, it's just not the time for such thoughts. I feel good right now being close to her. I don't want to return anywhere. I don't want any answer. I don't want to think about what's going to happen tomorrow. If it's up to me, then I just want to believe that you'll always be the way you are now. Because this is the way I love you. Then I'll keep being this way as long as we're together. She's hugged me even tighter. I don't know how long we've been on the road, but Lena's chatter randomly started to quiet down. She put her hand on my shoulder but was still telling me a story about her cat getting into the sleeping medicine, getting dizzy and working havoc. I slowly started to doze off myself. But still, why did he hit Alyssa? She looked at me closely with a serious expression on her face. I always hated that bitch. And I laughed wildly and nestled in my shoulder. I desperately tried not to fall asleep and so know what's waiting there after the bus's next turn. It might be a new life waiting for me. It might be the end of this fairy tale, and I'll be buried in the coffin, all the peeling walls, and selling off my old apartment. But it was a losing battle. Morpheus has summoned legions of monsters under the command of fatigue, exhaustion, desolation, and uncertainty. I had no chance to win the battle against these four horsemen of the apocalypse. Oh, I didn't know how to pronounce correctly in English, but doesn't matter, and I drifted off to sleep. Okay, it must be epilogue. Let's see, will be there any difference from the Slavis one? I think not. Just a little bit different dialogue. Wake up. Wait a second. Why Lena is here? It's totally different now. Consciously slowly return to me. It's like I'm falling from a cliff so high that clouds are drifted nearby. The ground is coming closer, but I'm not afraid that I'll die. My fall slows down and my body is smoothly immersed into the warm ether. So it's different. It is different. I open my eyes. You'll slip through your whole life like that. Then I'll look at me seriously. What? We are there already? Where's there? I look around. A bench. The square. Genda. But how? I was on the bus, going to the district center. Why are you all looking at me as if you've seen a ghost? But we? Why am I still here? For a second I felt terrible fear. Will I never get out of this place? We were on the bus together? On the bus? Yesterday? Yesterday? Yes, yesterday, don't you remember? Then I started thinking. Yesterday? I don't remember anything like that. Maybe you just had a bad dream. Considering that all that has happened already seems like a hallucination, this must be a dream within a dream then. Well, let's take it slowly. I tried to think logically. The session ended yesterday. All pioneers left, but we stayed. And then we took a bus and headed to the district center. Lena surely looked perplexed. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding anyone. Today is the last day. Wait, So, how much time have I spent here? Lena started to count off on her fingers. Looks like 7 days. Not 8. It's 7, definitely 7. I gave an exhausted sigh and covered my face with my hands. Well, that's another riddle in the long list of the camp's mysteries. Well, okay. Though I have feelings that we won't manage to leave today either. Why? 6 cents? You're acting a bit strange today. I suppose I have my reasons. Want to tell me? I gaze at her attentively. I do? Sure, why not? When I had a real chance to break free from this camp, everything failed. So, what do I have to lose now? Now, where do I start? Start from the beginning? Yes, of course. Well, I was born, I studied, married. Well, I haven't gotten married yet. You still have time. Yes, but, well, in a few words, like, I am not from this world. From the look she gave me, it was clear she didn't understand me at all. I came here accidentally. Even I don't know how. So what does your world look like? Lena asked seriously. It's usually the same, but 20 years ahead of your world. Do you already have spaceflight? Well, if it comes to that, you have it as well? Well, we haven't made any great achievements in that field yet. Sounds interesting. I was unable to tell if Lena was taking me seriously or was just pretending to do so. I used to live in a completely different place as well, 5 miles to the north, judging from the landscape, in a big city. I've never been to the big cities. Maybe that's for the best. Will you show me your house? It seemed like she was taking this conversation as seriously as I was. Well, I'm not even sure it exists in this world. Come on, Lena pouted. Well, sure I will. So, how do you get here? One evening, I took a bus, Road 410, and woke up here. I don't know anything more than that. The 410 road, that's the one that stops just outside the camp. Yes, but my 410 travels in another place and time. Are you planning to return? Lena said, and I noticed a note of unhappiness in her voice. I have no idea how to. And if you knew, you're asking tough questions. What's wrong? Nothing but... You see, I only just recently started to adjust to being here. The first hours in this camp were such a shock for me that I don't know. It's okay, you still have time to think about it. Time to think? It seems that even if Lena believed me, she considers this whole situation just a typical inconvenience and nothing more. Anyway, it's not up to me. Possibly even if I do want to stay. You see, the one who brought me here can take me back as well. I believe that any event in person's life has a reason. Therefore, you are here for some reason. Maybe. And if you haven't returned, you must be needed here. Well, I can't rule out that interpretation. Hey, time to pack your stuff. The camp leader's voice sounded from afar. Hear that? I don't have much to pack, but I do. So, meet you near the bus. Would you like me to help? Thanks, but there's no need. Lena smiled and ran off toward her cabin. I remained sitting on the bench, trying to cope with the shock. My thoughts were still in chaos, one theory replacing another. On one hand, being unable to get out of this camp isn't all that odd compared to me finding myself here in the first place, but... What now? What am I supposed to do? Is there any chance that I can leave camp if I try again? Anyway, what's the point in being nervous? By now I know perfectly well that absolutely nothing is up to me. Maybe I just have to sit back and enjoy the ride. I couldn't help smiling. Especially now when I have an additional reason not to be in any hurry to leave. And that reason is Lena. Maybe she's right and I'm here for some reason. In the end, even if I can narrow down the possible explanations for my situation to reasonable minimums, there would still be 1,001. And if I keep exhausting myself analyzing them, I'll just go mad. Maybe it's time I make a choice. Maybe this world is not so bad after all. Especially since for the first time in a long time I have something to live for. It's still a vague something, but still I have it. It exists. And now I have the power not to simply hold it, but to develop it into something bigger. With such thoughts, I stood up and started walking to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin in order to pack my humble belongings and leave the Solyonic Tender camp forever. Strange, very strange. So I stayed here, in this world? One way I think it's strange, and that's exactly how it seems to me. But eventually we reached the district center. I eventually got tired in the bus and fell asleep. When I woke up, I ran up and down the aisle of the bus, gasping for air, but soon realized that this long week is over. At last I managed to break free from the camp. All the time I spent there seems like so much longer than 7 days, and now everything is over. Soon after that, events moved with frightening speed. No time left for self-analysis or seeking answers. Moreover, from time to time I completely forgot about the camp. Like anyone who found themselves in a completely strange environment, I was completely lost. I had no papers, not even a simple birth certificate, no skills to earn a living. Professions such as a computer specialist or call center operator were not in demand. What the heck? Then returning to her normal life, she had to graduate from school and get ready to enter university. The penal camp was in the south of the USSR, just as I assumed. Then I lived in a town with population about 100,000. It was easy to get there by bus from the district center. There was nothing special about the town, one big factory, rows of 5-story houses, wooden huts of the outskirts, a grocery store that closed at 7 p.m, and a supermarket, a true add-on for a shopaholic, gosh, what I'm saying. These choices included warmer winter shoes, women's sheepskin coats, and men's mustache hats. What is this? Before I would already be trying to run away from a place like this, but now it was my home. Cases of starvation were rare in 20th century Europe. I managed to find a job. I was employed as a tourist assistant in a factory and was also given a room in a hostel. For times this initially difficult and strange job started to bring a certain satisfaction. Partially, of course, that came from having the ability to buy food. Time passed, and I climbed up a career ladder, becoming the head of a whole shift. My colleagues were amazed at my talent and persistence, and so was I. Then I graduated from school, and I spent several nights with a calculator, designing diagrams of expenses and income, and at last made up my mind to propose to Lena. I don't remember now. It took a lot of time for her to think if she suggested we sign a marriage contract or if she protested because of the lack of a dowry. But in a short time, both of us moved into a communal apartment room near the factory that cost 2/3 of my salary. Wait a second, so there more than 1 year actually passed. Thanks to free Soviet education for everyone, or maybe thanks to my wife's persistence, eventually I became a part-time student at the local Polytechnic University. At first I protested, saying that a fellow proletariat had no need to act like the lousy intellectuals, but then I came to conclusions that a diploma would make my life easier. It wasn't difficult to study thanks to my knowledge from my last attempt at receiving a higher education. Time passed and the country started to change. Of course, I knew it would happen, but still, the changes came out of the blue. You could compare it to being caught in an avalanche in the mountains. You can prepare all you like, but it will still bury you anyway. The factory was privatized and then closed down. Moonlighting As a private driver, the Kopeyka rental job I inherited from my father-in-law was not really a profitable business. I was even ready to apply for a camp leader position in Savionok when Lena's distant relative died and left us a one-room apartment somewhere in central Russia. Kopeyka is a Russian car, was 2101, very cheap and old. I know nothing about Soviet cars. After a family council, we decided to move. A family council. We greeted the early 90s in a crumpet's kitchen in a Khrushchevka watching Swan Lake. Well, it's like a very famous Soviet meme. Thanks to random side jobs, I saved up some money and we decided to move to bigger city. And of course, I chose my birthplace. Khrushchevka is a low-cost, concrete panel 3 to 5 stories building developed in USSR during the reign of Nikita Khrushchev. And by the way, it was developed in France, as I believe, like a super fast and cheap to build. And it was even cheaper in the USSR because they decided to remove many necessary things like elevator in 5 stories building. Very stupid. We decided to sell the flat and use the money to invest in business. For some time, wait a second, you can just buy Apple stocks. Sometime we lived in luxury, buying mink through clothes and expensive rent cars, dining in restaurants and taking trips to other countries. Like many others, during the time I had the luck to somehow make it big, starting from the bottom. Business was construction material retail. It was a profitable market at the time because people made excessive money that they wanted to invest in luxurious homes. Maybe such life could have gone on, but the 90s were called water wreckage for a reason. I don't know what it is. After encountering rackets and corruption, I was left with an empty refrigerator and empty wallet and the bitter taste of blood in my mouth. That was the time I tried to recall my man from the future status. Betting places that were impossible in the Soviet era popped up all over and I rushed to gamble on everything I knew. However, I faced new disappointments as much as were won by completely different teams. Even the 1994 World Cup champion wasn't Brazil? Not just watching football on TV, everything went as it should, but whenever I spent the last of my money to make a bet, even underdog began phenomenally beating favorites. As well as that, I tried to pursue the career of political advisor. However, you don't get accepted in the high positions like that without special connections or anything that would make people interested. I don't know how long I would have gone through this tournament if not for an event which changed everything. Me and Lena had a child. In a hurry, I started to search for any possible way to earn enough to provide for my family. It's kinda strange, why do you need to start a family if it's not about the child? Just living together forever, it's kinda stupid to me. I remember some of my father's old friends and through them, by pretending to be a distant relative of myself, I gained a place as a junior data analysis in a bank. At the same time, I made a new attempt to obtain my degree, or to be precise, to finish it. Time passed slowly. The money was just enough to fill our stomachs. I almost lived at work for days trying to find some time for my exams. Then I stayed at home with the baby. That was when I started writing. I remember it as if it was yesterday. It was just after midnight and I was sitting in the kitchen in front of my old, worn-out i86 CPU, madly killing monsters in Doom 2. I wanted to sleep badly, but computer games at least slightly distracted me from the infinity of dull days. When I completed another level, I was suddenly immersed in thoughts about everything I'd gone through during the last few years. It was all too much for one person. That's when I decided to write down everything that happened to me. I loved launched the word processor, even just Word, Microsoft Word, and wrote down about 200 words, with the clear intent of continuing it tomorrow. However, I didn't remember it tomorrow, not even a week later. About a month later, Lena was typing something on the computer reminded me of my unfinished book. I reread it and deleted it, terrified. that moment I started to doubt if I could ever do it. After all, it was an entire epic novel and I wasn't even able to string two sentences together. In addition, it's not easy to write about yourself. Get your work put on the back burner for now. I celebrated the arrival of the year 2000 as a certified specialist with department head duties. While moving to another apartment, I found my old i386 among the trash that was to be thrown away, and I remembered my intention of writing a book about my life. I laughed. How stupid. However, after some time, I opened my laptop and made a sort of draft of a short story about a young man without a definite occupation, aspirations, who finds himself on a different planet. The style, orthography, and punctuation, as well as the idea itself, were matched well to such a silly plot. I showed the story to my wife. She laughed but said that it was well written and advised me to continue. About a year later, the drawer designated for holding my literary works was full. I found that very odd because I was spending entire days at work, sometimes even during holidays, and I tried to spend all my available free time with my family. However, that's what happened. Around the time I decided to publish my short stories. As with any other beginner's work, most of mine were rejected, but a couple of them were accepted, including my first work. I was over the moon, because I was paid nothing but my works will be read, meaning that someone will find them interesting. Time passed. We had a second baby now. During my spare time I slowly wrote a novel. No, not about my life, of the pioneer camp. I decided not to touch upon those themes ever again. Everything that happened years ago seems to be the will of God, whose purity should not be tempted. Seriously, Lena sentence are terrible, even the good one. Who can tell what would happen if I hadn't woken up in a bus near the Savannah Camp gates? A year later, the novel was completed. After it, I know it, almost all known publishers. I managed to reach an agreement with a small company. The editor, an elderly man wearing a ragged tweed jacket and thick spectacles. Why, it's not glasses, okay. She almost rubbed again his magnificent grey mustache, told me. Your level is average, young man. Average, yes, but the idea itself is interesting. Interesting, yes. Well, you need more practice and more reading, yes. I remembered these words for the rest of my life. I spent the copy that was sent to me as a part of my royalty agreement among my friends and colleagues. Lena, who read my novel only after it was published, told me that she really liked it, mostly out of a desire to not upset me, I guess. Time passed. The calendar days were instantly approaching that day when I was pulled out of my usual world and thrown into this life. Starting from the mysterious pioneer camp and now ending up here. I'm a successful writer, at least according to the number of copies my book has sold. I have a wonderful wife and 2 children. My life has turned 180 degrees. Midnight tonight is the start of something new. Tomorrow is the day that I was awaiting for so many years. At the day when actually you disappeared? What are you thinking about? That's why it didn't take the whole year. That's right. I see it now. Wait a second, now we see his face fully. I opened my eyes and saw Lena. She put a cup of tea on the table near an armchair. Firewood was gently crackling in the fireplace, and a snowstorm was roaring outside. I wrapped myself up in a plaid blanket and looked at Lena. Do you know what day it is? No. What day? Do you remember what I told you back there in the camp? No. No wonder. During all these years I had never brought up the topic of my mysterious arrival in this world. Do you remember how I told you that I'm not from this world? In a post. Well, something like that. Yes. So today is the day when, many years ago, I got on the 410 bus and woke up at that pioneer camp. So it's an anniversary? And I smiled. Yes, sort of. Is it a sad celebration for you? No, not at all. And I remember almost nothing about that time. Maybe that's for the best. I added some firewood to the fire and took the mug from the table. Maybe I'll write a novel. You will read it and remember. Do you think that's a good idea? Lena's expression became serious. Indeed, I once promised myself that I would never write about it. Maybe it's not. After all, everything that happened is just for us. That's exactly what I think. I sat and looked at the fire. You know, life is like a candle. Someone's got a short one, someone's got a long one, and it can burn out at any moment. Then our life is like this fireplace. Yes, perhaps. I looked at her and smiled. I'll sleep for a while longer. Then kissed me and fixed your gaze on the fire in a dreamy manner. My eyes closed and my whole reality compressed itself down to the crackling of the firewood. I started falling slowly, somewhere far away. Oh, it was not a dream, more like warm ether, gently enveloping my entire existence. And here we go again. That's it. Kinda obvious. That's why it was not 1 year. I see. Okay, this means that we have 2 more good endings until we actually can try to get something special. Well, there's only 1 true ending, but there's another one that can be unlocked, and we'll try to check it out. Maybe I take a pause for a few minutes. By the way, it kinda puzzles me, this Ren'Py engine that they used to actually create this game. But how can you create a DLC for it? Because there's a lot of DLC for this one. So is it special to this engine that allows you to use the DLC, or actually game developers that allow it? But I really don't like Lena's ending. Bad one was bad, and good one is also. What is this? He lived pathetic life and actually achieved almost nothing just in later. He lost so many money from nothing. Something that I will never do myself. Okay, be right back. Be right back. Alright. I'll, by the way, still will try to check if this mods and user scenarios. Please return later. Still not available. Let's do Liana maybe. There's no micro button, by the way. Let me open the guides. Let's see. Seriously, the only girl that I prefer so far is Alisa, but maybe it will change during the true ending. I don't know. I have no idea. So, 5 you know nothing about the truth of this pioneer camp. Except, by the way, just pay attention, here it is. This solid is right here on top. This is really nice. Nice. Alright, let's go. So, do not reply. Run after him. Obviously, here we must attempt to take the gauntlet. Next. Nothing. Keep silent. I don't like Lena at all. She's insane and seriously, she's a very dangerous person. Okay, here we must go to the kitchen. Next, it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's see, doesn't matter. So we're going along. We do not bet with you. We are skipping the tutorial. We must lose against Uliana. Next. Sen, right? By the way, I didn't check everything so far. Not the beach hall, not infirmary, I believe, but here it must be Sen. That's right. So, sorry about promised Lena. Noga Dmitrievna said must be. Who cares? We must help sport club, right? Next, stay and help Uliana with cleaning up. Okay, day number 4. So. Doesn't matter about the choice. We are not going with you. Okay, just skin next. Got food poison from the canteen, right? Now we're going with Uliana. And next it will be about this wire. I don't understand why we actually... Okay, right. Alright. Okay, it's new. At last we left the tunnel and found ourselves in a hole with high ceiling. So that could hardly be called a hole, they must have used their minds something here. Gold probably, maybe gold. Totally the same, by the way. might slightly different. The wall had been cut by big axes. No, it's gross. Totally the same. She actually said shoot it only once. Only our ex answered us. Hope he's okay. Don't worry, we'll find him. But where could he have gone? There's no other exit from this room. Okay, looks like the same. There's nothing special about this. So going to clubhouse. So here, guide said that we must refuse, but I don't understand why we should refuse. Maybe it's wrong, but we cannot save right now, so if you fail, okay, refuse. Maybe I failed this one, maybe this guy is wrong. Who knows actually? Figure it out very soon. Do nothing, just stay seated. Go to Uliana. Maybe it actually means totally nothing. Maybe it's for... Wait a second, maybe it's for Alisa actually, this choice. Okay. Try to stop her robbery. Hey, not so fast. She stopped and turned to me. I'm not here to kill you. The words sounded like a joke, but Alisa flinched. You told the camp leader that Uliana came to me at night. Obviously it's a new girl here. That's all my fault. Let's see. Something new. I think it's actually this choice was for Alisa. It's not like I've got much to pack. Indeed, it was the truth. Care to help me then? Okay, sure, why not? She started to pull her clothes out of the cabinet and stuck them on her bed. Watch it, you'll mess up everything. It's okay, I'll watch them at home. T-shirts, skirts, shorts, dresses, shoes, trainers, underwear. The pile of clothes was growing and growing. You really brought all this stuff here all on your own? Considering Uliana's constitution, it was hard to believe. Yes, of course. She laughed. Come on, give me a hand. We started to pack up the clothes into a big bag. Wait a second. I tried to pack things carefully at first, but after realizing that it's pointless. Come on, what's going on? Pointless. We started to just stuffing everything in to make it all fit. At last, there were no more clothes in the bed, and we even somehow managed to zip out the bag. So that's it. Yeah. I look at the clock. It was about 40 minutes till the departure time. You know, it was fun. Meaning? Well, the last week was fun. Oh yeah. I said absent-mindedly. Don't you think so? Why? It sounded sort of insincere to me. Well, I must admit that I am not exactly working a year. But what did you like? It's not like I can spit out everything at once. You see, a few moments were, how can I put it, a little unexpected. Nah, you're so boring, said Uliana and turned away from me. Well, what did you expect from me? You sound like you've got absolutely nothing to remember later. Why do you need to remember anything? Yeah, there sure is plenty to remember. I gleamed. Yep, that's what I'm saying. She looked closely at me. that made me a bit uncomfortable. What now? And me, will you remember me? Sure I will, everyone. Everyone. And you most of all. I saluted, springing up to attention with my hand over my heart. That's better. Eva, do you really have something to remember about her? Yeah, we had a lot of adventures, but who is Uliana for me? Just a noisy kid from another reality. On second thoughts, do I really care that much about my situation now? From the very first moment I appeared here, everything changed tremendously. So right now, I was just curious what's going to happen next. Should I know it's not the most pleasing perspective, but I must admit that it's a breathtaking one. Whether I will return to my world or not is not up to me anymore. It means that I don't really have any choice, I have to adapt to the local living conditions. And one of these conditions was sitting right in front of me, smiling broadly. No, you're not as silly as I first thought. Why do you think I'm silly in the first place? She said in an offended tone. Just kidding. You and your jokes. Alright, it's time. Let's go. Uliana said happily and pointed at the back. Yeah, I shouldered your belongings. The weight almost made me bend in half. I was thankful for the fact that the bus stop was just a few hundred meters away. I shoved her stuff into the bus and then hurried to get my own Hubble luggage. After some time, all the pioneers were here. Everything's here? Began repeating again how many times. Yelena come today and like to tell you something important. She was visibly nervous and desperately lost for words. I hope that you'll remember the time you've spent here for a lifetime and that you'll retain only pleasant memories about Saviolok. Also hope that you became at least a little bit better, managed to learn something and found new friends. Just come back next year. Thank you. The camp leader turned away. It seems she was trying to hold back her tears. I wasn't expecting her to get so emotional, but I completely agreed with everything she said. Perhaps it was the first time that her words haven't just passed by my ears. Soon enough, everyone boarded the bus. I took the last seat next to Uliana. The first row was taken by Slavia and Genia, despite that actually I cannot see them. So now closer to us, Lena, Miku, Electronic and Shurik were playing cards. Alisa slouched in her seat, alone 2 rows from us. There was no partner for her. It turned out a bit embarrassing for your neighbor. It's fine, you helped me to get ready and brought my stuff here. I look at her close. It seems this little demon had changed her attitude towards me in a radical way. Could it be that I'm a friend to her? An odd word that seems to have lost its meaning for me ages ago. I can't recall any of my acquaintances when I still had them. Who I could call friends? Maybe even back when I was at school? And now someone considers me a friend? Anyway, what does it all mean to me? I always felt more comfortable thinking about abstract stuff, distant perspectives and global matters than of simple, ordinary issues. And indeed, during all the time I've spent in this camp, I've managed to become close friends with Uliana. She awakens these long-forgotten feelings in me, because this is what it means to be buddies or friends. I smiled and tousled her hair gently. And what's that for? She puffed her lips. Just because. Pervert. Hentai. Will you marry me when I grow up? Sure. I hold you to that. Kidoki. Let's go join some at cards. Why not? We gathered around their suitcase, and that was being used as a table. Soon Alisa joined us. I was laughing a lot, cracking jokes, and just enjoying being in a state one usually calls happiness. A simple happiness. Here and now. Right now, this bunch of pioneers that I've managed to befriend is a short week were a million times more important to me than finding out how I came to this world and how to get out of here. In the end, should I even bother trying to get back? It was getting dark. The game was long over. The pioneers had returned to their seats. I had no idea how long would it take to get to the district center, but it seems like an eternity. Beyond the bus windows, only pitch darkness was looking back at me, almost consuming the entire world, compressed into only the size of the car's cabin. Anyway, the Tyrannus were the least of my concerns now. I was enjoying the moment. It seems that this reality is completely normal. And does it really matter how I got here if things turn out this great? Became another person, met new friends. What are you thinking about? About life? And how is it going? Just awesome? Diana laughed quietly. I don't have a place to return to, so I can choose any life path I want. Yes, we'll part ways soon. I will probably never see most of them again, but we will stay friends forever. Pleasant warmth flowed through my body. I felt like a kid again. Liana put her head on my shoulder and quickly fell asleep. Sometimes you may feel tired, not only because of hard work or sad feelings, but also because of fun, joy and happiness. You may probably even want to continue, but have no energy to, with your soul demanding time to rest and your body asking for calm. I fell asleep with a smile on my face. Alright, I believe it will be the same. We'll go study and actually meet this Uliana. Let's see. Alright, the bell rang. My classmate stood up and said goodbyes and left. I started packing my exercise books. Well, so far only Lena was special, but her endings are really bad endings. Okay, my exercise books and textbooks into my backpack when I suddenly heard someone's voice in front of me. Let's see how actually she will look like in future. Excuse me, is the 31st lecture hall? There's a sign on the door. No, there's not. Girl's voice sounded offended. Someone must have removed it. So, is it the 31st? Yeah. At last I closed the backpack and raised my head, intending to stand up. The girl looked terribly familiar. Haven't we? Yeah, I saw the same. She looked very surprised. But I don't remember where I could have met her. Neither do I. What year are you in? First year. Still pretty much green? The girl smiled. Everything's still ahead of me. As if I'm already past everything. And what about you? Fast. So is it difficult to study? To the first time it is. Not for me. I knew it. She said in an absent manner. But it gets easier with time. It's totally opposite for me. It's always easier when you get used to it. Sometimes I'm too lazy to do things. Yeah, that also happens. Do you still have any stuff from the first year? If you share it, it'll be easier for me to prepare for examinations. Obviously I had nothing, my first year was finished a long time ago. But I suddenly felt a strong desire to ask for her phone number, so I lied. Yes, maybe. But I'll have to check. That's great. We've changed our telephone numbers. My name is Semyon. What should I call you? Uliana? And then I realized, who does this girl remind me of? Exactly, she's Uliana, just around 5 years older. For a moment I was lost for words. What? It's an ordinary name. That was Lenin's name. She said pouting. No, just... Have you ever been to a pioneer camp? When I was a kid. Why are you asking? In the blink of an eye, all the events that happened in Savionek flashed in front of my eyes. So it wasn't a dream. Also, they were just summer camps, not a pioneer ones. Liana added. So you weren't wearing a uniform? The one with a red neckerchief? Of course not, fashion police are. She laughed lightly. But why are you asking? I was about to tell you everything, but then realized that she will just consider me a psycho. After all, this girl was much older than the Liana I remembered. Maybe she just looks like you. I had to dream, and I think I saw you there. A kind of deja vu. Deja what? It's when one sees something for the first time but believes that he has seen it before. Well, now that you mention it, my face became serious. I think I've seen you somewhere as well. Definitely. Maybe it's just that thing you just said. An interesting coincidence, don't you think? I don't know. Anyway, I'll give you a call. See ya! She left and went out of the room. Parents' behavior? With talking, she's definitely that exact Liana. So does that mean the dream is coming true? I can't help but enjoy it. And above all, I'll see this very cheerful girl again for sure. And that's it. Well, kinda obvious that there was no actually any related to hentai sense. Very obvious. But still, I checked the Steam reviews, and were several complaints about this sponsorship, but seriously, people, are you not familiar with Japanese culture, etc.? Especially that their age of consent is 13 years old, by the way. Anyway, I think that people should be less hurtful, because they really hate this stuff, despite that it's not harmful in any ways. Well, more than anything, that's saying what's wrong with the world, what's wrong with all these people, but probably is that something wrong with them. Hatred is not natural. You shouldn't hate anything. I'm trying not to hate anything, but it's very hard. It's very hard, isn't it? Okay, so it will be Alisa sending. The last one before everything will be unlocked. Or at least something. I really want to check this DLC before actually seeing the true ending. But it might be not possible. Who actually knows? So this ending and this too. That's still locked. Let us go! Do not reply. Obviously, we'll do nothing to stay with Alisa. Next, it doesn't matter until actually we must bet and win this tournament, which will be super hard, right? Still don't know what about this keys. Maybe it will be related to the true ending, and maybe it's just for fun. So leave the keys. Keep silent. I know also that many people like actually Lena, but I can't like her. Seriously, she's very dangerous. No, I'll better stay away from here. Okay, so we must bet with Lisa, so it doesn't matter where we're going. We're going to library, music club, this clubhouse, infirmary. Go alone. Bet with Alisa and we must win. It will be hard. No? It might be. We play as a tournament. Oh gosh, I cannot save. And we must win this one. If I lose, it will be a reload from the very beginning. Okay, it's some kind of poker game, so we have double Q already, so I must actually still have them. Uh-oh. Oh, she got it! So this one. Whew. But it's possible to lose. What? Okay. Q is better than J, right? Nine. We should win. Yes, I won. Ah, she could win with king. I just was lucky to get it. Let's save. Let's save. We need 2 more games. It will be maybe hard, and especially the rules are changing. But I have a bet with Alisa. Meanwhile, Electronic proudly announces that the first round is over. Okay, so we actually selecting what to give. And we must have 10, maybe. Well, it depends on the pair. We have double 6, but I don't think she will. Look at this. King. She give it up. 3, 7. Well, I cannot give you 6. Let's give you 7 again. 1 with double 6 and just 3. Okay, we did it. Save one more time. The last game. Hey, this isn't fair. You should have held back and lost. She Grey puffed up her cheeks, making her resemble Humpty Dumpty. Thank you very much, but this time you have to hold back. Got it? It wasn't only me who hurt her, but the entire room. Even Electronic. No rematches allowed. Juliana completely ignored him. You have to lose. I don't have slightest intention of playing with you for a second time. I said calm. Fine, you want it that way? Yes, that way. Then I'll prove the world out that you've sexually harassed Alisa. What? Might be. She whispered. What? I leaned over the table and gave you a menacing glare. So we've been eavesdropping? I just heard it while passing by. Anyway, it's much better to play an extra round then. She can certainly do that. I sat and applied to Electronic. Not a problem, we'll have a quick rematch. But we're going to play again! He shrugged, but the rematch had started. Oh gosh. So this Alisa's ending is the hardest one. I can't believe this. I don't have a pair. Seven. 4. She will have a pair, we will lose simply. Okay, double 10. Good. Okay, we have 2 pairs. Nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. 7 one more time. I didn't know that it will be so hard. I sat and reclined on my seat. That's not fair. I hope she won't demand another much. How come? I chuckled. Okay, said Juliana agreeably and got up from the table. I studied the tournament scheme closely, trying to understand who's going to be my final rival. At the same moment, Alisa took place at my table. I pulled a dump and smile. Like I'm afraid of you. Congratulations. Expecting to win? I'm expecting that you'll keep your promise. Okay, let's roll. We have king, king, and tree and tree. So I must give you 7. At least 3. Okay, this one. Maybe she has, I don't know, ace? She's done. 10. Take it back. Maybe she has double 10, but you don't need it. What the heck? Ace! That's right, so I believe she has another ace, and you must keep it. You must keep it. Wait. And she didn't have it. Just queen. And J. Okay, I won. Hurrah, I won. That's all, Alisa. Know who rules the roost here. That means that betting with her wasn't waste. Now the only thing left is to hope that she will not spread the false gossip because of her loss. Suddenly, I got a desire to celebrate my own victory and have a dip at the beach. To tell the truth, I do not really know how to swim, but the possibility of diving into the cool water under the moonlight seemed attractive. After all, I spent the whole of yesterday in my winter clothes, and surely he could nicely ruin the sweats out of me. In the evening, no one should be here. So I took off all of my clothes except my underpants and entered the water. If I only knew, I would have taken my swimming trunks along. Usually it was enough for me to swim for 15-20 meters, but this time the euphoria of my victory spurred me on to break this record. I swam slowly and tactfully, watching every moment of my arms and legs and keeping my breath steady. Holy shit! All of a sudden, a strike on my back sent me underwater. I started to drown but managed to force myself to jump out and grab the nearby buoy. I turned and saw Lisa swimming after me. What the hell are you doing? What am I doing? Hand in the mirror. And what if I started drawing? Well, I'll save you. Of course. It was just too dangerous to stay here. She could easily see me again. I guess I told my strength and swam toward the shore. I slowly started to catch my dress, making a beach scent stuck to my body from head to toe. After some time, Alisa came out of the water. You know, you swim well? I wouldn't say so. Yeah, you do. Well, wasn't it obvious? I said nothing. You won twice against me today. That means I will forget 2 of your debts. What kind of debts is she talking about? It looked like Alisa has a problem with relating reality. Thanks a lot, I said sarcastically. You know, you're not as much of a loser as I thought. Gosh. Actually, it's some kind of vertical CG. And they're not repeating it. Alisa was wearing a swimsuit that perfectly emphasized the beauty of her figure. Well, taking into account all the flaws in her personality, at least this advantage of hers couldn't be taken away. Since when did I become a loser? She smiled cunningly. What's wrong? And you won? Of course not! And how will you prove it? I don't have to prove anything. No? So is that? She said without any anger. Yes, that's it. The silence was expected. A light wind gently played with the waves, sending them to the shore and taking them back after. Alisa was still looking through me as if, it seemed, she completely forgot about my presence. Hey, asked Alisa. Your lost look immediately switched back to her normal one. Anyway, bye bye. She picked up her clothes lying nearby and left. It was late, but I decided to spend a little bit more time lying on my back and stargazing. After all, I didn't have that many opportunities for that before. I simply tried to avoid every opportunity. Well, if we think about it, the light from faraway stars reaches us only after millions of years. Right now I can see the star because it was shining back then, long in the past. And now the star is gone. Already exploded. Actually, it's what I was actually talking about in one of the streams, but not mine. That actually NASA must send some mirrors into the space. So eventually, in several years, when you look in the telescope into this mirror in space, if it survives, of course, so there must be a lot of mirrors, you will able to see what happened in the past. You mean, if you send it and some crime will happen, just through the telescope, check this mirror and you will see what actually happened, if it was not inside the building, of course. It's actually will help to catch a lot of criminals or find some other stuff. Anyway, NASA, please send mirrors into space. Pointing into that, of course. I think it's nowadays it's possible, and it's really will help. Now the star is gone, already exploded. Wait a minute! She took my clothes too! I got up and looked around the ridge. No doubt about it, Alisa took my pioneer uniform. Damn it! And I was just starting to think that maybe she's not so spoiled. I need to come up with an idea quickly. Certainly I could go and complain to Olga Dmitrievna, but not in my went underpants. I didn't know which cabin Alisa lives in either. And knocking on every door is certainly not a good idea. Maybe I should go to Slavia. Yes, of course, at night wearing my underpants. The only thing missing is a rose in my teeth. By the way, if I took the keys, I'll lose them here. I don't know. Well, it looks like I am screwed. In any case, I have to do something. I was lucky not so much time had passed since she left, so I could still catch up with Alisa. Hurry up! In the blink of an eye, I found myself in the square. To my greatest surprise, Alisa was sitting on a bench, apparently bored. She had already changed. Give them back! Yeah, sure, take them. She muttered with a guilty tone and handed back my uniform. So easy? Don't think I was waiting for you on purpose or anything like that. Alisa turned her back and set off toward the cabins at East Base. I was left standing rooted on the spot. I don't know what's this word. I didn't expect such a twist. The guild did its job, perhaps. Fat chance. Anyway, it's better to keep away from her. Maybe she actually did some stories, I don't know. Maybe not. And recent events do not change a thing. Head to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. It was the first time today I finally felt how tired I was. Okay, so nothing happened. It's day number 2? No, number 3. So, no, I promised Lena. Olga Dmitrievna asked me should go and take a look. Here. Okay, I'll come, of course. Run away. Tell her that you've been with Alisa? No. Make up another excuse. I was just walking around. Alone? Yes? Okay, so it's not important. Why didn't you come to the ball? Doesn't matter. We're going to build house here because we must stuck inside. Still, I want to take a revenge. What? It's new. For what? Hey, what did I do to this girl to warrant revenge? You beat me in cards. What a fantastic reason. No doubt. I see. I see. Ooh, next. We must give you activated charge hole. I seriously didn't know that you can use it for a bomb, but okay, now I know. So that must be real. Cool. Okay, so we can go. Doesn't matter, bus stop. Don't go. Just asking. Overdose of stolen candies. I didn't select this? No, I left everything for you. That was it. Uliana ran out of infrared and slammed the door. It's the first time when I selected it? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Do not ask, for example. Give. Doesn't matter. Going with Alisa, that's for sure. I remember that we didn't go right. Maybe I did this only with Slavis, so I didn't miss it. Here it is. Finally we came out of a tunnel into some kind of hole with high ceiling. So that could hardly be called a hole. They must have used to mine something here. Okay, totally the same. What will she say? Only my echo responded to me. She said nothing. Why are you shouting? It's not like he can hear you. You never know. Isn't there a by just side? There was no other exit from this hall. Okay. So she's the only one who is not shouted because she's afraid? Really? Being like a punk girl and still be like this. Anyway, here actually adventures the basement is kinda unique. Everyone else was totally almost totally the same, but she actually fall down to the hole, same as myself. Okay, it doesn't matter, but we should not take that book from Alisa. Stay on guard. Try. And looks like that's all. Okay. Let's see, is it definitely all? I don't know. So far looks the same until now. Wouldn't be so sure. And I'm sure. Let me say for myself, for what? You have a chance to find Lena? Ah. Yes? When did you start to do such silly things? About? I suddenly remember my current age. 17 years ago. Well, admirable. But to be honest, I didn't notice anything like that. Why exactly should you have noticed? That you're able to say something without a single doubt. She was absolutely right in this point. And what exactly you want to hear? You know that what? This game of hints could last forever. If you want to know how I feel towards you, then I'll speak frankly. I don't know myself. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Alisa turned away. What can I do? That's the truth. And what can I do? I don't ask anything of you. Yes, are you sure? Sure, I answered after a while. And what were you doing all 7 days in the camp? What was I doing? You were asking, weren't you? What was asking for? For what reason? Can't you talk in a way that people can understand? Their mind readers are on vacation. You wanted to. You would understand. Cannot send without an explanation. It's okay, just idle talk. She stood up and went toward the road. No way. I lost my temper completely, so I jumped up, ran up to her in a couple of strides, grabbed her hand and pulled her towards me. But I had miscalculated the amount of strength I should use, and we fell to the ground with Alisa lying beneath me. What? Yesterday was enough? Want more? Her face was glowing and her eyes were flashing. It really mixed up. I released the girl's hand, but didn't stand up at once. I just want to understand. Where did I go wrong? Why are you always thinking that you went wrong somewhere? Because you think so. I told you that. I didn't. But I can see it. You see everything, don't you? You see and draw conclusions that you shouldn't interfere, that you should lie down, say nothing. I draw conclusions based on logic. Are you sure that logic of yours is correct? I didn't know what to say about that. Sometimes you just lay there. I was completely confused, and it seems that Alisa didn't want to continue our conversation. Finally, she pushed me away and stood up. Why are you here now, with me? Because everyone left the camp and we stayed? I'm not talking about that. Well, because I like you? Finally, I dared to say it directly. Are you sure? And what about Lena? She was always next to you? Maybe it's she's too much work. And what about me? I'm very simple, just snap your fingers and I'm your bed. I wouldn't say it's that simple, monsieur. Don't put my words in my mouth. You say nothing, so there's plenty of room there. But you think for those and others. Well, she was absolutely right on the point. I didn't think anything like that. So do I have to just simply believe all of this? You don't have to believe. I'm not forcing you. But it's the truth, so I'm not going to make anything up. One should be proven with actions. What action is she expecting from me? Well, we could do it again. I said with a stupid smile. I had no idea how I even dared to think of joking in such a situation, especially a joke like that. Sean, come on. Alisa said in a calm voice, walked to the fire, and started to undress. I jumped up, ran to her and grabbed her arm. What are you doing? Wait, I didn't mean that. Well, what the big deal? Don't you need me just for that? Of course not, you got me all wrong. How should I get you then? She pulled her arm free and started crying. I lay down beside her, hugged her, and started hugging her head. Everything's alright, calm down. Leave me alone. She said through her tears, but didn't try to free herself. You see, I had a hard life before this camp. I just haven't got used to this. I don't know how to act in situations like this. I've been alone for a long time, no friends, no loved ones. I've just forgotten how to feel and how to love. It's hard for me. It's so much easier not to get mixed up in these matters. Finally, it became just normal to not to. And here we are, something I never could have imagined. Doesn't mean that I am egotistical bastard. Also, I guess it seems that maybe I am. Just can't do that right way. Alisa didn't reply and continued crying. But I know one thing for sure. There's nothing between me and Lena. She's a friend, nothing more. I never look at her that way. And I need you, not only for what you think I want. I just don't know how to tell you the things you want to hear. That carry obligations. You see, I'm in the kind of situation now where I even don't know what will happen to me in the next hour, and here. Alicia seemed not be listening to me at all. My excuses just didn't reach her. Well, I should be proud of myself. I made a girl cry, and beach girl Alisa, who at first glance seems to be a complete stranger to any romantic feelings. You know, I can't make this decision for both of us. I only say for myself that I am ready to be with you, to support you, to protect you. But you, why do you need me? I have nothing in my soul. I don't know what I want from this life. Besides, I'm here now, but tomorrow I might be gone. Alisa stopped crying for a moment. Don't you understand that I already made the decision a long time ago? Then, she looked up at me with staring eyes. I have seen happiness in them for a moment. Alisa embarrassed me and thoroughly kissed me. It was the best kiss in my entire life. No, it wasn't as passionate as the one last night, but there was so much tenderness, trust and love that I just dissolved in her lips, her arms. I read about everything, about the camp, about my past and the doubts which were tormenting me a moment before. She was all that I need, now and forever. The kiss might have lasted forever, but suddenly a horn sounded nearby, as if from inside my brain. I turned to the road and saw a bus. An old Lias. It looked like a regular one. He just lay and looked at it for some time. Soon driver left the bus and shouted at us. Hey, lovebirds! It's the last bus to town. Are you coming? Shall we go? Alisa said merrily. We jumped up, I grabbed the backpack, took Alisa by the hand, and ran to the bus. In a couple of seconds we made ourselves comfortable in the back seat. Brian was shouted something from his place, but I didn't listen to him. It is a rescue ship heading for a new life. I looked at Alisa. I was so eager to say something, to continue the conversation by the fire. She was sleeping peacefully, resting her head on my shoulder. I didn't wake her up. There was no need. We had so much time ahead of us. There was no one in the bus except us. The bus was going fast, leaving behind not only my previous life, but also the week I had spent in a pioneer camp called Savionek. I went through what during these 7 days, and I had through it all the years of my real life. And how much was still lying ahead in the future? The common country scenery in the window didn't interest me much. I was just watching Alisa peacefully sleeping. My head was filled with warmth and calmness, and my head finally stopped bursting with thoughts. But happiness is a fragile matter. Many things can destroy it. Time, for example. The longer your happiness lasts, the more common it becomes. Emotions down, new problems and worries appear. I felt good, but the accumulated exhaustion didn't let me to enjoy the moment. I fell asleep. Let's see. What the heck? The club is empty, the stores are packed, and I am still waiting for the others so we can go home. Hey! I turned around and saw a girl standing nearby. Your tone wasn't too polite, but it wasn't hostile either. I like your performance. Thanks. The darkness of the club prevented me from clearly seeing her face, but I was sure that it was extremely familiar to me. And you? I stepped forward. Exactly. It was Alisa. I froze on the spot, unable to speak. What about me? Nothing. I just thought I'd seen you somewhere. I decided not to jump at her with questions about the pioneer camp. After all, it's possible that this girl merely looks like her. Something like that. Anyway, it was obvious that she was seeing me for the first time. At least, was pretending to. Well, generally it's true. She peered. My name's Simeon. First, an artificial smile, I offered her my hand. Actually noted. How? Read it on the internet. Yes, of course. And you are? Alisa? She replied somewhat confusedly. So I was right. But how right was I? Listen, did you ever go to a pinner camp as a child? No. Why are you asking? It just seems that I met you there. How could you have met me there if I have never been there? She laughed. Yes, all of you musicians are somehow strange. No doubt. Well, I just wanted to say that your music is not too bad. Alisa turned to leave. I felt that I need to do something, say something. Will you come to our next concert? Well, to be honest, I had no idea myself. Soon? Yes, maybe. Send me a message. Yeah, sure. We shared our contact details with each other. Then I'll see you again, probably. She waved her hands and went out. Obviously, I have no idea if she was that very same Alisa I met in the camp. Any number of theories were nullified by an absolute absence of facts. But at that moment, it was the last thing that concerned me, as I was filled with emotions both from the concert and meeting Alisa. After all, nothing prevented me from calling her as an "you'll see." I smiled, shut up my old guitar and started walking to the 410 bus stop with my mates. Alright, finally, I unlocked the route to the truth ending. Still, there's another ending that can be unlocked. Well, already unlocked, sorry. The question is how to get one. By the way, there will be a lot of new text. And the only difference is what we'll do in the day number 5. Interesting. Let's see. So right now we should get the truth about what's going on here, and maybe right now this DLC is unlocked. Anyway, we'll try this time, try after the another ending, and see. Or maybe there's some super popular secret on it that I'm not supposed to know until actually we see the true ending. I have no idea. I only know that this is actually about Jenny. Place it on later. Okay, of course it's not available. Let's go. So, I'll come with you. Everything's totally the same. But it's an important rule that we should not take the keys in the day 1. I'm not going to reply you. So it's all about keys, since the true ending is actually about keys. Okay, leave the keys. Day 2 doesn't matter. Okay, it's day 2. Hmm. Music club. Clubhouse. Library. Infirmary. Go alone. Do not bet. Skip the tutorial. We can lose against Alisa, or can win against Alisa. I will skip it entirely. So, there's several things that I didn't check. For example, beach one. Let's check beach. I came to the beach. I was not in the best mood and I really had no desire to swim, but I still came to the water's edge and ran the water with my hand. The water was warm. Seems like it was still cooling down after such a hot day. I'll have some other time I will come back to swim. That's all, so. Key daydream. Cerebrons Lena. We saying that we have some other task here. Who cares? Gigantic robots. Let's run away. It doesn't matter, but we must eat the apple. That's kinda obvious. So let's go forest. Bus stop. Don't go. Just asking. Just ask. Do not give. We must eat this apple. I am going alone. Here it is. Here it is. We got it, and you wrote. Let's see what will happen. Run the next turn. The flashlight's beam illuminated. A big shadow. I was trembling with fear. I couldn't move even one step further. I was woken from my stupor only by the thought that it could be Shurik. Shurik? No answer. Oh, wonderful. Around the corner, the shadow disappeared. I saw a blurry human shape. Someone was sitting on a stone. Or maybe something. I stopped dead. What are you doing here? I had a lovely voice. Catching mice? I opened my mouth, but couldn't say anything. Did you see any hair? No, but I'm sure there are plenty of them. Second, please. I shined the flashlight at your face. Is there something was wrong with your head or with your biological species because of your ears and tail? She doesn't really look like a human. How many have you got? Not a single one. She answered seriously. She didn't look hostile. Subconsciously, I felt that I shouldn't be afraid of you, but at the same time I had absolutely no idea what to ask you, how to ask you, who she is or what she is doing. But on the other hand, normally if you suddenly met someone in a desert mine, you'd have a heart attack from shock. And the girl in front of me was definitely not a pioneer from the camp. You. Who are you? You're probably looking for him? Who? That boy. Well... yes. Answered after a small pause. But still, The girl interrupted me. He has been walking around here for a long time. I tried talking to him, but he didn't hear me. And where's he now? I don't know. Maybe he's still wandering somewhere. It seems she wasn't interested in this conversation at all. And you? How did you get here? The same way you did, from the surface. Without a flashlight? Why not? She gave me a perplexed look. I completely lost all comprehension. As the flashlight flickered, terrified I started banging it with my fist. When the light is lit back up, the girl wasn't there. I don't know who or what she is, but it seemed like she could help me find the answers. It's the strangest thing, but I wasn't scared of you. I just felt that this girl wouldn't do me any harm. But now I must find Shurik. I have a feeling that this is not the last time I will meet this girl. I don't know why, but I'm sure about it. Around one last store, okay, we saw it. It's all the same. And it's new again. And then that girl from the mine appeared just before my eyes. Wait a second, what was before? I was a bit surprised that she agreed so fast, but I decided not to waste this opportunity and quickly turned the light off and darted under the covers. Okay, see. I saw you so clear, it was as if she was really in front of my bed. No, just sleeping things. But still, why didn't I get scared back then? Just went and spoke to her normally, just like that? All the answers are here. The cat or girl knows something for sure. Maybe I was too exhausted because of the all camp, mine and labyrinths, and my nerves were stretched to breaking. I should have asked you about something, but I still have time. Is it? Do we still have time? It's already a unknown day. Can't believe this. It's interesting how seemingly simple events can affect a person. For example, the such widespread occurrences of OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, among children, where when you walk on the road, you have to step on the tiles practically. One of the cracks never had happened to me, by the way. Seems like nothing special, but if one doesn't get rid of it in time, just forgetting and forcing oneself to step over the tiles could become a really big problem in the future. Why? It actually sounds to me like gaming. Okay. For instance, one will only stare down and will get hit by a car. I never had anything like OCD, but minor events in my life often led to major troubles. But yeah, what's wrong with meeting a strange girl with cat's ears in a pioneer camp on the edge of time and space, or possibly even between the worlds? Doesn't seem like a big deal. Also, perhaps I just got used to thinking that nothing really existed for me before this week. There was only this camp and this life. That's why something like a cat girl was just a pair for the course in this wonderland. She's just another character in this play, neither better nor worse than any other. But somewhere deep in my soul I knew that wasn't so. All the camp inhabitants seemed normal, sometimes even too normal, with absolutely nothing remarkable about them. Yes, you could even say that my life here was simply boring. And now, my head was about to burst with thoughts, so I opened my eyes and jumped out of bed. The camp leader's cabin was the same as usual. Wait a second, it's unknown day, but we still here. Outside the window, a bird monotonously chirped, trying to burn the caterpillars in my eyes with her stings. What? The clock showed 11 a.m. Why didn't Olga meet him and wake me up? Though, who cares? I slept enough at least. However, I didn't feel like I'd fully recovered. The whole world was seemingly laughing at me. The bright side outside, the lightly blowing breeze, gently whispering to the crowns of the trees, and this nasty bird had brought some fellows with him, obviously trying to ruin my mental stability. The water from the wash stands was ice cold as usual. Sometimes it, by the way, was warm, I remember this. While washing my face, I realized that I forgot my toothbrush, tooth powder, and towel in the cabin. Strange, I didn't forget my hat. I could imagine a worse start to the day. At that moment, I saw it was the worst day of all that I have spent in this camp. Also, there went a lot of choices, little more than 100 hours, not enough time to get the full image of new home. Home. This word struck my mind painfully. Do I have to stay here forever? But why? How? What for? I helplessly sat on the grass and buried my face in hands. Suddenly I remembered that girl. I wonder how many more fantastic characters I will meet here. A wonderful day, isn't it? I couldn't even be bothered to raise my head. Yeah, couldn't be any better. I answered, keeping the same pose. Why so sarcastic? Sarcastic? I was surprised and looked up, but there was nobody nearby. Is it my imagination? No, I heard that for sure. Maybe it was in my mind? Is it in this underground mine? Shurik, voices, the cat girl, more voices. Is there anything here I can be sure about? I punched the washstands painfully hard, immediately jumped up, holding my hand and cursing. Damn it! Suddenly, somebody walked out the bushes in front of me. Or something. Hi. It was the girl from yesterday. Hi. I didn't know what to say. I don't know what to expect from her. She's probably a hell beast and came here to end my life. That is, of course, only if it hasn't ended already. The cat girl stared at me. It hurts? She looked at my hands. It's a very nice design of her. Yes, answered timidly. Then why? Why what? Why did you punch it? Because I was angry. I was completely unsure how I should talk to her. Perhaps one wrong word, phrase, or gesture could be fatal for me. Angry at her? The girl wasn't showing any signs of aggression. Seems that she was just wondering what is happening. Myself. I see. She smiled faintly. Listen, I don't know how should I put it, but I must ask. I kept silent for a moment, guessing myself. Who are you? The girl looked at me blankly. Me, of course, she said confidently. No doubt about that, but how should I say it? You just don't meet a human with cat ears and tail every day, you know. The cat girl carefully examined their aforementioned parts of the body and asked, why? I was totally confused. In the first few minutes, I thought it was necessary to be afraid, to be very careful. Now she seems more like a good spirit being than a hostile monster. Because in my world, I was absolutely convinced that I shouldn't hide anything from her. In my world, this only happens in fairy tales. What is a fairy tale? Well, it's a story which cannot happen in reality. So I don't really exist. The girl laughed. I'm not even sure that I exist. But I can touch you, so you exist. Just thinking about the fact that she will touch me, I felt uncomfortable. Well, let's say exist, yes. I stepped back. Goody goody. The girl smiled and waved her tail. There was an awkward silence. All the time I spent in this camp, I lived as if in a dream. Sometimes when you sleep, you release that everything that happens in your brain just a figment of your imagination, and you need just to wish. I thought so for the last 5 days. I thought constantly existed somewhere deep in my soul. However, it seems that everything is happening in reality. At least, I couldn't just wake up. I just want to understand. What? The girl was still smiling. How I got here, and how to get out of here. Suddenly, I heard voices by the roadside, so I turned around. Slavia and Zhenya were slowly approaching their watch stands. And you? But the girl had disappeared. Did you see? Did you see it? Like I just needed someone to confirm the existence of this creature. Then I can convince myself that I am not going crazy. What an irony, to go mad well in the land of Oz. So just around here is already a ticket to the Dunibin. And even if I wake up right now, I still wouldn't be sure that it was all a dream. See what? The girls look at me blankly. Anyone besides me? I could hardly speak. So, an illusion, huh? Someone actually should get your heads examined, seriously. Zhenya snorted, passed by. Slimy smiled apologetically and hurried after her. So, it's all that simple. I wanted just one thing now, for someone in this nightmare to believe that I'm still sane. This whole camp and its pioneers did not seem as real as yesterday. In the end, less than a week ago, I lived the completely normal life of an ordinary man of his time, and now, maybe everything that happened made me think that all is going the way it should? That it's normal just to exist here? And now the last left hours of my common sense desperately clung to this cat-like girl with the ears, trying to prove to the locals that I'm not crazy. So, you don't exist, you! See, it's me in your tale, not you in mine. My head was about to explode. If not for the signal for dinner, perhaps I would have run to the library, searching for medical books with lobotomy instructions. The canteen was crowded as usual. Some things never changed. It was the first time I looked at all the local pioneers from a slightly different angle. Indeed, why is everything so correct? As if someone created this pioneer camp by carefully compiling material from the internet without bothering to visit such a place himself. It was just like an old Soviet movie, the street camp leader, the exemplary pioneers, even Ulyana, and even Alisa, were all within the normal range. So where does that strange girl come from? She seems like a smear of a pain that just happened to be in the picture due to the shaky hands of a slippery store. Electronic suddenly sat beside me. Hey there, he snapped. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just... There was absolutely nothing wrong with speaking openly to anyone. Not anymore. Did you happen to see anyone strange here? Strange? Well, not quite human. Don't really understand. The electronic laughed. A girl with cat's ears and tail, I said shortly. A girl with ears and a tail? He began to think. How do you know about her? Well, let's assume I saw her. This conversation was starting to get interesting. Let's assume... or you actually did. Is it really so important? Electronics stared at me seriously. There's a legend here about a kid girl. She steals food, small bits and pieces of stuff, and avoids people. Really? A legend. So, what does this girl look like? I never saw her myself. They say that she has a tail and ears, as you describe it. What else? Well, this legend is old and I don't know much about it. Who do you think knows more? Moscow got Mirina, she's been in the camp many times even before she became a camp leader. Alright, thanks. I stood up and went to find the camp leader. I bet she decided to take a nap after lunch. Perhaps Olga Dmitrievna was the only element that was somewhat out of place in the picture of an ideal camp. She certainly was not a role model camp leader. I opened the door and confidently entered the cabin. And indeed, she was lying on the bed and reading a book, as expected. Simeon, slacking again? Actually, yes, but anyway, I wanted to ask you something. She stared at me, and I hesitated a little. Maybe I shouldn't be so straightforward about everything. It was like my internal firewall had triggered, and I just could not tell the camp leaders that I had seen the cat girl today. By the way, firewall should trigger if there's a rule on it. If not, it will just forbid everything. Maybe I got quite used to hinting at something, avoiding straight questions, lying and keeping words back. Wait a second, what is this? I can hear some voices. Hello, anybody, Rava? This game will never end. No, it will end. Today, I'm already on the route of true ending. So we'll get the true ending, we'll finish DLC, it will be done today, no matter what. So next Saturday I will start some other visual novel. That's it. Maybe I got quite used to hinting at something, avoiding straight questions, lying and keeping words back. In just 4 days. Also, I guess I'd been doing that my whole life. Look at me, Tina. I was at the dinner, spoke with Electronic, and he told me a legend about a cat girl that supposedly lives here. He also said that you would know more. Why do you need to know that? The camp leader gave me a personal look and stood up. Just curious? I like stuff like this. By the way, I don't understand why Simeon actually lies sometimes. I'll be straight here and honest. I tried to smile, but it didn't seem to make things any better. We have a completely normal camp? Sure you do. Completely normal. Don't even want to mention what you call unusual. I suppose something with zombies and maniacs. A nightmare on Savionek Street. Actually, we saw this ending already. Yes, I understand, but Electronic says that you visited this place before. Yes, the camp leader was thinking about something. However, there's indeed a legend that somewhere in the surrounding woods a strange cat girl lives. Sometimes stealing food and small items from cabins. She's afraid of people, and if someone accidentally sees her, she runs away. It was quite different from what I saw this morning. Well, in other endings, actually she was running away from us. I do remember this. The girl was more like watching me, studying, trying to understand, but not afraid at all. And you? Have I seen her? Olga Dmitrievna interrupted me. No, I haven't. I was quite close to doing so several times. Bottles, milk, tooth powder, and plenty of other things disappeared from my cabin sometimes. Mysteriously disappeared without a trace. I've completely forgotten about the fact that all the banners here do not actually exist. Just listened attentively, the camp leader. I was curious where the stuff disappeared to before. But in the end, there's no evidence of your existence. She smiled, as if implying that this conversation is over. And if there was, why so interested in this? Who wouldn't be interested in stuff like this? 1 second. So I still had many things to rack my brains for. I don't know. The camp leader thought about something for a second and then returned to her usual mother of all camp state. Well, seems like you've decided to become completely laid back. Let's do something already. She paused and stretched herself in such a way that wrinkles that shouldn't even be there at her age came out. Go on, get down to business. I just sighed and went out. All in all, no one from among the pioneers has ever seen a kid around girls. It only heard legends. Well, I should probably find you. To already recovered from this morning's shock events, and existential thoughts have by now stopped pursuing my brain. So it was possible for me to take a reasonable position, more or less. It was necessary because I still had a lot of questions. How did I get here? For what reason? Why? And where is this here? And the cat girl is a catalyst for it all. Yeah, cat for catalyst. But I didn't want to start their reason about parallel worlds, aliens, experiments, and the afterlife again. I was fed up with this after just my first few hours in this camp. Perhaps I just need to put aside the theories and look at the physical reality. Even if I assume that this world exists regardless of my will and I have to live here, my reality is inexplicable. It's more worthwhile to concentrate on studying this world and analyzing possible events which may happen to me here. I do that until the opposite is proven. Until then, let's assume that I'm stuck here. For the long haul, if not forever. The chair mostly squeaked with my every movement. Lilac branches tried to strike me in the face, and the well-morning birds were silent for a long time, apparently tired on the summer heat. The tree tops seemed like sharp peaks of the high walls of a medieval castle lost in the boundless woods. And these cabins, the square, Genda's monument, the clubhouse building are just a little village of peasants hiding near the millennial walls of green fortress, hiding in a grove. And all of us here, either people like me or cat girls, are just servants of an evil genius hiding somewhere out there. It would be much easier if the camp was on the top of a hill. Because 1,000 years ago, the best place for expectation was always somewhere up high. Probably that someone just has nothing to be afraid of. But in that case, he would not hide so carefully behind the treetops. I sighed and closed my eyes. My consciousness slowly started to desert me, and soon the whole world faded into darkness. Holy shit. It's a cutscene. And again, before my eyes, like an endless carpet, the road, surrounded by woods and fields, goes ever on. This bus is going somewhere, leaving behind everything I knew, loved and hated. And a familiar girl is leaning over me and gently whispering something in my ear. I'm actually interested in what she's saying, but I can't hear her. I'm just watching everything from the side. I can see everything except her face, hear everything except her words, and feel everything except my own life. I woke up, feeling like I was suffocating and began greedily sucking in air. My breath soon went back to normal, and terrible thirst came upon me. But what was the dream all about? And who was that girl? These questions again. Maybe I already died and gone to hell? Can a human being feel that his life is now over and that he can just move on to the next stage of existence? My head was about to explode due to such cosmic thoughts. What did I do to deserve this? I'm just an ordinary guy, not a philosopher, not a theologist, not a scientist. And I don't want to understand the substance of things, the way of the universe. I'm not asking for any more than just to live my life, peacefully and then doze off into eternal sleep when everything is over. But no, I'm just trapped here. Tears of frustration wells in my eyes. And why is it always like this? I started to think that if I gave it any more thought, I would easily understand the substance of all things. I'll go insane for good. Ultimately, it all started with a bus. I got in, went to sleep, and there was a girl. Perhaps one of the local pioneers, maybe even that cat earned by. Well, why not? I can't rule a single idea out. So I'm here now. My thoughts stopped. Tumbleweeds rolled back and forth in my brain, bouncing around the organ which kept my eyes from falling off. And that's all. Now I'm here, in hell, heaven, purgatory, or wherever. Looks like I'm going to spend the rest of eternity in this place. For some reason I fixated on this exact theory. It's strange that I didn't care about the fact that a spiritual being doesn't have basic human senses. Sight, hearing, touch, all in all. At first glance there was nothing different about me from my condition a week ago. Well, except for being a couple of years younger. Then, what's so bad about what happened? I might even consider this a second chance. Well, after all, it's not that hard to get a job. I could rent a room in a hostel. I'm 17 now. I'm still healthy. My brain is in an excellent state. My energy is at peak. I might try to achieve something. By the way, we all actually saw in Lena Endings that you achieved. Achievements were pretty ordinary. I don't like them. But what had prevented me from doing so before? Was I really that old back then? I jumped like an old rival, and without outside help I wouldn't have escaped this cycle of self-reflection. Fortunately, Lena soon appeared by the camp leader's cabin. Hi? I raised my eyes, reluctantly, and stared through her for a few seconds. Hello? My... She stopped, looked away and blushed. Well, never mind. May I have a seat? Sure. And perched herself on the edge of the deck chair. What are you thinking about? Trying to understand the laws of this world. And how it's going? She asked seriously. Not too good. Perhaps beyond human comprehension. Then maybe you shouldn't bother. But what should I do? I just have to. Why? And really, why? Does it happen to be of some vital urgency? It really bothers thinking about things like that and the bus and lived in a relative peace. And what has changed so drastically now? I won't think about it now either, and we'll be living in somewhat different conditions, but what's wrong with that? If there's no choice? I don't know. It seems that nothing is up to me. It looked like Lena wanted to say something, but she didn't. And you probably came to see Ulka Dmitrievna? Yes? I mean, no. But to be honest, what is it? Sometimes I feel that way too. Oh, what do you mean? That nothing is up to me? I look at her attentively. She was sitting with downcast eyes, nervously toying with a handful of field flowers that were yellow like the fervent rays of the summer sun. Well, you know, these flowers, for instance, by the way, summer sun is actually very brightly white. I don't know why it's yellow. They were growing just for the sake of it, and then I ripped them out of the ground, and that's all. She was literally about to start crying. Didn't really fit the picture of Lena. Well, yeah. To be honest, I really don't know what to say. Well, so are we? We ripped out, and then she got up abruptly and rushed in the direction of the square without saying goodbye. And yet Lena, like all the other pioneers, seems to be real. Not a figment of my imagination, not at all, not an NPC. Few hours ago, I was sure that I am the only one who exists here, and possibly that cat earl girl. I wish I could find her. I'm in a state of something like spiritual deprivation. All my senses are working properly, but I still have painful need to know why I am here. As of the needs for identity, to find my place in this world, to determine its nature, laws, and mechanism had become vital, just like the need for food and rest. It's probably the worst punishment for a human to have a desire to understand something, but not the ability to wish to change something, but to not have the opportunity to strive for something, but not be able to achieve it. I never seriously thought before. Why am I in the world? How much time will I spend here? What do I have to do? And what will come next? Now, after encountering this other world, I have nothing left but to think about this. I guess that if it's possible to escape from here, I will return to my quiet life where I don't have such troubles. But I won't return. It's so hard to face a task which cannot be completed. If I could choose my fate, I would never agree to this boss, this camp, these girls. I would stay there in my apartment in front of the monitor. You can't demand anything more from a person than he can do. It's better to spend the rest of your life working in the mines and trying to understand something that just won't fit into your head. After all, there's no other way. Of course, it's possible to make a valiant effort to try not to think, try to accept this reality and to start a new life. But it's not part of human nature to neglect everything that happens around you. By the way, just come with this idea. I also have some kind of top of the mountain here nearby. What if I try to check what's here, maybe? By the way, it's forbidden to go there, so there must be something. Okay, so our next goal is to reach top of the mountain. No matter what. So it will be cold, so there should be no people here. So nobody will notice that I was actually here. I believe. I hope about this. Well, it should be like this, right? We'll see. Who knows? Maybe there's something hiding here. I was accused of a crime which I had not committed. Of course, I would try to resist to prove my innocence. No one would agree to live in jail and suffer at home, whatever their home is like. But wait a second, I don't even want to waste my time on something like this. There's just going to the jail, but really, who will pay it for me? Not me who was thrown from the world I was used to into this jail. So it is boundless. So there's no walls or bars and windows. It is still jail. I don't ask for this, and my only desire for now is to return back to home. Wait a second. No bars and windows, but still you cannot leave this place even go outside. There's nothing outside. As the only key out of here is hung just a bit higher than I can reach with a jump. And there's nothing helpful around, no chair, no stool, not even a small stone that could be put under my feet. And no one to help me. A few centimeters, just a few centimeters, separated me from freedom, releasing everything. Maybe it's impossible to return back home, but at least I'll be able to escape from this jail. That is exactly what I wanted for the last 5 days. Night slowly descended onto the camp. Dinner went by without me, and the camp leader stopped several times by the desk chair, trying to tell me something. But I was already in another world, the world of my cage with a key bound by actually a guardian knot to Andrian's threat. Oh, what? Did they actually relate to each other? The mythology, maybe not. was not long before the light in the cabin was turned off, and Cricket started the lamentable whining all about. Finally, said Cricket. Not, what was this? Hoppers or something? Somewhere in the distance, and all it was hooting at a speed of 37 hoots per minute. Nice. I was sitting and rhythmically knocking, trying to accompany him. Suddenly, bushes rustled around me, and a squirrel with a nut in its teeth climbed into the tree. It must be hurrying to meet its family. The Thermonite's charm was as rich as always, but it didn't affect me in any way at all. The mechanisms of my brain and probably my soul were in need of serious maintenance, not just a slapdash repair of the bodywork and a new paint job. I decided to take a look, because thinking about it, I've been sitting in this deck chair for almost a whole day. I even took a small nap. Everyone in the camp was tired. The camp was sleeping. Into the woods. The wall between pioneers' cabins, the square with the statue of Genda, the forest, past, all that was changing like pictures in a kid's book. Definitely. The whole world looked like a picture though. And that is not what I was thinking just yesterday. And the reason for that was a strange girl with animal arrows, a cat girl. So she could just as likely be another animal. Like fox. It was like this defense mechanism that activated just after I appeared here. She didn't let me look for answers or get a hold of that situation. There were always more important things such as meeting the lineup, getting comfortable seat during lunch, or sneaking away from the camp leader. Anything other than thinking about why am I here and how I can get out. Anything. I sat on a stump and closed my eyes. Million images appeared in my brain at once, and among them was a road, a bus, and a girl. Yes, the girl with animal arrows. It was her who was in the bus. I quickly opened my eyes and saw her in front of me. At first, it looked like a dream or hallucination, but a sudden gust of cold wind brought me back to reality. The strange girl was sitting sprinkling sugar on a mushroom. What? I wonder why. They grow better this way. She said with serious face. Who? I uttered with difficulty. The mushrooms, who else? Mushrooms? Yes, mushrooms. Why do you need those mushrooms? To eat, of course. Why else would you need mushrooms? The girl pouted. I just didn't know how to start a conversation with her because I was sure that the things which looked like a strange girl with animal arms had brought me here, and making friends with a higher being wouldn't do much good. Do you have more sugar? She asked suddenly. No. So she actually was stealing sugar. And actually, she took it from us. Like a day ago, 1 second. By the way, I think my voice is kinda terrible, but because it's very low humidity here, because outside it's really cold, and I have a heater in every single room, center one. And humidity is so low that it's really hard to talk. Maybe I need to buy something to raise this humidity. Actually, I have one. I'll use it today. I don't know. No. Why do you need it? What do you mean, why? I told you. It was the mushrooms. They grow better that way. Despite everything, the girl looked totally normal. Of course, you don't often see a human with animal arrows and a tail, and they actually look real. But her apart from that, yeah, we cannot see here real, like, human errors. And usually, for some reason, people forgetting that Cat Girl shouldn't have such errors. So I saw several anime and manga with double errors, but they're not double. I can bring some. I don't know why I say that. Maybe I just wanted to earn her trust. By the way, is it me or she actually has 6 fingers here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is it the error or it was intentional? What about other hand? It must be a way. Wait a second, the other one has 5, so I believe it's some kind of mistake. Oh, it's very strange. 5 and 6. Wait a second, maybe it's not a finger. It's not a finger, it's just something else. Yeah, it's just a floor, it's just stupid imagination. Yeah, 5 and 5. Everything is 5. Kitsune girl? How did I find her? She was always here, just... There was a lot of reference through the story to her. And finally, I was able to see her. I don't know why I said that. Maybe just wanted to earn her trust. As long as mind reading wasn't one of her abilities. That's alright, no need. That's enough. Good. And... What? Why did you come? What does she mean? Come to this glade? Or come to this camp? Or into this life? My head was about to explode from existential thoughts. Just a little bit more. And everything would become crystal clear. No, the answers and the understanding didn't appear from thin air. The safety device just cut in. Caution, doors are closing. No more people will fit in the train. The next stop is... The train was gone. And I stayed on the platform, without my luggage, wearing a light jacket in the minus 20 degrees Celsius frost. The fox is a mutant? She lives next to the Soviet nuclear reactor. I don't know. I have no idea. We'll figure it out, I hope, maybe. I was just having a walk. The words echoed, howled in my heart. I felt like a Viking from the Middle Ages who stands alone against 100 enemies. Well, we can actually predict this, but I don't think it's a nuclear reactor. But who knows? What if you're right? I don't know. No nerves, no regrets, only an iron with a will to die hard. I see. The girl answered without much interest and went back to her work. It was you. Back there, the boss. Me. She replied lazily, without turning herself away from the mushrooms. Why did you bring me here? I didn't bring you. Then who? I don't know. But were you in the bus? I was. And what? Yelling here was dangerous. But I couldn't help it. What? Answer me! Did you ask something? It looks like this conversation doesn't bother her at all. Who are you? She looked at me in surprise. Me? Okay. Where are you from? I don't know. I've always been here. What do you mean always? You must have come from somewhere, no? I don't know. I doubled for a moment. That this is an omnipotent being before me. Of course, this girl is a little extraordinary, to be precise, absolutely extraordinary. And she was with me in the bus then, but maybe she was nothing to do with my arrival here. Anything is possible. What do you know? I know. Wait a second, what is this slide now? I know how to make supplies for winter. She smiled with sweetness and ease. What supplies? Well, you know, for the winter. It could get cold. I've never seen the local winter store. How come you've never seen them if you've always been here? I don't know. She looked at me intently. Anyway, you boring as hell. Me? Yes, you. How do I bore you? Stupid questions. Stupid? Well, I was dragged out of my usual world, brought here, and now my questions are stupid? Yes, she calmly replied. So, what questions would you consider not stupid? Where one can get sugar, for example. In the canteen, where else? Plenty for you to steal, you're well known for doing that, I've heard. I do not steal. The animal earth girl was outraged. I'm borrowing it. It comes back anyway. Comes back or not. I don't care. I want to understand how and why I'm here. I want to go back. I'm not interested in that. The girl stood up and shook herself. But I'm interested. If you're not the one to blame for everything, then you must know the answers. Someone should know them after all. She looked at me intently and laughed. You're funny. I completely lost my temper. Stop mocking me! I am fed up with you! Why me exactly? How am I worse than anyone else? I never asked for anything as fun as all this. Leave me alone. I don't worse anyone. I didn't hurt anyone. What did I ever do to you? Get lost. Leave me in peace. My whole body shivered. The blood pounced in my head like a cannon. Everything went dark before my eyes. Have you blown off all your steam? She asked quietly. I was about to smash you. At least I'll shake up your flesh and blood. Alright, let's go. Where? You'll see. The girl gestured me to follow her and went into the depths of the forest. After some time, I started to suspect that we were walking in cycles. Finally, I decided to check it out and put a canteen wrapper in a noticeable spot. Indeed, we soon passed it again. Wait, I didn't dare to grab your hand, so I tried to stop her verbally. What? Where are you taking me? I said that you'll see, but we are walking in cycles. So what? What do you mean, so what? You won't get anything by walking in cycles. But you said it yourself, that you were just having a walk. The girl seemed strange, illogical, even arrogant, as if she takes pleasure in mocking me. I'm not moving an inch until you explain what is going on. Okay. She stopped and leaned back against a large tree. I was just bored. It's the same old stuff all the time. All the time. But recently, lots of new stuff happened and now... Now what? Now I can talk to you. She smiled. And you couldn't do it before? Well, I certainly could. Maybe. So what happened? I don't know. Then why do you think that something has happened in the first place? I've got a feeling. A feeling, huh? I gave a helpless sigh. Maybe she's just a lunatic that escaped a local asylum and not an omnipotent being. Come on, let's get serious. Okay, fine. The girl looked at me intently. Who are you? And what is happening here? I don't know. She answers with the same expression on her face. And who knows? I don't know. Alright, I'm going to sleep. I had no stage to talk about it, to listen to her nonsense, to walk in cycles in the forest. If she knows the answers, and she can return me to the usual world and all. Not today. Just enough for the day. If I stay here one more second, there won't be anyone left to return. Good night, the girl said nicely. That's all? What else do you want? You're going to sleep. She's right. Okay, do you at least have a name? Name? Yes, a name. I don't know. And who knows? I don't know. Okay, what should I call you then? I don't know. But a person. Every single thing in the world should have a name. There's no other way. He's totally wrong. Not should. Kidding me? Foxes in the forest have no names. She looked at me uncomprehendingly. Alright then, you'll be Yulia. Julia? I don't know why I chose that name. Maybe it was just the first thing that came to my mind. Fine. She smiled merrily. And now I have to go. The girl flickered hers and disappeared into the forest. I slowly dragged my feet back to the camp. Now it looked like I was in some sort of tragic comedy. The high beings cannot be idiots with the developmental level of a kindergarten, can they? So it's possible they don't perceive the world the same way we do. I was so exhausted I couldn't fully comprehend everything that had happened to me recently. The answers could be right before me, I just need to stretch out my arm. It could be that savings tool which could help me to reach the king. And how could I be so calm in such a situation? Maybe I'm just tired. Dead tired. Look at me, Timna, who waited for me on the doorstep of your cabin. At last. And where were you wandering in the dead of night? I looked hard at the camp leader. I wonder, is she real? I don't have a single doubt about the girl, Yulia. She may not be human, but she exists. And what about Olga Dmitrievna, the other pioneers? You know, I saw that cat girl. Sure, of course, she chuckled. Well, you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. I don't want to, and I don't believe you. It's your choice. I said in a tight voice and pushed my way into the cabin. Simeon, tomorrow. I didn't hear the rest of your words. There was only one thing to understand. Whether anything is up to me or not. Should I keep desperately reaching for the key? Will the cat girl the answer I've been looking for? Wait a second, he's not listening to her that we are actually leaving this camp tomorrow? I'm not sure, but maybe. Maybe the only thing left to do is to understand. No one ever said that the clue will be written straightforwardly, in your own language. Though maybe I always knew those answers and just had to comprehend their meaning. What if everything is not real and I'm just dreaming? What if just imagined everything about finding the answer, about understanding them? Maybe there's no cage, no jail, and the key has already been counted up from the burned-out lamp in my room, which has turned into pioneer camp, inhabited by unreal, but very alive people who seem so understandable and so precious. Well, no. I'm not a wizard, not an oracle, not a god. Walter once said illusion is the first of our pleasures. Maybe my most successful skill was my illusions. Lines of thoughts connected one by one, ready to keep it going until tomorrow. But the safety device worked again and unplugged the whole system instead of reformatting my brain like last time. I was woken up by a hellish noise in my head. Gosh! Turned out to be the alarm clock. Having found its button with difficulty, I turned it off. Welcome me tonight, 7 o'clock in the morning. Why so early? I stared in the direction of Azabeth, opening my eyes. But there was no one there. The camp leader must have gone somewhere already. I rose with difficulty and looked myself over in the mirror. A common piano. Nothing more. If someone showed me photos of the local residents with me among them, I'll never recognize myself. The sun shines brightly outside and nature seems to laugh at me. I slowly walked to the washstands. I met only a few pioneers on my way who were obviously in a hurry. Strange. What's they doing at such an early hour? The cold water refreshed me a bit, and all the memories of the last few days poured into my head. Well, I should find Yulia and try to be very polite and proper this time. After all, if you can't even understand a fellow human being when judging him by your own worldview and ideas, then how can you talk to something completely alien? why should aliens or cat girls follow the same moral laws and draw the same logical conclusion as I do? They may perceive the universe in a completely different way, and humans are just ants to them. We don't think anything of killing a troublesome mosquito, so why should they pay any attention to me and my small problems? So it could all be totally the other way around. And Yulia may not be guilty in this. Wait a second, I can see you. There was a rustle in the nearby bushes and I saw a familiar pair of arrows. Nice. I see you. Yulia reluctantly left your hiding place. Come on, she snorted, pouting. Are you watching me? Yes, is it not allowed? Well, it's probably allowed. I wanted to talk to you anyway. Ready? Me too. What about? I wondered. Something strange is happening here. Strange? What? I don't know. Just everyone's behaving different than usual. Something has happened. First you, then all the others. What are you talking about? I do not understand. I don't know, I just feel it, and when I feel something, it always happens. Yulia looked downcast and even a little afraid. At this time, she totally doesn't look like any kind of high being. Okay, let's investigate it together. No, no one should see me. Come here in an hour. Until then... The sound of heavy steps sounded from the road. Someone running. I don't quite understand why she actually shouldn't be seen by anybody. Strange. I turned around and saw Slavia approaching. Yulia disappeared into the forest, as expected. Hi. I smiled. Yeah, hi. She looked really nervous with huge cheeks blushing, eyes sparkling, and braids all messy. Simeon, it's... Come with me, you'll see for yourself. What happened? Slavia's face was such a blatant expression that I decided not to argue. She grasped my hand, dragged me to the square, the entire camp was probably there. As we turned the last corner, I looked past the crowd of pioneers who were stirring in the direction of Genda, and there was... Holy shit! That's kinda interesting. In the distance, where before there were fields and forests, a city slowly started to appear. At first it was faded, like it was made of smoke, but then it became more solid, as if emerging from a fog. Sky City, I said at once. But strange or not, there was nothing special about it, just a normal city playing on those in the territory of our waste country. You could call it too normal, almost boring. Well, definitely not for the United States. But yeah, it's very typical Eastern European city. Let's see here. Future has come. Well, it's definitely Soviet buildings that I can see here. The high one, yeah, but this in front, pretty typical. You could call it too normal, almost boring. A city you would never pay attention to when passing by it in a car or flying over it in a plane. But to see such a scene here now, in the camp, was in the vast fields and forests of another dimension, where the only life consists of the local pioneers, squirrels and mosquitoes. Because in the United States, most the buildings are like maximum 3 stores, 3 floors, and that's all. You cannot see like 9 floors. It's possible maybe in the center of the city, but this area it's pretty small. There's no huge cities here. Okay, what is this? Mosquitoes. Even a cat girl is not that strange compared to this. Slavia kept squeezing my hand tightly. Pioneers whispered around us, as if afraid to speak in a loud voice, prayed that illusion would disappear, or even the opposite, it would become more real, crushing the little camp Savionek beneath it. But the city stayed in place, like a white cliff rising above a valley. There was nothing special about it. Neither gigantic skyscrapers, magnificent architectural constructs, only houses of different colors and different numbers of floors, industrial buildings, and a hospital or something like it. So actually, finally, the world where we appeared started disappearing, because this is the real one, that's for sure. But what will happen to all the people here in camp? We couldn't make out people or cars from the distance, but I was sure that the city is steaming with its own life, independent from our camp. I wonder if someone there got up on the roof and is looking at us through binoculars, trying to make out the pioneers crowding in the square. Indeed, it seemed like something flashed on one of the tallest buildings in the distance. Wait a second, and actually, this means that in this city, these places disappeared. There was something here, maybe even people. But wait a minute, binoculars! According to my estimations, there were about 2 or 3 kilometers to the city, so if I want to understand something right now, when I need binoculars or a spyglass, I run to Olga Dmitrievna. Do you see that too? Yes, of course. She replied as if strained. I need binoculars or a spyglass. The camp leaders stopped watching their faraway city for a moment and looked at me incomprehendingly. Binoculars? Yes, go to the cybernetic club. There could be some. I drive off and rush in the direction of club's building. Electronic Assuring were tinkering with something as usual and looked like they knew nothing about the weird stuff happening in the camp. Binoculars, quick! I shouted, trying not to lose my breath. What is it? Haven't you seen it? Oh damn, you're sitting here with your robots like holes. Do you have binoculars or a spyglass? Pronounced each word slowly like a caveman who had just learned how to speak. Can you calmly explain what this is all about? No time to explain. Give me binoculars and hurry to the square. The young cybernetics didn't keep arguing with me. In a minute we were standing with the rest of the pioneers, and I used the binoculars to carefully examine the city, which appeared from God's nowhere. At first glance there was nothing special about it, and it gave me an impression of being from my time, the beginning of the 21st century. Adverts, satellite dishes, pompous shop signs, modern cars. So yeah, you're right, it's fusion. It's not a Soviet one. Give those to me. The camp leader snatched the binoculars from my hands. So, is it your world? I turned around and saw Yulia standing next to me. You said no one should see you. Yes, but she was lost in thought. No one sees me right now. The pioneers didn't pay any attention to the strange girl with scattered hairs, too occupied by watching the far-off city. Do you know what is it and why? No, she answered after a short pause. There was nothing like this before, nothing at all. And what was there? Well, you came, then left, then came again. And what did you do all the time? I told you before I was preparing supplies for the winter. Well, the only winter that actually exists here is actually our world at winter time. And we saw here in bus during the winter time. I totally couldn't understand, does Yulia really not consider the situation even a little bit strange, or is she just good at role-playing? However, who would need to put on such a show for my benefit alone? I'm nothing but guinea pig in a cage. I don't believe it. You should know something. Semyon! I turned to the camp leader. I have no idea what all that is about, but it looks very strange. We should call the police. Olga Dmitrievna reacted in the usual way, like a normal person would in such a situation. I turned back to Yulia to triumphantly inform her about it, but the cat girl had already disappeared. What can it be? The camp leader said quietly, not addressing anyone. I don't know if I should tell you about myself, about the future, about traveling to the past. How do I know that city really is from my time? Could be just another illusion, or the behavior of pioneers is just a part of it? And if it isn't this, I didn't manage to say anymore. Cool, cool. Uliana shouted, appearing from nowhere. Let's go and check it out. Oh yeah, they must be expecting us. Wait a moment, we should think of it over first. Lena came up to us, but didn't say anything. What do you think, Simeon? Slimy asked and stared at me, as if expecting an immediate answer. And actually, why should what I think about it matter? What is the difference between me and them, which makes me all-knowing? What does it matter that I am new to this world? The things that are happening are as obscure to me as for any other local. I have no idea. Instead, let's go and see for ourselves. It doesn't seem to be too far. But it's dangerous. Isn't sitting here dangerous too? Then I said slyly. All the pioneers and the camp leader look at her uncomprehendingly. Well, I mean, if the city has appeared so suddenly, then something else could happen to me. She seems to be getting completely confused, and so she stopped talking. Well, she's right. Alisa said in a lazy voice. I suddenly don't understand what it's all about. But I'm not going to just sit and wait till something else happens, almost out of order. So, if no one else is going to... Me! Uliana interrupted him. Well, what then? What is just an illusion? Then we don't lose anything. I was a bit surprised by the locals' urge to find out the nature of this phenomenon, because before they had avoided any conversation related to my appearance in this world. Maybe it's a riddle inside a riddle? Like two enclosed spheres, we are within the shell of the outer one, where everything is clear for them but alien to me, and that city is just the intersection of the two spheres. However, if it's true, then I should be located on the boundary, not knowing anything about one or the other. Olga was doubtful. Everyone else waited for her approval or strict prohibition. Nothing surprising about that. In the life of the camp, organized as Swiss Watch, she was tyrant and despot, but when the boundaries of Sabian expanded and a mysterious opponent appeared from beyond them, she couldn't keep the reins of power in her hands, started to panic, to feel restless, and the throne, which was losing its appeal. By the way, we know for sure that this is parallel worlds, because we were able to escape this camp once. And it was a Soviet country. And everything that's supposed to happen actually didn't happen, like Simmel was not able to win in gambling because championship and football championship was not won by Brazil. So it's definitely a parallel world. It's close to ours, but it's parallel. For sure. This may be the right time to start acting with confidence. I think we should go and check it out. How long should I sit here trying to look for some answers? Where do I find them? Is the canteen? The camp leader's cabin? There's this Genda statue? I have nothing to do here, especially when such an opportunity comes across. What? Look at between us slightly objected. What if you were already dead? Or something? I had to motivate the others in some way, but I hadn't decided to tell them about myself. How's it? Dead? An expression of terror filled Lena's face. I'm not talking literally, but anything could happen. We can't tell for sure what is going on here, so any theory has to be considered. Lena started crying and Slavia tried to comfort her. It's even more fun that way. And here's Uliana, for whom even death itself may not be a good reason to act calmly. We should go in any case. Alisa said cheerfully. I turn around and look at Shuriken Electronic. Well, we'd better stay here, try to measure it, make calculations. I see. I didn't actually expect any help from Sister. Then you should get ready, prepare everything you may need. Look at me here now, start to busy around. Flashlights, warm clothes, walkie-talkie. Do you have walkie-talkie in the club? She answered like cybernetics. They nodded in the affirmative. In half an hour, the investigation team, oh gosh, it will take a lot of hours to investigate this, I don't know, gathered the square. Me, Alisa, Lena, Slavia, Liana. I was given quite a heavy backpack, packed with warm clothes, flashlights, some other necessities, and in my hands I held a shortwave walkie-talkie. Hello, Figaro. Soviet anime girls. Actually, something nasty is happening right now. You're missing all the fun. I could suddenly manage to walk those 2 or 3 kilometers, weighing it on my shoulders, but why not distribute items among everyone? Well, you know... I drop the backpack on the ground and look at the completer. I'm the only man here, and you immobilize me. Everyone should carry their own share. The girls hesitated. What? Metasi? Bemetisi? Mentis? What is this? Can't even pronounce this. The first one to come to the backpack was Uliana. She took a flashlight and a warm jacket. Rosen, why do you need formal jackets? Looks like summer behind them. The rest of them fought for them. By the way, it might be winter time as well. If the time actually goes different in both of the worlds, it might be. Wait a second, we spent here like 5 days, so it might be already summer here. I don't know. I don't expect such boldness from myself and expected even less for them to agree without question. Even though local pioneers may try to behave logically in critical situations. After a couple of minutes, we were at the camp's gates. I hope you understand that I can't go with you. Oh, wait a second, why Argentina can't do this? It's kinda strange. I have to look after the others and... It's alright, you don't need to explain. I didn't count on Olga Mitrina's help, especially as there was some truth in her words. Good luck, and don't forget that you have the radio. The summer sun scorched us mercilessly. A warm sweater. In the back seems a kind of mockery. I would give it all the flashlights and even the walkie-talkie away in exchange for the camp's leader's Panama hat and a bottle of water. And why didn't anyone think of bringing a water flask? Oh, there were less and less clothes on Alisa with every passing minute. Let's have a rest. I slowed down, shading my eyes with my palm and looked in the direction of the city, which was to the right of us. It didn't seem to be an inch closer. Why not head straight to it? Liana sounded annoyed. How's that? Straight through the forest and fields. Maybe it's not possible to reach it, by the way. Yeah, you'll be walking, but still it's like a mirage. The horizon and that's all. I don't mind, even that would be better than making detours. It would be quicker to go by road. Look, it makes a turn there. Slavia tried to reason with her. Do you wish? Alisa flopped down on the grass by the roadside. I'll take a break. We settled in the shade of a small bush near the power line. I took out the binoculars and looked at the city. The multi-storied buildings still shining in the distance. Why aren't we getting closer? Is it the heat which is creating an optical illusion? A nearby bush rusted lightly. The run saw pair of cat ears sticking out of it. Wait, I'll be back in a moment. Having walked around the bushes, I gestured to Yulia to follow me, and only after making sure we had enough distance from others that they wouldn't see us did I speak. So, are you watching us? Well, of course, I'm interested too. Oh, I see. And you surely don't know what awaits us there, do you? Surely don't. She smiled. And you have no idea. Why don't we get any closer to the city? Actually, I do. Oh, Yulia replied calmly. Why then? Because you can't leave this place. I sighed heavily, as usual, and leaned against the laundry. Maybe it's the right time to tell me everything. She got lost in thought. It was different before. You came and then you left and then you came again, and even if you went out so far, it was all the same. And the city is your world. Why do you always refer to it as my world? Because it's not of this place. Julia was exasperated. And what is this place? Can you be any clearer? I suddenly wasn't mad at her. It seems to me that the cat girl wasn't hiding anything important, but she just did not understand the questions or didn't know the answers. I don't know. Alright, let's do it step by step. How long have you been here? Always? Always is too complex a definition for human. So you're probably not human. I was lost in thought. And what am I doing here? You were always here too? How is it possible? Did I duplicate myself? Because I don't remember anything like that. Well, it's you, it's like it's not you, there are many of you. And are you the only one? I'm the only one. You smiled, Emily, and waved your tail. One of all my parallel selves? Something like that. So, are you like omnipotent? I didn't manage to find a better word for it. I don't know. Do you have any supernatural abilities? Can you fly, throw fireballs, or teleport? I can make supplies for the winter. She answered in a serious tone. Let's consider that no. And what is the purpose of all this? I don't know. If I was rather calm at first, then after all this I don't know, so I started to lose my temper. You know, Simeon! I heard Slavia shouting. I turned around, and when I looked back at the place where Yulia was standing, she had already disappeared. There you go again. I gnashed my teeth and went back to the girls. We had been walking for several hours, but the city still was in the same place. It wasn't getting even a meter closer. I seriously need more water. But okay, let's actually finish, I don't know, this stand maybe. It wasn't getting any a meter closer. Two or farther away from us. I told you, we should go straight to it. Shut up. I don't understand. Could it really be an illusion? Then who hadn't uttered a word before? Say it. No, even an illusion in a desert disappears if you get close enough to it. Probably. So, what now? Alisa said, outraged. I'm sick and tired of this. Let's go back. Go if you want, nobody is stopping you. Slavian snarled at her. Everyone looked at her in surprise. It was really strange to hear such things from the role model pioneer. Why are you always so unsatisfied with everything? You don't like it. Get your ass back! Like I asked him, Alisa said uncertainly. Well, she's right. Lena cut into the conversation. I'm fed up with you winning. Julia braid like has a braid like mine. What? Braid? Yana got scared and hid behind me. Oh, you're just here to look bad at someone else's expense. Sure, it's easier to stand out with me in the background. Oh, what's going on again? Trust me, you won't be able to stand after what I'll do to you now. Lena rushed to Alisa, but Slavia stood between them. Hello, let me go first. Stop it! Uliana yelled in tears. I had no idea what to do in such a situation, but I couldn't let them fight. However, I didn't have to interfere. Yulia jumped out from nowhere, got between the girls, and hissed rage. It shouldn't be like this. This is not right. You must not act like this. It's not your purpose. The girls jumped back. Alisa squealed. Slavia adopted some kind of fighting position. And Lena was holding a knife. What? She's holding a knife which she's pulled from God knows where. I see that Lena is actually a crazy one. Who are you? Who is it? What is it? Is it? You mean bear? Your bear like this one? It's very nice. Can you share a photo? I don't know. What is it? I couldn't tell if she was addressing Yulia or me. Wait. I stood between them and the cat girl. I can explain everything. It's like I'm making excuses. To who and for what? She could explain everything. The girls relaxed a bit. Well, have you all heard the legend of the cat girl? So this is... Yulia kept on hissing, but more quietly. She knows, Slavia said calmly. She knows what the city is. She knows everything. She knows nothing. I know nothing. Yulia confirmed. Did you ask her properly? Alisa stood up and cracked her knuckles. What the hell are you doing? Stop at once! First the bus, the comes and Q, now the damn city! I started yelling, grit in my teeth, sparks probably flying from my eyes. Enough is enough. I have had it with a damned uncertainly. Either you explain what is happening here, or I won't move an inch from here. Kill me if you want, I don't care. Do you think I can put up with anything? That I would pretend that there's nothing happening and understand nothing regardless what you do? I don't care. Everything has a limit. I finished my speech more calmly and lost my breath from yelling. The boot hammered my temples. The world became darker for a moment. Then the next, it painted itself with unimaginable colors. The girls look at me with surprise and even whisper. Yulia stopped hissing and again looked indifferent to everything around her. Alright. I declared and started to walk along the road in the direction of the city, which moved a step farther away for every step I took. No one followed me. Wait a second, it's a new background! Interesting. Jedi? You might be... Wait a second, in this case you're really fond of Star Wars, isn't it? The sun started setting beyond the horizon, and the city, still visible in the mist, was little by little being absorbed by mist. How green giant looks like the red one. I couldn't tell where it is really located because the fields ahead were disrupted by forests, but its buildings still rose above them as a central element of the diorama. City stood mute, as if hovering over the world, looking down with silent reproach at my trivial attempts to reach it. According to my calculations, I walked much more than 2 or 3 kilometers, which was the surgical distance to the city. I stopped to rest in the shed a couple of times, and the ambulance coolness became my savior. However, there could be no city at all, just running like a hamster on a wheel, feeling the exhaustions of the distance. I covered, but with my destination somewhere outside the cage. I remember yesterday's thoughts about the key hanging right under the ceiling. It would certainly be useful to me now. Maybe there's no answer at all. I'm too tired even to think about it. Plus, that enraged outburst with the girls. Screw it. I sat down the side of the road, rising a little dust storm from the ground, which caught me and made me cough. Tears filled my eyes. When I opened them again, Yulia stood before me. There seems to be an advantage to being a cat. You move much faster than humans. Where are you going? She asked, paying no attention to my words. I'm going right there. I waved her hand in the direction of the city. But why? Where's the others? They went back to the camp. I see. So, why are you going there? Because? I got lost in thought. What else is there to do? What will happen if I just sit there? Nothing. That's what I mean. Yulia looked at me intently and sat beside me. I would like to help. She suddenly said in a quiet voice. Then help? I don't know how. Tell me about that city, about this world. Why am I here? How do I get back? I don't know. Well, I mean, it always was like that. You come to the camp in a bus, spend a week here, and then, regardless of the outcome, everything repeats. And the many of you, they're all different. What do you mean different? Not like you're the only one like this. That's why I can talk to you. And the others just don't understand. Or what don't they understand? They disappear sometimes. Wait a second, I'm getting what's going on here. She's talking about all the other players who play in this game, not just me. So they actually never reached this route, because it's very hard to get it if you're thinking that you played this game once and that's enough. No, in every single visual novel there's only one true ending. Multiple endings means nothing. It's very rare when actually visual novels has multiple endings that's actually just for fun. They exist especially in dating simulations, but dating sims are not real visual novels. Dating sims it's for dating, virtually. And that's all. Most of them are garbage. I disappear sometimes. Yulia kept talking, ignoring my question. That's the way things should be. I have no idea why, but they should. They do not return here after 7 days, but then new ones come who are just like the previous ones. Everyone is the same in the beginning, almost the same. Differences come after some time, especially when they have understood that everything should repeat itself again and again. Does it mean that I'm destined to work in cycles too? I don't know. This time it's different. Why does it all happen? Who are those others? She looked at me kind-handedly. But they're you? What do you mean me? You and all these others? She browsed, trying to find the right words. You all are the same. So, are they clones of me or something? What are clones? Copies. Like two identical mushrooms you prepare for the winter. Say no to identical mushrooms. Yulia said seriously. Imagine that there are identical mushrooms. Maybe, I don't know. God, this is a nightmare. I put my head on the knees and closed my eyes. We sat in silence for several minutes. I really wanted to understand what was on Yulia's mind. After all, even if she really knows nothing, then she should at least have some thoughts about the things that are happening. Okay, what should I do? I asked in a serious tone. She looked at me uncomprehendingly. Again. What would you advise me to do? I don't know. What would you do in my place? Me? In your place? But that wouldn't ever happen. Yulia laughed loudly. You are you, and I am me. Just imagine you have your minds, then you should have an imagination. Well, I wouldn't change anything. Why not? Because it is the way of things. It's better and less troubling this way. So it's less troubling to sit in this camp and wait for the endless repetitions. Yes, I couldn't agree with that. Just couldn't. As long as it's in my power to change something, or even just to try it, I have to act. I rose up on the ground and marched forward towards the distant city, visible in the crimson rays of the faraway sunset. Wait a second, it's really a city here. By the way, here outside, if I go to the highest points around in my neighborhood, it will be totally the same, view, totally the same. But if you go forward here, it will go down and the city will disappear. And by the way, what is very strange? If I check the map, there's no city this way. City is somewhere to the left, I mean the central one with buildings, etc. So what I see is a mystery to me. Maybe someday we'll check it, but I don't know, I need a ray binocular, so go forward, get to this point, check that actually the thing that I see behind me is actually the place that I saw and where I was staying. Someday I will do this. Well, firstly I must check the mountains that I cannot reach. The road took a sudden turn at last. The buildings, which were just rising above the trees before, disappeared from my sight, and the country landscape in front of me was replaced by industrial suburbs. It was dark already. Scattered bright stars filled the sky, still visible from where I stood but disappearing above the city, which was full of distant lights from windows and street lamps. A silent, dark night right behind me, interrupted only by the warbling of a sleeping night bird, the rustle of grass, and the monotonous buzzing of insects. While in front of me there was a human anthill, which couldn't stop talking even for a minute, happily blinking with thousands of lights and shouting with millions of voices. The road I walked seemed stranger, was empty, as if deserted, used by neither cars nor people, like a narrow path leading away from this world into another one. You walk in silence beside me all this time. Why are you here? I asked quietly. I have to be with you. Why? It's strange, the city always was on their right side and now it's in front of us. She ignored my question. Not much stranger than everything else. I walked about 10 or 20 kilometers and it is still so far away. Far away? You might never reach it. I stopped and tried to imagine what awaits me there. Is that city similar to my home one? What is its architecture like? Who lives there? And why did I come to conclusion? There are any people there. It isn't just an illusion, one of the lame tricks of this sick world. Even Yulia says that she's seen all this for the first time. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie I still had with me made a nasty sound, and the agitated voice of Olga Medvedevna said, "Semyon, do you copy? Semyon?" After a moment, I pushed the button and answered, "Yes." "Semyon, so much is happening. Come back at once." What is it? What happened?" I asked without much interest. The camp leader, the pioneers, the whole camp was left far behind. Not just a dozen kilometers, but much farther. Everything that happened in the last few days lost any meaning, like a nightmare you start to forget. Now, when there was a real world in front of me. Disorder? Interesting. I had no other choice but to believe that when I reach that city, everything will end. Semyon, hurry, there's no time to explain, it's a disaster! By the way, I know for sure because I checked the guide, if you turn back, it will be a true ending. If you go forward to the city, it will be something else. The static grew stronger, drawing out the camp's leader's voice. "Will you go?" Yulia asked, agitated. "Where? Back there? No, why would I?" "But you want me to go back?" "I don't know. What do you want?" "Really? What do I want?" "To get to the city. What I've been doing the whole day, or something more global to escape from this world. And what if something bad actually happened back there?" That thought sent a flash of pain in my head. Something happened to Slavia, to Lena, to Liana, even to Alisa. And why is the question, why would I care? Not bothering me now? But yes, I do care. I got so much closer with them recently. I had really got used to the life of the camp. But what will happen to the city? Would it disappear suddenly as it appeared? And what if everything went the way Julia described it? No, I should not allow it. The walkie-talkie hissed, but I didn't want to turn it off, in case I heard something again. So, what have you decided? I had to make a decision. Well, I definitely want to check every single ending, so we are not going to get the true ending. That's it? Be going forward? Damn, that's symbolic. There's no camp, no pioneers, and it really doesn't matter why I arrived here. My priority is to get out. Quickly. I'll go forward. I shrugged my shoulders, trying to express a minimum of interest. Yulia stared hard at me for some time, but then took a couple of steps forward, as if inviting me to follow her. Well, are you going? Don't say like, yeah. Seems like for the first time today, we got a bit closer to the city, like 100 meters or so. I was almost sure that I would reach it, then I heard sounds of a car horn from behind. A bus, and the cars approached us fast, cutting through the darkness with its lights. I stepped to the roadside. That's... Yulia wasn't around. How does she manage to appear and disappear so unnoticeably? The bus slowly stopped next to me. The door opened and... Olga Dmitrievna stepped out. Semyon, why didn't you come back? I asked you to. I could ask you the same thing. You said a disaster had happened, and now you... Okay. She suddenly softened. Get on the bus. What? And what about the city? That's why we are going there. To see for ourselves. I hesitated. On one hand, it would be faster to go by bus. This road should lead to the city. On the other hand, the actions of the camp leader seem strange. We're going in the same direction for the time being anyway. Okay, I agreed and got into the bus. The cars went in the directions of the mysterious city, bouncing all the bumps. It was too slow in my opinion. I was so tired that my eyes started to close. And what about Yulia? Did I just leave you alone there? It looked like all the pioneers who had been in Sabionak had got into this bus. Maybe she wanted to say something to me? However, regardless of my struggle with Morpheus, my loud snoring sounded from the back seat within a couple of minutes. And he actually fell asleep. So did we arrive? I don't know. Everything is over now. Or not? I wanted to get out so badly and to not fall asleep. Is exhaustion the reason? Probably not. It was like I got a dose of sedative. People can't lose consciousness just like that, and I never suffered from narcolepsy. My thoughts flowed fast and calm, like a white river. Nothing interfered with their fight because I was sleeping. But at the same time, it felt like I was conscious. I'm about to open my eyes and... That's it? Nothing interesting happened. An old, cheap Selene was looking down at me. A big crack divided it in two parts lengthwise, as if preparing to drop the upper floors on me. A computer, fun, sounding peaceful, but strange. Thousand specks of dust dancing beautifully in there. The wind swelled outside the window, makes a frost-covered glass, and then flying away, hurling the snowflakes in its wake. A bright, winter-cold moon looked down at my world, winking merrily. There was a ring in my heavy head and I felt dizzy. A nasty aftertaste filled my mouth, as if I had eaten the contents of an ashtray and washed them down with a bottle of vodka. The realization didn't come at once. I was intending to go somewhere yesterday and I had a strange dream about summer, a camp, pioneers, and their camp leader, about a strange cat girl in a distant city. I always forget the end of my dreams. Did I get to the city or not? Wait a minute. Was that really a dream? I spent nearly a week in that camp. However, the clock didn't agree with me. According to it, only about 12 hours had passed. I sat up on the bed and tried to remember. My feelings and emotions were really vivid, but the events of the dream were covered in fog. I remember girls, their tears and smiles, I remember joy and sadness that was experienced together, but their faces and figures were concealed by shadow. And there was a mine of some sort, a bomb shelter and then an island and a departure. And those damned grasshoppers, which disturbed my sleep. And Slavia, and Lena, and Alice, and Uliana, and Masha, and Yulia. But there was something else, something beyond the dream. My life, after, seemingly a new level of existence. Yes, I had woken up many times, met those girls while being awake in this world. And then everything started all over again. This huge load of information just couldn't settle in my head, my memory was overflowing. I was forgetting something every second and I couldn't understand what was real and what was not. All the events of the camp blended into one fantastic picture, a collage made from hundreds of works by hundreds of artists with different styles. Scars of feelings, shadows of emotions, parts of memories. My life was ripped apart and clumsily sewn back together. As the result was something like that disfigured doll I had found in the old camp together with Uliana. Wait, or was it with Slavia? That night search for sure flew before my eyes with all its details, but I couldn't remember the face of a girl who was with me at the time. The dream was getting more foggy with every moment. Will it be forgotten soon? Forgotten. I can't let that happen. I must remember. Even without details, even without faces, maybe even without names. I'm sure it's just not a dream. It's something bigger, something very important to me. A voice started to ring in my head. It was not mine. It was someone else. It was quiet and distant first. It was growing louder with every moment, and soon I almost could make out the words. It was probably just my imagination, or electrical brain impulse. Contained more thoughts than 1,000 books. I remember something in the dream. I left unfinished. What? It's time for Semyon to quit drinking and get a job? I still don't understand how he getting money. Well, he's doing some occasional job over the internet, like freelancing, but that's all. The city. No, I had to reach the city. Yulia. Second. From the depths of my consciousness, the image of Catgirl arose. She stared at me furiously and moved her ears in a funny way. Was it not a dream? Was the week I spent in the camp not a dream? I walked around the room, looked out the window. The outside world was the same as yesterday. I was on the verge of going insane. The silence of my flat was disturbed by the ringing of the doorbell. Who might that be at such an hour? I didn't want to open the door first. I was even afraid, but then thought that it was a good opportunity to check. Was this a dream? People in the dream and in reality are totally different. I'll open the door and see. I made it to the entrance in two leaps, pulled on the door handle, without even looking in the peephole and... Well, they all look very different. Wait a second, she actually lost her... tail? And this Miko? Wait a second, they hers very different. The girls stood in front of the door. The girls from the camp. But something had changed about them. I didn't remember every detail of their appearance in the dream. However, Slavi's hairdo and Uliana seems taller. Heavy silence haunted the air. For a moment, I was petrified, my thoughts frozen, feeling no fear or any other emotions. The girl seems not to be surprised at all. Hi? Slavi said heavily. Why are you standing around like a dummy? Exclaimed Uliana. How do you... I got words into my tongue, but couldn't form a sensible questions out of them. I had so many things to ask at once. Wait a second, she's looking like in police uniform. Well, you cannot see it. Maybe police there. Maybe I should hide myself here. So now you can see her. Really, it's like police uniform here. I don't know. Damn, wait, it's very funny. Calm down, girls. You shouldn't shock a person like this. I remember Leonard once. Remember it's our life after the camp. And Slavia, the conversation at the night was stop. And Uliana, I encountered at the university. And Alisa at my concert. And even Masha in the other world. But how? Well, yes. To cut a long story short, Alisa started to speak casually. Don't be so surprised. Did you think you were the only one? In Savionok. Yes, in Savionok you weren't the only one. You were there too. But how do you... all together? Here. Is it makeup? It's I'm looking for it. I see. The point is that every one of us had her own camp, and you had yours. I mean, in ours you behave differently. Slavia sounded awkward. The old aunts under 50 years old. Really different. You chased me with the kid. I barely managed to escape. It turned out that we remember everything before you did and understood that they were not just dreams. Wait, but how is it? Only one day has passed. No, it's gone on much longer. At first, I thought so too. As only I had dreams about the camp. And then people from there started to become more real. You started to... She sighed deeply. And those horrors. Seems like Lena will start crying any second now. Stop it already. I told you thousand times it wasn't him, it was another Semyon. What does that mean, another Semyon? Hello? He doesn't care. I know that he killed several of them. Well, it was told, it never been shown and we never did it in the game, but we know it exactly because there was a conversation about different cycles and yeah, it actually happened. You see, there's many such dreams. Many comes, everyone has a personal one, and in each of them you behave in different ways. Somewhere it is like that. She looked at Lena with sadness and went on. Many of your incarnations told us about other camps and other versions of us, but we were just dolls there, playing preset roles. I'm not some doll. Liana was outraged. We got tired of that, of course. We started to look for an exit, and one time I got into Miko's world. Don't call me that. But I remember the camp was completely different there. We were shooting a movie and... What's the difference? In any case, the dream repeated. Well, then we managed to connect the rest of the roles into one for all 5 of us, and from there, it was all in the back. Alisa smiled and recognized that smile. The only thing left was to find you. To find me? Why? I certainly wasn't against it. everything fell into place at least. Savionok, the others, the camp leader, these girls. What about Yulia? Huh? Yulia, the cat girl, didn't you see her? Yes, someone did mention something about that. How could that? I still felt somewhat guilty about leaving Yulia. So it is, each of us had only one world of our own, and you had many of them. And then we understood that only you were connected with reality. How did you understand that? The pioneer told us. I mean, the you who claimed to have been in that dream for a long time. Some birdo, probably gone completely bananas. I couldn't get everything they were saying straight in my mind. Okay, wait. I put all my thoughts together. Then that camp was not a dream? Everything has been going for a long time? There were many camps which had me and you? But each of you had one and I had many? No, I don't understand. That's about right? Stop sulking, you're so boring, it was a lot of fun. For example, I'll never visit a pioneer camp. You probably hadn't either. But who was behind all of this? And why? That's why we came to find it out. But how did you find me? Suddenly I felt doubt and even fear. Uliana pinched me at once. Ouch. Just in case you thought you're dreaming. It wasn't difficult. Your copies could certainly be talkative if they wanted to. Now you force them to? Lena added quietly. So, what? Forces them to? Well, she's crazy as hell. So, first we met in real life, and then we came to you. Greet your guests? Unbelievable. My life turned upside down in the blink of an eye. Obviously, I didn't remember this dream, or dreams as girls said, in full detail. But I felt too that the camp was something bigger than that. It brought us together, at first there and now here. Only the questions of Yulia still remained. But might I know the answer? I could just forget it, just like I forgot many other things. Okay, I hope you tell me everything in detail. Sure, that's what we are here for. Well, come in, don't stand on the doorstep. Tea, coffee, dance. I added, trying to calm down and come to myself. Anna's eyes glared. Alright. We'll save the dancing for later. Every story has beginnings and end. Every story has covers, synopsis, content, key moments, prologues and epilogues. There's no book that reading it would not reveal new details you hadn't noticed before. But every book has a last page, and after turning it over, we put the book on the shelf, just to open a new one tomorrow. Ugh. Well, it's definitely not the true ending, yet. So we must spend, I don't know how many hours, maybe 2, maybe 1. It might take a look. Oh yes, this genre is Arrogant, but it's not a dating sim. Wait a second, I don't remember this one. But okay. Okie dokie. The last one left. Be right back. Out of water, so I must make, I don't know what, maybe coffee, maybe not. Anyway, be right back. It's not over. But of course, she's here, and we already had an enemy with her, and I believe if I open this gallery, I might be able to find her. I mean her in the... Yeah, she's even singing here. So you didn't believe me? How's it possible? It's really Miko. It's your name here in game. Still, not everything unlocked. Not everything. Even we can see her in this swimsuit. And this one, special one. It was in her ending. Alright, let's check first of all settings here. Is it already unlocked or not? Please return later. Oh, come on! Okay, we're going for true ending. You missed, and her ending was pretty interesting because there was a horror, zombies, and other stuff. So, true ending indeed. It That was, by the way, during the second stream, not the previous one. Okay, how to get the ruined, and let's see. Okay, yes, I will come with you. Of course, I will be skipping everything that you saw. Do not reply. One after him. Do not attempt. So here, we should not take the keys. It's mandatory. I don't know why. Keep silent. Okay, second day. Doesn't matter where to go. Let's go clubhouse. Infirmary. Library. Music club. There's also was some kind of romance with this nurse. Just some kind of. We're going alone. We will not bet with you. We're skipping this tutorial. By the way, can simply lose against Alisa. Why not, actually? Did I lose to her? Never. I lost to Dvochevska. And that's the most unfortunate one. One can only guess what she will get up to tomorrow. She could embarrass me at the lineup if I don't oversleep, of course. She could complain to Olga Dmitrievna. She could just start rumors around the camp. The worst thing is that everyone will believe her, not me. I wasn't even sure why, but I was 100% sure about it. That's it. Okay, here, I had never went to infirmary maybe. Let's like this time this. It's very creepy here. I just kept stumbling forward, wandering around, and came to the infirmary. If I needed emergency help, then it would be from a I don't know how correctly pronounce it. Psychiatrist, psychiatrist, physiatrist, oh gosh. And going to see our nurse did not even cross my mind. Well, wait a second, you see this? You see what I see in this trash can? What the heck is this? Had never paid attention, but it is something. Looks like cat, I don't know. Anyway, finally we figured out what's actually going on in this camp. So, let's go. Day 3. But I promised Lena. But we are not going to do this. We should not care. We're going to do a giant robot engineering right now. Or run away. Now here. Forest. Bus stop. See? It's Miko. Hatsune Miko. So we are not going with you because we don't need her ending. Just asking. Overdose of stolen candies. Ask about the bundle. Do not give her. It's mandatory that we must eat an apple because this apple is from Yulia. This cat girl. We're going alone. Okay. Here it is. And here it is. We are going back. We are not going to reach the city. Okay. I forced myself to speak. What? Yulia was surprised. Okay, let's go back. Weren't you expecting this answer? She smiled kindly. No. Why do you think that? Because you always say that everything repeats itself after 7 days, and I can't get out of here. So we'll check it out. Oh, check it out? Shouldn't we check out the city for starters? It's up to you to decide. I look at her intently. Something seems to have changed in Yulia, but I couldn't understand what it was exactly. I already decided, I mumbled. Then we should go? The cat girl made her way across the field in the direction of the forest with confidence. Hey, wait! Where are you going? It'll take less time? Less time? The thoughts started spinning in my head furiously, merged into one, which probably wouldn't be a pleasant one. So all this time... I caught up with her in 2 strides and grabbed her tail. What? Grabbed her tail? Did you know all this time that I could go straight here without wandering the whole day? Yulia hissed furiously and burned her trees. I let go of her tail. No. I mean, I might have known, but you have nothing to do there. In that city? Yes? Why? I don't know. It shouldn't be that way. It's not right. I can't explain. I just know. I turn around and look at the distant lights. I wonder, could things get any worse? It is not that everything is really bad right now, but what if that city doesn't disappear? And what's happening at the camp? What do Olga Dmitrievna's words mean? I still hesitate if I have already decided what to do. Alright, let's go. He walks through the forest almost all the way, crossing forest edges and fields just a few times. He seems extremely satisfied with something. What do you explain? What is happening to you? Everything is just so unusual? Because it was not like this before. Everything repeated itself after 7 days. Yeah, I've heard it already. She just smiled in return. Actually, I need a haircut, but I don't really want to. I wonder what happened back at the camp. Look! The camp gates were visible in the distance beyond the trees. We started to walk faster. It was clear that something was wrong. Savionek seemed abandoned. I could assume that pioneers went to bed, but there was no lights. Actually, I see lights. Except the street lamps. And why isn't Olga Dmitrievna waiting for us? Here with a biohazard squad? She said on the radio that something happened. A strange anxiety. It will help me at once. I look again then, and there. The city, there's no city! What is it? Be careful now. When you fall asleep, and a fox girl comes to you and takes you to Savionek camp? Well, why not? Yulia seems to be surprised too. Surprised for real. So I didn't jump at her with questions. Having reached the camp's leader's cabin, I stopped for a moment in hesitation. Images of possible events flashed before my eyes. However, I quickly pulled myself together. This is just some nonsense. There was nothing to support the idea of this science fiction story turning into a bloody thriller. I determinedly pulled the door handle and entered the cabin. No one was inside. Well, no point in staying here, then. I rushed to the cabin of Uliana and Alisa. Wait a second, you see? You see this? What the heck is this? It's the second time when I see something like this. I don't remember that was here, but what the heck? It's definitely an oval. So last time when I saw it was an oval inside this trash can. Holy shit. Was it there all this time? We see this background before, but I don't remember this. Okay, without dwelling my thoughts, I knock on the door. But only silence responded. I walk around the cabin and look in the window. It was empty. Well, that doesn't mean anything. They might have gone somewhere. I ran to the canteen. Maybe everybody decided to have a late dinner. However, the door was locked. I went back to the square and dropped into a bench, exhausted. Enough running, maybe? Yulia, who had followed me in silence, asked without much interest. Well, true, why did I start panicking? So that if something actually had happened. Well, I'm hungry. I'll go look for something to eat. By the way, you want to say maybe on every single background we can find some OLED? Well, I cannot see it here, but it might be somewhere. Who knows? Maybe behind here. I don't know. I didn't object and in a moment Yulia suddenly disappeared into the night. It's either some stupid prank which was hard to believe or everyone really has disappeared somewhere. The event itself isn't any strangers than my arrival here or that mysterious city which showed up and then vanished, but I'd gotten used to this camp and its inhabitants, and now such a twist. I'd more or less adapted to my new circumstances, and now something happens again. I cursed and carved my face with my hands. I would probably have sat like that for several minutes until tears started to flow, but... Oh, what the heck is going on? My eardrums were almost broken by a loud noise. It sounded like a thunderclap. But where did it come from? There wasn't a cloud in the sky. I opened my eyes and saw someone in front of me. You! I uttered, stammering. A thunderstorm rumbled in the clear sky. The lightning flashes obscured the face of the man standing before me. Why is that face, Simeon? Who are you? I shouted. Calm down. You don't have to get so tense. Nerve cells don't regenerate, you know. Well, they regenerate first of all, and next you're not killing them. My first thought was to run. But my body didn't respond to that idea. The lightning was still flashing brightly and there was no chance to see the pioneer's face clearly. However, I was sure that I had heard that voice before. Who are you? I asked in quieter tone. Perhaps you have more appropriate questions? Where has everyone disappeared to? They have played their parts and we don't need them anymore. Parts? What parts? Their parts. And what about the city? What city? I wasn't sure whether I caught a trace of surprise in his voice or I was just hearing things. The city, there! I waved my head in the direction of Genda. Ah, you're talking about... He went silent for a moment. It's your fault! I don't understand. It's because you don't try hard enough! Nathaniel raised his voice. I... You just need to think, just think, how long have you been there? 5 days? 6? Or 26? 6 probably. Why 6? Are you sure about 6? Why sure? Because you counted the number of dusks and dawns, or because you look at the dates on your mobile phone? I don't know. The banner before me lost his temper. Had no clue what he was talking about. 6. Okay, let it be 6. He said calmly. And haven't you been here before? Nope. Are you sure about that too? I don't know. They didn't translate this one. If I will tell you that you was something, I had absolutely no idea how to react to his words. Something was happening to me, like on the first day here, something inexplicable, terrifying, and maybe dangerous. But I don't remember. Why do you have to remember? He fell silent, seems lost in thought. Emma, you really don't remember? Well, I tell you then. I could hardly hear his words through the sound of thunder. My eyes were getting teary because of the lightning flashes, but I was afraid to even blink and give this banner a chance to disappear. But really tell me how I turned up here. This is not the first time you've been here. I don't know how many laps you've had, but it doesn't matter. But why? I don't remember anything. You should not remember. You should not, he shouted. Sorry? I decided not to interrupt him. Yes, it is not your first time here. He continued in a calmer voice. But this time is special. It will be the last one for you. I couldn't understand what his definition of the word last was. Will I get out from here and return to my normal life, or does it mean that I'll die here? Well, that's only my opinion. He went silent for a long time. I decided to ask a question at last. How do you know all this? How? Let's say that I am your brother in misfortune and... An explosion sounded nearby. Seems like lightning strike a tree just a dozen meters away from here. I instinctively covered my head with hands and fell beneath the bench. Don't know how long I was lying there, but by the time I had slightly recovered from the shock, the thunderclaps had stopped. I opened my eyes. Yulia was standing where the piano had been standing before. So, you have met your colleague. She smiled and offered me a hand. Shocked, I did not know what to do and kept lying down. How long are you planning to stand there? I stood up with difficulty. Who was that? You have to choose a lesser evil than I would rather trust Yulia than just mysterious pioneer. Well, how should I put it? She got lost in thought. You know, you're not the only one. To be more precise, you are the only one here, but they move the same camp, lots of them, and they move the same you, a lot of them too. I didn't understand anything. Some of them can appear in the other places, like this piano, for example. So you knew all that, but didn't tell me. You didn't ask. She shrugged her shoulders. Should I be afraid of him? I don't think you should. Also, should I? Or should I not? My ancient grew. I doubt that he can take a physical form. But you should be careful with him. I had received so much information at once that I would need more than a week to comprehend it all. Though keeping all that in mind, I understood that this information doesn't explain anything at all. So, there are lots of people like me. Yes, but how did we get here? I don't have an exact answer to that question. I just know that it is you who came here. Just one person came here, to be more precise. You now look nothing like that strange girl with animal arrows who was sprinkling sugar on mushrooms. She was the exact opposite. There was confidence in her eyes and even more arrogance, and no sign of your earlier childish infantilism. Who is him? Me? Yes. Honestly, I have no idea. I stared at her with an open mouth. How's that you have no idea? The only thing I remember is that I was here. I don't remember anything else. Like there was nothing else. I must watch you, all of you, and I exist in all camps simultaneously. After recovering from my shock, I continued. And you don't know who you are? Bingo! She laughed. But it's impossible. Well, I would understand amnesia maybe in English, but all powerful beings can't have it. And who told you that I'm all powerful and you're not? Well, it's a Simeon thought that she's some kind of goddess? Interesting. Actually, I'm capable of nothing. I can't interfere with the natural flow of events. But didn't you know of seeing? I know a bit of something. I saw a bit of something. And what will. Well, you know, I had no idea how to put the question. Nothing. Usually 7 days pass and one of you leave the camp. I would even say disappears. Then a new one comes and everything repeats. The number of camps is constant. We spoke about this before. Disappears. Where? I don't know. It can't be possible. You told me so much and... Do you think that I'm hiding something from you? No, I said exhausted. I guess I shouldn't doubt your words. At least for now. Maybe they don't disappear, they just go for another love. I can't rule out that possibility, but I don't think they do. And what is happening to me now there? I can't explain this either, but I know for sure that this was meant to happen. And this is something unusual. The course of events is different this time. Imperial spoke about it too. He might know more than me. But how should I understand all of this? I sighed deeply and covered my head with my hands. I think we'll find it out very soon. Okay, but finally, who are you then? Lily pointed her lips. I told you before. So, do you have memory loss then? No. She thought for a moment. I don't have a memory at all, probably. There was no me before the camp. I didn't exist. But I didn't finish the sentence. Taking into account everything that happened here, there was a lot I could only make assumptions about. And that means I should not be surprised by a girl with animal arrows. Are you something like an observer here? Probably. I think that word is the most appropriate. And what about all the inhabitants disappearing after playing their parts? What are you talking about? The pioneer says that. Parts. She moved her arms in a funny way, making me smile. There's something to it because only you are real here. I mean, you, that pioneer, and all other ones. How's that? Told you I don't know. You can assume that I appeared here with a limited amount of knowledge, nothing more. Things that I am not sure about, and the things that I know more about than you. Fine. On one hand, your words seems logical enough. If you can even talk about logic in such a situation. And what do you suggest to do next? To wait and see how things will turn out. Yes, you can't change anything, I mumbled. Anyway, it's dinner time. She smiled barely and waved her tail. Didn't you go to look for something? I didn't find anything. I had no time, I saw the lightning and came back at once. Let's go. She went in the direction of the canteen. She'd better stick with me. Might be that there was no pioneers at all, and if I wasn't the only one who can see him, then there would be less grounds to doubt my sanity, which was not feeling very secure lately. Yuri sat down at the table and looked at me. So? What? Dinner? Yes, what about it? I yelled. Time was long past midnight. By the way, how did you open the canteen? You've got to have the skills. No need to continue with this topic. Maybe it's better to go and sleep? Cook. No. She said and they turned on me? I don't see anyone else around. Okay. I slowly walked around the kitchen. Because of all the talk of food, I suddenly felt hungry. I found a carton of eggs in the fridge and called out to Yulia. Hey, how about scrambled eggs? Well, maybe. I started cooking. Finding out the way things turn out. Bizarre and incomprehensible events are happening to me, and yet I'm just standing here making dinner. Just hoping for the best. It's a typical Russian feature, yes. Nevertheless, I'm quite sure that nothing bad will happen. Wait a second, what? Something bizarre happened, but you're doing nothing. It's happening. Is it really a typical Russian behavior? I said it's the same for everyone, but you know, I have no experience. And in case of unexpected problems, Yulia will protect me. So she says that she does not know much. In a critical moment, I can suddenly rely on her. So there's simply nobody else to count on. Just yesterday nothing was up to me, but at least I had a slight idea what was happening. However, now the only thing left to do is to comfortably lean back in a chair and wait for the installation to be finished. I added grated cheese, mayonnaise, salt and pepper, and poured the well-stirred mass into the pan. By the way, what is also very interesting, in Eastern Europe, ketchup with mayonnaise actually called ketchupness. And for some reason, in English-speaking countries, it's ketchup and... Wait a second, ketchup sounds very terrible. Ketchupness is more natural. Like ash ketchup or something. Anyway, I don't know. I have no explanation to this. I also found a salami in the fridge and a loaf of bread on the shelf next to it. Hello, Jordashas. We actually finished this game. It's a true ending now. Soon we were sitting in silence and eating scrambled eggs. Yummy, yummy. It's nothing special. Ordinary bachelor-style dinner. I don't know what is bachelor style, but okay. Never tried anything like this. Probably better than mushrooms and nuts. That's enough. Yulia answered angrily. When we finished dinner, I said, tell me something about yourself. So you probably have nothing to tell? Probably. How long have you been here? I don't know, a long time. But are you mostly human? Well, very likely. Spicy sauce? Then how can you be at several places at the same time? It's hard to explain, I don't really understand it myself. Let's assume that here and now in front of you, I'm the only one. I could accept such an acceptation. And then also the fact that Yulia had many faces was just one mystery among many others happening here. It was definitely not the main one. At least, that's what I thought. Well, let's assume that. And what do you know about the world? I can read and write, if that's what you mean. She laughed. No, not exactly that. Do you know where this camp is located? No. Then maybe you know that I'm not from here and from this time. Not from this time, not from this reality. Well, I know, but not any details. And if I ask you what the year is now, I can't answer. I took a deep breath and stared out the window. Okay. But wait a second, I thought she was on the bus during the winter time, maybe I was wrong. In general, you can assume that there's some things I know more about than you, and some I know less. So, what should we do? As I told you before, just wait. Wait, and what are we gonna do? What do you wanna do? I don't know, but forgive me, I don't feel like climbing trees. Okay, kids, and maybe you will tell me something about yourself? Not now. As you wish, so what then? I don't know, maybe just sit and wait, I don't mind. But that's so boring. I don't see any alternatives. So let's go? Come on! She thought for a while. I look keenly at Yura. Looks like she really finds everything happening here amusing. Moreover, the current situation doesn't seem strange to her. According to her, there's nothing unusual about it. You know, everything that's happening is not quite normal to me. I don't even understand why I'm not currently hiding somewhere under my bed, trembling at every sound. Turns out you are brave, said nothing but merely smiled. I've got an idea. I look at you with interest. No, forgot about it again. Yuna scratches her cat ears. Oh, just remember, let's go swimming. Now I stared at you in disbelief. Maybe it'd be better to go to sleep? Come on, she pouted. Indeed, the day had been hot and I was soaked with a sweat. It's much easier to fall asleep in this heat when you're clean. Okay, let's go. A few minutes later, we were on the beach. I lazily sprawled on the sand and looked at the river. I immediately felt completely exhausted. No, I don't actually like swimming. Meaning you don't know how to swim? Julian sat next to me. Well, it's not that I don't know. Anyway, that doesn't matter. The piano is fine, but how could the whole town disappear? I told you before. I don't know. Let's go swimming. I don't want to. I never like to reveal that I'm do the swimmer. Come on, stop it. You can splash in water near the shore. Okay, well, I'll go get my swimming trunks. But Yulia seems to not hear me and started to undress. Oh, what? Are you going to swim like that? Yes, anything wrong with that? I turned away at the right time. Aren't you shy? I tried to speak as calmly as possible, but the reason I did not look at her was because my face was burning, rather than out of politeness. Shy about who? You? She laughed. You know what? I turned around. Yulia was already in the water up to her neck. Come here. I decided that nothing bad would happen if I stayed in my underwear, undressed and entered the water. Oh, it's cold. Go around and you'll get warm, like me. She started to jump and wave her hands in the water. I still felt awkward. You've gone red, Yulia said excitedly. Of course I am. Next to me there's a naked girl, or at least a female humanoid. And that's enough. What the heck is going on? I turned around, and at the same moment, I felt Yulia hug me. Is this also part of your program? And I thought that I was saying complete nonsense, but nothing more meaningful was coming to my head. What? Well, it's, suddenly I realized that I was being hugged from behind by a naked, omnipotent being which is able to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. My brain was instantly overloaded by errors about the lack of system resources. It is a blue screen of death. My legs buckled, and I started to go under the water. You help me up. There's no need to drown yourself. She was still hugging me. I felt it even stronger. What are you going to do? Swim, obviously. So that means you're not suggesting anything? I tried to say it with calm expression, but it didn't turn out very well. Like what, for example? Well, even though you don't remember much, you essentially behave quite reasonable. So, you should understand. Well, I don't know, she said slightly. Suddenly I felt something twisting around my face. I tried to pull myself away, but Yulia held me tight. Also, motion physics in the water are very different from on the land. It's just my tail. A tail. Don't you find it strange that you have it at all? What? You don't like my tail? If you step on my tail, then you're gonna get hurt. Wait a minute. I paused for a moment, trying to phrase that thought I just had. So you think that's serious too? What series? The one you just quoted. Just suddenly stop and thought. Don't people say that? Some kind of saying. I don't know what about they talking about. Maybe I didn't watch it. Maybe it's just translations that I'm losing. If you step on my tail, then you're gonna get hurt. Okay. So you don't know where it's from. No? And who cares? You laughed. Your tail continued to probe my body. Could it be that Yulia still has memories about her time before the camp? Maybe they're hiding somewhere, or suppressed? She got that quote somehow. Of course, maybe she heard it from one of the pioneers? What is this quote? Wait a second, I can actually switch game to the Russian language, but... let's Google it, might be something in English as well. Okay, if you step on my tail, you're gonna get hurt. I'm not sure that in English it's not related to anything. It's Samurai Pizza Cat, of course! I got it now. Yes, Samurai Pizza Cat. Now I know what is it. By the way, it was always the games that I bought in my childhood on NES, but for some reason Sars told me that it will be not good for me or something. I bought actually a Jungle Book. Well, I believe that both of these games would be interesting to me. Well, Jungle Book was. Of course, maybe she heard it from one of the pioneers, but wait a second. These cats, well, they might be from 70s and 80s, I'm not sure. But isn't it too early for that show to even exist? That's right. The only conclusion is that Yulia seems to be a prisoner in this camp, the same as I. Just a more mysterious one. What happened next happened by itself. Even if what I was going to do was dangerous, then I'm a red-blooded man. And we cannot say it, of course. At that moment, Yulia was not an all-powerful being to me. I was holding an ordinary girl in my arms. I brought the sleeping Yulia to my cabin. She was surprisingly light. I put her on a bed, collapsed beside her, and closed my eyes. But all my attempts to get to sleep failed. I felt a terrible thirst. Quietly, so as not to wake Yulia up, I got out of bed, put on my shorts, and went outside. On the way to washstands, I thought about everything that happened. I didn't care about whether it was right or not. No, that wasn't the main issue. I said that I just didn't have any other choice in that situation. More important are the possible consequences. Even if Yulia was a little different from me, we could say she was closer to who or what was behind all this. Just because she knows more than me. Which means, however, blindly assuming or drawing conclusions about anything is a difficult task in this camp. I was sure of that by now. I quenched my thirst and washed myself. I was going back to the camp leader's cabin, whistling a piece from Pearl Giant by Greg when somebody called out to me. How did you? I jumped on the spot, turned and saw the silhouette of that pioneer. There was no chance of seeing his face clearly in this darkness. So, it's you again? Who? Me? No, there's a sense that I'm the one I that you have already seen. Strange. One that I said seen. But in the sense of who in fact I am. I don't understand. I remember that Yulia told me that he can't do me any physical harm, and I calmed down a bit. Whatever. Besides, I saw how you were getting it on back there. That gave me the heebie-jeebies. No matter how fantastic a situation is, it's always frustrating when you're caught doing something so intimate. Did anyone ever tell you that it's not nice to spy on people? Hello, Uh, you know, I can't pronounce your nickname, but hello there. So that was the game that I was talking about. And did you finish your visual novel? It would be actually short, but this one I already spent how many hours? 30 or maybe more? Just a lot of them. So I might remember about the game. It is visual novels. One game, right? Well, it has tons of music. Music is actually quite a lot, yeah. Its music is very nice. Maybe not this one, but mostly. It's very emotional. And I'm almost finishing this game. It's really a true ending right now. I didn't even tell you that it's not nice to spy on people. You upset? No, why would I be? I started and half turned towards him, trying in vain to see his face. He did finish. And you want more? Well, maybe they will create another one. It definitely was indie, so it was created by one person. By the way, so far, checking out every indie project that I remember. Usually people creating just one game and that's all. It's very rare when they're creating something else. Yeah, she isn't it? I didn't really care so much about Digimon until I actually found her. Well, it was a very interesting, obviously, series, the first season, but when I actually fell in love with this anime and the whole franchise, it was because of her. That's it. She has a name. I felt a strong attachment to you, so I didn't hesitate to stand up for her. A name? And what is it? And I'm the observer? The double-faced Giannis? Yulia. I said a bit uncertainly. Yulia? He started laughing like a horse in mad. And who gave it to her? You probably. Fine, tell me what you want and get lost. Okay, Your Majesty, just don't be angry. He bowed awkwardly. The sight was so grotesque that I even shuddered. And what has so-called Yulia told you? I decided there was no point in hiding the information I found out recently. She told me that there are many other camps, that you are the same as me, and that after 7 days we leave and never come back. It was disgusting for me to be in the same boat as him, but a fact was still a fact. Yes, that's about right. And what did she tell you about herself? Do you think it's any of your business? Besides, surely you know everything without me. Yes, I know something. How dealt with you before? His tone was disgusting that I didn't even want to continue this conversation. Well, you have nothing more to. No, wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Now what? Want me to tell you what she's hiding from you? Go on. I was sure that Yulia had no secrets from me, but in my situation any information could be useful. Never come back? No, they do come back. And you come back. At least you did before. He's actually wrong. That is definitely the last cycle. It cannot be repeated because you'll get the last ending. I don't understand. I did tell you that you had already been here, so after 7 days, it doesn't matter. Whether you live on a bus or fall asleep in the forest, you will find yourself sitting in the 410 again. But how? She told you that we just disappear, right? I didn't answer. Well, I can't be sure she's lying. Maybe she just doesn't know everything. But what I said is true. You and I were here many times. Of course, I've been here more times, but that doesn't matter. So actually, what they're talking about is, I understand, about actually players who play in this game. So he was more than me because he's a different player, not me. Okay, then why I don't remember anything? You will remember them all some time later. That's what happened to me. And you're telling me that there's no escape from here? Yes, I am. Remember you told me that what happened today had never happened before, right? True. This is the first time. And how can you explain that? I won't. You're hoping that something will change? No way it will. Well, you'll see about that. I decidedly turned and walked away. To my surprise, the piano did not even try to stop me. I returned to the cabin and found Yulia carefully combing her tail. What? Combine? Combing. Combing. Okay. You were talking to him again? How do you know? For a moment I had doubts. Just guessed. He's supposed to appear when you're alone. Yes. And? He told me that nobody disappears, that we come back. Yulia didn't answer anything. Is it so? To tell you the truth, I don't know. I sat on the bed beside her and began to think. I don't know how long we were sitting there, but soon I started to fall asleep. Let's go watch the stars. Let's go. I wanted to sleep badly, but at the same time, I felt a sense of incompleteness and was hoping fresh air would clear my thoughts. A few minutes later, we were at the square. I sat on the bench and Yulia put her head on my lap and stared at the sky. Isn't it beautiful? It is. We sit in silence for quite a long time. So, what will happen tomorrow? What do you mean? Well, tomorrow is the seventh day, so it's time to leave. Do you want to leave? Suddenly I was struck by a realization. I've heard this question many times before. According to you and him. And if I don't want to, I must. So let's leave. She smiled. Will you come with me? Of course I will. After all this, you must definitely marry me. I don't know of a single administration that would register marriage with cat girls. So, we'll look for one. Okay, seriously though, what will happen tomorrow? In the evening, the bus will come. You sure about that? Absolutely sure. It always comes. And? And we will take it? And then? Why are you asking all these stupid questions? Gita protested. How should I know? Well, make a guess. And we will go back to your world. That would be... This place is very nice, I mean, music. That would be... I stopped. We'll see, I said. And what about you and your many cells? Only look like this here, right? Or say I will just be regular me. Sure, with scatters and a tail. Yulia hit me painfully in the ribs. Hey, I'm just joking. Maybe without a tail, she said sadly. No, I like it. Don't think anything like that. She said nothing, just close your eyes. And what's it like over there? It's different. That's the best way I can put it. Some things are better, some are worse. You've got internet. I chuckled. And what would I do there? Well, I don't know. Let's solve the problems as they come. Alright. We sat there for a long time, talking about all sorts of foolish things. Finally, Yulia said, let's go sleep. Yes, good timing. I felt a wave of a terrible fucking thing. Tomorrow is time to pack our things. But I have nothing to pack. How about that? He has nothing to pack, but you know what I have. For example, I giggled good naturally. I just can't imagine what she was planning to take. Mushrooms maybe, I don't know. What about my supplies for the winter? Apples, nuts, mushrooms? As I said. Do you really think you'll need all that? Of course! Well, it will be winter. She jumped up and looked at me sternly. I'm going to sleep and you can do whatever you want. With these words, Yulia marched briskly toward the camp's leader's cabin. Hey, I didn't! I rushed after her. After entering the cabin, Yulia immediately undressed, snuggled on the bed, and pulled the blankets over her head. I didn't mean anything like that. If you want to take your turns, let's take them. Then they could be useful for us, especially in my situation where anything could happen. I was just joking. She picked out from under the blanket and stuck out her tongue. And now, sleep, commanded Yuda. I didn't mind it, so I undressed, lay down beside her, and we fell asleep holding each other. That's it. The last day. I had a strange dream. Oh gosh. Now, of course, being here in this camp was extremely strange by itself and comparable with any normal nighttime dreams. However, in this dream, everything seemed so real that. But when I woke up, I couldn't remember a scene. There were only vague images of a long driveway, an old rusted bus, the legacy gates of the camp, collapsed statues of pioneers, and abandoned square. I ran through Savionek back and forth, as if trying to find someone. But exactly who remained? A mystery to me. This music is also very nice here. When I woke up, the sun was already setting. A bright sunbeam was lighting up the dust drifted in the silence of the room and painting it with all colors of the rainbow. Reflections in the glass took on different outlines. Look from one angle and it's just a spot of sunlight, look from another and it's a pirate waving his cutlass. I stretched lazily and yelled. Turning to the other side, I saw Yulia sleeping peacefully next to me. Good morning, said Yulia without opening her eyes. It's daytime already. Morning starts when you wake up. By the way, she's right. You're talking just the same way I did before. So now you changed your mind? Well, I don't know. During the last week, I got used to getting up in the morning. That was not entirely true because I didn't always wake up with the sunrise and regularly missed the lineups. You want to say that you've changed? She giggled. I think any man in my position would change, at least a little. Seems quite natural to me. Yes, perhaps. I won't argue. And long silence followed. Kind of silence where you are not tortured by the need to say something just to break the oppressive awkwardness. This silence could say more than any words. Well, you're leaving today? I asked finally. I think so. You think? You mean you're not even sure? Not completely. This happened for the first time. You mean the disappearance of the pioneers? Not just that. She got out of bed and started to dress. I looked at her mesmerized, unable to look away. What are you looking at? Get up, it's time to pack. You mean your berries and mushrooms? Of course. Yulia stood arms akimbo and looked at me resentfully. Do you want all my supplies to be gone? Of course I don't. To tell the truth, I didn't really give a damn about them. To be precise, I just don't see the point in stocking food for one-way journey. At least without a return ticket for sure. A few minutes later, we were standing in the same forest glade, where the day before Yulia had been sprinkling a mushroom with sugar. She went behind a tree, threw aside the leaves, and pulled out a heavy sack. All this? This isn't all, it's just what's necessary. I couldn't put what I planned to say in a nice way, so I decided to say nothing. The sack was filled with mushrooms, berries, apples, nuts, all mixed up. Immediately I had serious doubts about the fitness for human consumptions of this sort of lot. Take it, said Yulia, pointing at the sack with an easy smile. Well, I hope you understand that I won't be able to. No, you're strong, look how massive you are. She used her hands to indicate the difference in our heights. I tried to lift the sack. It weighed at least 30 kilos. 30 kilos, it's not much. Look, let's only take some of it. We won't be able to eat all this anyway. I was trying to cheat. Why not? Windows are long in this land. How would you know that? I guessed. I tried to make the most painful grimace I could. Can I mention it to the square at most? I can manage, sorry. Have mercy on me. Yulia thought a little. Okay, then throw out the berries. What a great solution. Get rid of the lightest stuff. However, I did an object, and so put my hands into the sack. I can say it got any lighter. I said when I finished with the berries. I don't want to hear it. I sighed and sank helplessly to the ground, next to the sack. Then let's carry it in turns. But it's heavy, exclaimed Yulia. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, it's heavy for me. Yes, if it's light for me. I muttered under my breath, trying to make Yulia not hear it. It's light for you. Seems I should not underestimate you, cat Earth. Okay, let's come back here later. For now, it would be nice to have something to eat. Well, maybe. She smiled and held out her hand to me. The canteen was filled with the smell of fried potatoes. Yulia flitted around me, watching me cook. To tell the truth, I never found any special pleasure in doing this. I always wanted to start eating immediately, without waiting for all the ingredients to be prepared, the water to boil, the dumplings to float up. That's why I'm usually fine with eating sandwiches or fast food. By the way, in the United States, I checked the dumplings. I bought raviolis and other stuff, and nothing says that they must float up. But it's like mandatory process in Russian cuisine. You must wait, and only after this starts the time. But here it's easier, just throw it in the water and you can already start the time. You don't need to wait. Alright, that's why I'm usually fine with eating sandwiches or fast food. You're doing so well. I told you there's nothing special about it. What? She tried to find words. But you're doing well anyway. I'm glad you like it. Of course I like it. Judging by the way Yulia was demolishing the potatoes, she actually enjoyed my simple culinary recreation. I worried. She first, then speak. What a loud. You must behave in polite society. And what kind of society are we in here? You spread her hands to the sides and laughed. That was true. The canteen was empty. Just like the whole camp. What do you think? Where are they all gone to? How should I know? Well, we know for sure that they actually were inside the bus heading to the city and next disappeared, I don't know. Anyway, she packed up the last piece with her fork and deftly popped it in her mouth. You miss them? Sort of. What about me? I'm better than any stray dog. Another quote. I didn't pay any special attention to it this time. Well, it's definitely from this anime. Given that you're some kind of a cat, you've definitely got your quotes right. Are you feeling lonely? Well, I'm not alone here. Just the two of us. But if what had happened didn't happen, maybe I stopped for a moment. So, in other realities, you and me were not so close. Yulia finished for me. Yes? No. It's strange. Why? Well, because there are a lot of camps, as you say, and according to the theory of probability, which means that everything that happened within the last 2 days is really something exceptional. You say that as if it's bad. Another quote. Of course not. Well, it's not quote from anime, it's quote from image boards. Some kind of meme. I was actually saying this like several streams ago. Not about this quote, but this time she said it. Of course not. I found the blood rush to my head. Just strange. There are a lot of strange things here. That's why I use that word so often. Anyway, you just nitpicking. Oh, me? Never. She laughed. No, you're seriously nitpicking, especially when it comes to words. Why would I do that? But can't you even imagine you'll know better? Seems like for any of my arguments, she already had an answer prepared, as if she knew in advance what I will say. Forget it. So let's go. Well, at least that saying this was a big mistake, notions definitely dragged me back to that sec. Well, there's enough time till the bus arrives, so we could... Alright, the supplies! I just crashed my chin and followed him. Epic fail. Carrying nearly 25 kilos is not easy, even for a short distance. I stop every 50 meters to rest. Well, depends on the size and volume, not just the weight. You hurt and encouraged me, but it was just making things worse. I don't know if I deserve a medal in some strange sack of catgirl supplies short distance carrying event, but about an hour later, the sack was transported to the bus stop. I collapsed beside it, exhausted. That's it? You're such a hero. See, nothing to be afraid of. My whole body ached, my muscle burned, and rivers of sweat flowed from my forehead, stinging my eyes. I don't know what reward I was owed for this. Wait a second, you increasing your muscles? Your stamina? So, some kind of training. Alright, but this competition was more like the Olympics for mentally challenged people. So I won't? I'm still a retard. Another quote. Look, the bus is coming. What? I jumped up. The sick vanished in an instant. Something could indeed be seen in the distance. I narrowed my eyes and saw the cars. But why? You told me that it would arrive closer to the night. Moreover, I expected the last bus. Soon the bus stopped in front of us, and the door opened, inviting us in. The driver's seat was empty, but I was not really surprised. Much stranger things had happened here. Come in. Yuna easily jumped into the first step and gestured for me to follow her. Don't you think it's weird that buses go by themselves? Well, she thought about that. Of course it's strange, but you said yourself that there's plenty of strange things here. Yes, she was right with that once. Anyway, I had no choice. In either case, whether I stayed or whether I go on the bus, I'm not sure about what will come next. But in case of the second choice, I had at least an illusory hope of escaping from this camp. I sighed and with one last effort lifted the sack and got into the bus. We drove for about an hour. Julia was constantly chattering about something, but I wasn't listening. I carefully studied the passing landscapes through the window. Forest, fields, rivers, forest, fields. Absolutely nothing suspicious. On the one hand, this gave me some hope, but on the other, it was a sign that in the end, nothing will change. Because in this world, it seems everything is slow and measured, following its well-established rules. That's how it was at least a few days ago. Also, maybe I shouldn't be drawing conclusions after having been there only a week. Well, now I'm sure everything will be fine. I look at her carefully. Cat ears and long tail that move rhythmically back and forth, slightly enlarged fangs. It seems like a character from a fairy tale. We can decide what to do with you in the real world later. I was turning into one big bubbling wave, ready to burst any moment. I was waiting. Waiting for how this will end. The results could be anything. For me it was important not to go crazy ahead of time. My nerves were stretched to the limit, and I tried not to think about anything. But it was impossible to distract myself. Hey, are you even listening? No, sorry, I was deep in thought. Well, as always, she pouted. Now such a big moment, you know, we can get out of this camp, so it's very important moment for me. Well, it's important for me too, but I'm not worried. You simply can't see this in context. What do you mean? Before I lived in a different world, the real one, as it seemed, still had something to compare this camp to, and you, we can say, were born here? No, I wasn't. How do you know? I just know I know that. The bus peacefully bounced over the bumps, shaking me more and more. The steering wheel was turning on its own, and I soon stopped noticing the absence of a driver. My eyes began to close and I dozed off. Some girl bent over me. She was gently whispering something in my ear, so tenderly that I felt a strong blow on the head. Hey, don't sleep. Am I disturbing you? I asked in annoyance, rubbing the worst place. You're not listening to me. If you escape from here, you'll have lots of time for conversation. If you don't escape, then we'll have even more time. I tried to smile, but just thinking that we wouldn't ever leave this camp frightened me a lot, so I just gave a stupid grin. It's better if you don't escape, because in your world, I don't know what to expect there, but you won't pay any attention to me at all. I will, I promise. I hug you sincerely. Really, truly? Really, truly? William leaned against me. And you listen to me? Of course. And you always agree with me? Sure. She pulled away and looked at my eyes. Well then, I forgive you. A loud laugh filled the basket. But be careful, don't you forget about that or try to deceive me. Want to sign a contract? A marriage contract? I don't have the property for that anyway. What I do? Yulia pointed at the back, aligning the eyes. Seriously, I don't know how to pronounce the last word as well. A sale maybe. Well then... I tried to remember what I bought with my money. Here. I took my mobile phone out of my pocket, but this time it was already out of charge. Oh, what's that? You ask curiously, taking the mobile. A very useful thing in my world. You can communicate with people at a distance. Wow, that's really cool. Excellent. That will do. She puts the mobile on the seat. Till then, my supplies for the winter are from me and from you. Is that so? Okay, deal. Alright, now we are husband and wife. She smiled slightly. Hey, wait! Suddenly remembered that all this conversation had started with a marriage contract. Anyway, without an official registration, when we get to your world, you'll register our marriage. A man without a wife is like a kitchen without a knife. We get there, of course. He said nothing, but just stared straight forward with her eyes wide open. What the heck? What the heck? Hold your gaze. Realized that the bus was full of people. All of them were wearing pioneers' uniforms, and they all look exactly like that pioneer. Holy shit. Nobody said a single word. They just looked silent in my direction. I could not see their faces, clothes, statures. Yes, but their faces were shrouded in shadows that seemed to appear from nowhere. It was as if instead of the heads that normal people have, they had many black holes. I started to shiver and my back broke out in goosebumps. Julia squeezed my hand. With an amorous effort, I forced myself to look at her. She was very scared too. If I was alone at that moment, I would have probably fainted. But right now, I was responsible for more than only my own life. Who are you? I gritted out with difficulty. The pioneers maintained the terrifying silence. It became hard to breathe. I was gasping for breath, but my brain refused to work on low oxygen, and I lost consciousness for a moment. Who are you? Who do you want? I had Yulia shout just as I regained my senses. The pioneer stood up on the first seat and walked towards us. Hi, Simeon. We have decided to go back home to... A chorus of voices filled with us. We'll keep you company. I didn't know what to say. This was the strangest situation I had yet experienced in the camp. It's a Yulia, not the city, not the disappearance of pioneers, not the strange person standing before me, were comparable with this. Ask you a question. Seems like Yulia was still able to speak clearly. Not a surprise. In the end, she was still, should say, an extraordinary being. I repeat, we are just going home. His voice sounded frantic. Are we bothering you? Bothering. What do you want from us? Nothing at all. I don't believe you. I know there's a reason for you to be doing all this. Just your imagination, animal. Yeah, I am an animal. But what are you? A ghost? A shadow? Maybe. Ghosts have their rights too. You have the right to get the hell out of here. He shouted so loud that my ears shrank, but neither the pioneer nor his companions reacted. I guess we'll stay, he said maliciously. But how did you manage this? And all the others? At last, I gathered the strength to speak. Simple, my dear friends. Collective mind heard about it. And so, every one of us wanted to wish you luck seamlessly. That's all. In person, I will say, that's the reason we are here. But what will happen next? Honestly, I have no idea. Get out! He shouted at me. Be cool, you. Settle down. You see, he addressed me again. I don't want to hide anything from you. You have a good chance to get out of here now. I don't exactly know why, but your actions broke the cycle. Cycles, to be precise. All of cycles. And there's a chance that you won't have to leave the camp every 7 days and return back on the 8th. Waking up in this bus. Waking up. Then don't return, just die! It's not that simple, and why shouldn't we have a sense of self-preservation? We should, right? He asked my parents. Should. I heard the response. So we decided to keep you company. Now, either we'll all get out of here together, or we'll all vanish forever together, or start another cycle. All three options suit us. And what if we die because of you? Well, you won't die alone. We'll die with honor. Or do you think that our lives... He laughed. Well, what we call lives? Are they not as important as yours? You really didn't know how to answer. And don't think that all of us are here. In fact, many more of us didn't fit in, but there were enough tickets for everyone. You hissed. It's too late. I suggest you calm down and enjoy the flight. Certain will offer you foods and drinks in a couple of minutes. He grinned and went back to his place. Yuri jumped up, but I stopped her. Let me go, I'll take him now. No need. What can you do to him? What good will it do? She looked at me in surprise, but sat down. So what? I suggested we don't do anything and just wait? What can we do? I don't know, but we shouldn't be just sitting. Let's learn one thing for sure in this camp. Very little is up to me. Actually, nothing at all. Especially now. Especially here. I have not the slightest idea what to do to drive them out of here. But even if I knew, I'm sure that nothing would change. Nothing would affect the final outcome. You might be right. Yuri said in a sad voice. We can only wait. Then. It won't take long. She put her head on my shoulder. We had been going for such a long time. It seemed like an eternity. My question is, actually, we will sleep here in bus or not? We understand. The sun had set and night fell. Seconds lasted for hours, minutes for years. The pioneers remained dead silent, and even that one, the arrogant one, didn't try to start the conversation. The silence was louder than any shouts. A quiet clap would be enough to make my eardrums explode. Me and Yulia stayed silent too. Everything had been said to it. There were no words left. I felt totally empty. My head was as heavy as lead, and it seems that I was already dead. But God and the devil had just forgotten about me. So I would have to spend the rest of eternity alone with the silent mass of pioneers. Was it really my colleagues in misfortune? Did they really come to this camp too, spend a weekend, then leave? And then do it all over again? Maybe it would be the same for me, as that pioneer said. Anything is possible. Anything is possible now. I heard a quiet snoring from Yulia. She'd fallen asleep. All the threat must have been too much for her. Or maybe she used up all her energy shouting. In any case, it's better to face the end while sleeping. Now it's absolutely certain that this was the end. It's stupid to cling to hope while standing on the edge of the cliff, surrounded by countless enemies. And even if there was the smallest chance of rescue, you wouldn't really think about it. Maybe it shouldn't be this way and someone else would have more optimism in my place. I just had to take the last step. Why, though? There's no stairs but an escalator. It'll get me to the finish in any case. I closed my eyes and my consciousness left me at once. I fell asleep. I don't know whether it would last for an hour or for eternity. Emptiness is not the best place for thoughts. When there's nothing, the essence of the normal world disappears. In the end, thoughts are a part of it too. Just an immaterial one. By the way, you're kinda wrong because thoughts are electricity in your brain, so it's natural as well. Everything is natural, there's nothing natural. People thinking that something natural exists are wrong. Everything you can touch, even your thoughts, in your brain. Electricity. You can actually touch you with your tongue, it will be well, you can check on battery, it will be the same. It's difficult to imagine where existence ends. A person is not supposed to figure it out. Holy shit, what is this? Emptiness is not the best place for thoughts. When there's nothing, the essence of the normal world disappears. In the end, thoughts are part of it too. Just not the old one. Totally the same. Okay, I regained consciousness in complete darkness. To be precise, I regained the ability to perceive myself as a person. There was nothing else, with around, no inside me. It was like just to exist was erased from the universe, but I wasn't that, no. It was totally different. As if I had moved from three-dimensional space to one-dimensional. The whole world compressed to the size of one dot. The dot was me, was everything. I was everything and at the same time was nothing. However, my consciousness, my memories, my soul went into that teeny patch too. I wasn't afraid. Maybe because there was no need, or maybe because I still couldn't understand what was happening. All sense of time was lost here. There was simply no such term here. That's why it was impossible to tell how long I had been in that emptiness. Finally, after an hour or a year, I started to hear a quiet voice. I couldn't make out the words, but I was the one it spoke to. Actually, there was no one else. What is it, Trench Cat? Simeon! Yes? I replied as if answering a phone. Nice to meet you. The voice sounded very close. We've known each other for a long time though. Who are you? I'm you. Did I die? No, nothing like that. The voice sounded calm, as if speaking to an old friend. What's happening to me? You have reached the end of your path? What path? You've managed to leave the camp? Semyon Semyonovich. Camp. As I remember, the Savyonok Pioneer Camp. Suddenly I remembered the last 7 days. I remembered how I was living there, together with Yulia. Where is Yulia? Yes. She is right here. I look around, but there was only emptiness around. I don't see her. You shouldn't see, you should feel. I wasn't tense at all. As if I was recovering from anesthesia. I don't feel anything. Just have to remember. After these words, thousands of pictures, images, smells, thoughts appeared in my mind. The camp. I was there for real, with Slavia, with Lena, with Alisa, with Uliana, with Masha, and then... But how? I clearly remember that I left it and came back to the real world, and then I met Slavia at the bus stop. No, I met Uliana at the university. No, I met Alisa at the concert, but I had lived with Lena for them so many years. No, I had completely different life with Masha. How is all that even possible? I remember events of almost 5 lifespans in the smallest of details, but everything happened simultaneously, and I'm sure that it was all real. How? Yes, all of it really happened to you. But how? You left the camp, not just once, then you lived your normal life, then you came back and left again. So was it like I died and was revived? No. You can think that it all happened simultaneously. I don't understand. You don't need to. And who were those other pioneers? They are you too. The other sides of you. I don't understand. Every person is an endless universe. His own actions determine how his life will proceed. Remember those 5 times because those were times you took choices that lead you out of the camp. Your other replicas acted differently somewhere. That's it. It's all that simple. For me, it wasn't that simple. And what is this camp? You can consider it a testing ground. And who are you? I'm you, but from a long time after. And time, not time as you see it. I'm beyond and above all of you. You can consider me the prime Semyon. So you're the reason for all this? It's not exactly true. Everything did not happen according to my will. But I control these events. But why? Are you against it? I lost myself in thought. At least as lost as was possible in such an obscure state of mind. I don't know. If you were given an option now, when you know and remember everything, would you really decide to take it back to the start and just forget everything? I don't know. I wasn't ready to answer such a difficult question. Anyway, where's Yulia? She's right here. Where? Inside of you? How's that? Yulia's your inner world, your consciousness, which had gained a form. I couldn't comprehend his words. You don't need to try to understand. I already said. What? I felt that I miss her. Don't be afraid, she will always be with you. I don't think I wanted this exact union just yesterday. The hardest thing is to make inner peace. A peace with an enemy, and you have done it. If you want to love her, you have to learn how to love yourself. Well, that's enough for you, and it's time for me to leave. Wait, what did happen to me? By the way, the sentence is kinda... It's definitely teach me something. Definitely, if you actually finish this game by yourself, fully, meaning every single ending, you'll get the skills to actually communicate with others. I definitely got some, I might use them. Actually not. You'll go back. I already didn't understand what was real and what was not, or how many realities there are. Later. It depends only on you. I don't understand. You have remembered all possible variations of events now. You paused it for a long time, and I didn't dare to say anything just so I wouldn't accidentally interrupt you. So, you have at least 5 options. Will I remember all this? It's up to you to decide. A trace of emotions appeared in his voice for a moment, maybe joy, maybe dissatisfaction. Farewell, but I could feel that the voice will never speak to me again. Time passed. I tried to decide what to do next. If it's everything as he said, then I just have to wish. By the way, I cannot save right now. By the time I completely calmed down, and you could even say cheered up a bit, I was totally sure that I had got out of that enchanted camp. Moreover, a bright future awaited me. I didn't know it, I remembered it. But what should I choose? I closed my eyes and clearly imagined Slavia smile at me. She was always willing to help me and never scolded me for anything. It was always calm and safe being with her. And that meeting at the bus stop, I guess I never thought about being with her in real life, but that was amazing. I'm sure. I don't think so. Throughout the many years, Lena had grown truly precious to me. I truly remembered all the times spent with her. I remembered our kids, remember times of joy and sorrow, remember everything. It's hard to reject all that. I don't like it at all, she's crazy. While Lisa dirty hugging her guitar, it's never boring with her. Maybe that's the life I always dream of. Simply laid back and fun. Maybe that's the girl I ever wished for. A loyal tomboy? Lisa's image in my thoughts smiled slightly. The grown-up Uliana seems like a good option too. Because back in the camp, I didn't treat her as a woman, but now, obviously she's got her cons, but at the same time, there was a sense of magic in her. Something attractive. Wait a second. The only tomboy was actually not Alisa but Uliana. But okay. And of course Miko, Masha from that other life, she was truly precious to me. Maybe back then the camp is just a small episode and I might be a completely different person from myself in all the other parts. But that's for the best, new opportunities, possibilities, and that person I love, a person who I simply knew my entire life. But I still said that I will never see Yulia again. You certainly will. He was something in my head. What? Where are you? I'm right here, like you said. You knew? No one understood it only when we came here. Are you okay with it? Won't you miss me? Of course not. I will always be with you. Do you remember your promise? What promise? That you will always be with me. Yes? Don't ever think to break it. I'll be watching you. I don't know if I will ever speak to her like that again. Maybe one could simply go nuts from that, but right now I was happy. Alright, I won't forget. Said you just have to make a choice. I felt you disappeared, vanishing in the labyrinths of my mind. Well, it's time. I closed my eyes tight and my eyes were struck by the bright sunlight. Nothing surprising about that. It's summer after all. It's a strange dream again. Why did I start seeing it so often recently? Maybe there's a reason. Still, why? I've been in your camp, some girls, the camp leader, had never been to the camp. Maybe you just don't remember? Really funny. But what if? Trust me, I clearly remember everything that has happened to me since I was 3 years old. And before that, I was probably at unconscious age. And if that is true, all of this is not accidental. Why is it not accidental? There are people who see a black cat in their dreams every night and nothing happens. Did you just made that up? I haven't made it up anything, I read about it recently. Black cat is one thing, such a detailed dream is something else. I don't see much difference. Okay, then what would you say about that voice? What voice? Don't play the fool. Wasn't planning to? She told you to make a choice. Well, a voice, so what? There was a reason. But I don't remember anything else. The dream ends there. Maybe you forget it when you wake up? Maybe, but... But what? That means that you actually made a choice. Don't even remember the options. Where's there any? There should have been. You don't even try to be serious about the important things as always. My god, it's so important. There's no point in talking to you. Recently, I started to notice that I have something like a split personality. An inner monologue is certainly a normal phenomenon for any person, but when it turns into a dialogue, well, it is still in one way from being a clinic case, because I talk to myself and not another personality inside my mind. Maybe it's my own subconscious? However, that's not important. Oh gosh. There's actually 6 choices. Well, there's only one obvious one, isn't it? But of course, what I'm thinking. That's it. I turned over to the other side. A bright sun still shined in my eyes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, I replied. Choice. Did I even have a choice? Every story has its beginning and its end. Every story has colors. Synopsis, contents, key moments, prologue and epilogue. There's no book that reading it would not reveal any details you hadn't noticed before. But every book has its last page, and after turning it over, we put the book on the shelf. Just open a new one tomorrow. Wonderful game, I say. Well, that's what's the true ending. That's it. Nothing else left. And kinda obvious that is like 100% better than Doki Doki Literature Club. I don't know. And actually it's very longer. And it's of course indie. And it's how it should be. The best game are always free. You don't need to pay for them. True masterpiece. You'll never ask you for money. Now my question is, will this so-called DLC, which I actually didn't download, will be available now? Let's see. It should be. And... Holy shit, it's not my breath. Well, maybe now you'll know the whole true story. Finally. I have no idea. Well, it's look very creepy. Our destination was woods. My world is empty as I am. I destroyed myself to become a whole world, a world of emptiness, to destroy me. I believed I had someone's faith in my hands, the power to end the lives of others. But I was only wandering in the darkness, vainly hiding from any new beam of light, every one of which was only spawned empty shadows. Every shadow was my faceless reflections, a cloud of abstract darkness with a single goal to consume me. I was hiding from them, merging with them. They were becoming me, and I was becoming them, and finally, it didn't matter which one of us is on the side of the mirror. Also, in this case, it's not just a cliché phrase, it's a reflection of a crude loser. It is a fact. Even so, this wasn't the case before, and so before the worlds were many, and my life could be called a lie, because it all ended in a single moment. First was this damned buzz again everywhere, and a crowd of these joyful moving pioneers around, the same as me. And then again and again, like a vivid kaleidoscope of faces, events, emotions and feelings. But who the hell cares anymore? You know, if a man has died, he will regret what he didn't have time for. What he didn't do, what he didn't say, rather than exactly how his life journey ended. But am I in one of those places where the souls go after death? And everything could have been different too. It doesn't matter that the end is always one and the same if the road to it can vary. It depends on my choice. It did before. So when did everything change? The different versions of events, the lines of life, the people's face seems to intertwine several times over, resulting in something like a rope of doom which you can only hand yourself on. So, when did it all change? Surely not in a single day, a single hour, but certainly so fast I didn't even have time to notice. What was this angry monologue? Very interesting. The rays of the summer sun shined into my eyes. A summer one. Well, you would have thought, what a surprise! But it was winter yesterday. Or was it yesterday? And also there's a pack of cigarettes and a matchbox tucked away in the driver's glove box. My head spun from the deep breath and held, and the nasty smell of menthol flooded my brain with a chill. Cosmos for expert. They could damn well make stuff for experts then, and like now. Nuclear reactors, rifles, cigarettes, and communism. Lots of communism, in boxes, crates, containers, in the cargo holds of ships, in the freight sections of planes, in the goods wagons of trains, even in the spaceships. Ever more communism. To the Pygmies of Africa, Incas of South America, Papuans of New Guinea. And I guess we can drop a package for the penguins in Antarctica too. Huh, I'm right. Finishing the third cigarette, I stared at the gates and started to wait. I don't even need a clock. There's an unfailing internal chronometer working in my head. Now, just a little bit longer. One of the doors squeaked disquietingly and opened up a bit, and from behind it peeked out a girl in a pioneer uniform who looked around and noticed me. Walking closer, she sniffed the heavy, hot air and seems to be a bit surprised, but immediately smiled and spoke. Hey, you must be the new. Go yourself. Well, go hack yourself. I shouted, got up, and went to the camp, ignoring her. It was hilarious once. Then it was fun. Now it's just a habit. Foolish, but obsessive habit, like putting different things in a different pockets. I, for example, can't carry a phone in my right pocket because... Hell, if I know why! And this is the same deal. Insulting a girl in the morning is a good start to the day. I met another pioneer girl on the way. To be more precise, she tried to hit me in the back, but I jumped away in a time and glared at her in a way that seems to make the poor girl suddenly come up with more urgent things to do. The camp leader's hut was drawing in a storm of lilacs. What? Camp leader's hut was drawing a storm of lilacs. Can't it just drown already? Damn it. The loud slam of the door distracted the occupant from reading some book. No, really never wondered what the camp leader reads. Without undressing, I hopped on the bed and threw my feet in their winter boots up on the backboard. What do you think you're doing? And for that matter, who are you? The camp leader asked, gently resentful. Shut your mouth, woman, I said lazily. Just piano. She was petrified, unable to say a word. Well, it's kinda obvious that we are this rude pioneer in the first sitting place, first row. It's a car's bus. It's always been like this, every damn time, because he was not able to escape. We were able, but he's stuck here forever. Better yet, tell me, why have you still not found yourself a man? How old are you? 25? Late 20s? You should understand the way the world works at this age. I don't know. For a moment, a heavy silence hung in the room. You don't know? I'll tell you then. Who the hell would want someone like you? The camp leader's house resounded with a loud laugh, and even something more like a horse now, while familiar melody overran her sight. A couple of times, I tried to find out where the supper music was coming from, so instead of it, the speakers would play something more or less cheer throughout the camp. And then so looks like this angelic singer needs neither a player, no wires or electricity. To hell with it then. For example, right now I wouldn't be against the whole camp. Hear my laugh, laugh. But at whom? Not at myself. No. I'm just laughing because laughter is a wonderful defense mechanism and a way to allay their boredom. How much does a minute of laughter give you? 5 minutes of life? Well, it's of no use to me. I'm de facto immortal. I just need a literal certification. How dare you talk this way to your elder? Oh dear, change the track already, will you? Honestly, I'm sick of listening to the same thing time and time again. Let's try it this way. Hello, how are you doing? See, it's not that difficult. Okay, your turn now. What? Not what, it's hello, how are you doing? And I'll reply, thanks, bad as always, and maybe I'll even add, thanks to your prayers. Get out of here, here comes the police. Oh, it's a Pigeon Express? The phone isn't working. Yes, but I the camp leader holder it. Also, I reached into my pocket, the left one, took out my mobile and threw it to her. Here, try it. Camp leader called the phone, jumped around several times in her hands and almost fell onto the floor. What is this? A phone? I gave a short answer and closed my eyes. Since you know, Sing-a-ling-a-ling, the telephone began to ring. Are you sick in the head? The camp leader seems to have finally started to come to her senses. What about you? I don't know what's happening here. Have you seen the film Groundhog Day? You haven't. Well, anyway, if that library of yours had some books on psychiatry, I would be able to answer the questions about my psychiatric condition with more certainty. That's why for now I'm only ready to tell you, as an amateur, yes, orator, I'm sick. And again, the loud, devilish laugh. The camp leader was stunned and released the phone from her hands. It fell on the edge of the bed and bounced towards me. I picked up the cell at once and put it in my pocket. But not in love with you? I added, opening one eye. Someone shyly knocked on the door. Shyly. Then it opened and a pioneer girl appeared at the doorstep. God damn it! I theatrically jumped off the bed. And where the chopper? Forgotten at home? The girl looked at the camp leader in confusion. This is... She started, then sighed and sank heavily into the opposite bed. Actually, I knew that the camp leader isn't afraid of me. The fear is simply not included in her program. She can be resentful, yeah, as much as you want. Imitate fright, most assuredly. But a couple minutes will pass and she'll withdraw, leaving me be. Camp leader, my hood. If I were in his shoes. This must be a bad time. The girl shyly rattled, casting her eyes down, preparing to leave. Why? Don't be shy! Exclaimed hospitably, gesturing to a place near me. Sit down now. Make yourself at home. No way. Sit down, I said. I barked. Now this girl can suddenly display genuine fright, fear, and even terror. She slowly approached and sat on my bed, leaning onto the backboard. So, got anything nice to tell me? What does it mean? I, the same as any other kids, was taught by my parents since childhood that I shouldn't open the door to strangers. And also that I would be better off not going who knows where when called by who knows who. But that was in childhood. And now literally everything depends on whether or not I trust a stranger. Seems like a whole life has gone by already, and I had time to get old mentally, if not physically. And I forgot what winter is: snow, cold, the evening darkness, a wind that chills to the bone, and eternal muddy slush. Same goes for the city, not stopping for a minute, always running somewhere and fumigating the dirty sky, and people with its lines of rotten chimneys and car exhausts. It stayed in the distant past like the faded pages of an old photo album that has been thrown into a storeroom as unnecessary. Hey! By the way, it's totally different artwork, not like usual. Very strange. The voice of the girl sitting nearby distracted me from these thoughts. You hang up again? Still thinking about that? About what? She meant no offense, and I asked again just for the sake of it. I already knew the answer. You know, we were sitting on the library's roof, our legs dangling over the edge. Zhenya leaned back a bit, her hair beautifully fluttering in the wind. The bright sun was shining into our eyes, making us squint. But it wasn't blinded, more like velvety warm, and seems to envelop your whole body with the pleasant heat of a sunny day. No. I mean, I don't know, I guess. Lately, I can't always say what I'm thinking about, just a mash of thoughts in my head. I fell silent for a moment and looked at Zhenya. She looked like she was and interested not only in our conversation but in everything happening around here, in general. As if this girl was okay with everything: the summer, the sun, the pleasant winds, our youth. This was enough for her to be happy, and the rest are just foolish trivialities. In short, you get what I'm saying. Why do you even ask? Because a human is a social creature. It's supposed to communicate with others like it. She grinned almost unnoticeably. Yeah, right. Look who's talking. Wait here. I'll go get the award for the most communicative pioneer of the year, 1980, whatever. What about me? I, unlike some people, have quite specific responsibilities in this town. A respected member of our collective, irreplaceable even, in a sense. In contrast to you, shiny eyes sparkle chagrins mockingly. Responsibilities? Yeah, sure. I covered my eyes, used my paw, and leaned back. Seriously, can you hear yourself? Responsibilities. Collective. Hey! Jenny said sternly and poked my belly. Oh. I moaned mostly theatrically and cast a restful glance in her direction. What if I fell down? Hurt myself, That would be highly regrettable. There isn't even any place to get life insurance here. Yeah, and there would be no one to pay the reimbursement to afterwards. Oh gosh. Why is there so many difficult words? Well, no one is. I rubbed the back of my head, smiled dumbly, and said, "What about you?" Me? Jenny thought for a second. Well, maybe. So I don't think the canteen accepts dollars, euro, credit cards, or at the very last Russian rubles, and there's probably no currency exchange here either. And if there was, who knows how the exchange rate is doing? I don't want to suffer from the inflation, you know? Don't they pay you in gold? Demand. Gold, miss. She threw herself on me, trying to either tickle me, squeeze me, beat me down, or all of the above. What was this dialogue about? Dollars, euros, are you kidding me? Leaving the count's leader's house, I was chuckling. I probably shouldn't have expected anything from the conversation with this piano girl. And I didn't. Why would I? It's all been known for a long time now. I'm able to play this piece on my own, like a miserable one-man show. What an irony! A play with one actor, in theater with one spectacle, in a city with one citizen, in a universe with one living being. Or living in quotation marks, or maybe living in italics. What kind of obituary would you prefer? With scroll work or without? With capitals or without? What font would you like? Should the paper be glossier, matte? Oh, again. Down the road was skipping a jolly little girl. Should I maybe start with you this time around? I remember there being splendid meat hooks in the canteen. Or shouldn't I? And who are you? She blurted out, coming up to me. Hello there. I'm the terror that flops inside. Okay. Yeah. Alaikum salam. I demonstratively spread my arms and loomed over her. That's not scary at all. I kinda don't understand why is this, like, additional scenario available only after you get every single ending. Seriously, get this one in the middle, maybe? Well, I didn't play it, so I don't know how it will end. Let's see. Not scary? Well, it'll do for now. I grinned and went forward. Hey, your shot followed me. Wait. The girl caught up to me and grabbed my hand. Don't touch me. What the heck was this? I cried with disgust and forcefully jerked my hand so the young piano flew off the road and fell into the bushes. Ouch, that hurt. She started to cry. Strange. Now this is really strange. I don't think something like this has ever happened before. Because this day has repeated itself so many times already that it's impossible to count. And the point is really not the girl flying to the bushes. It is there shouldn't be anything new in such an significant as one might think. Occurrence may then turn out to be more important than all the previous times. Then, the first time. I don't know why, I just feel that it's simply been too long since anything new happened. Because this world isn't comparable to a monotone mechanism that does its work solidly, but all the variations of the scripts are familiar to me. What? What was this? What was this creepy quote? It's not allowed here. And when I say oh, I mean oh. A couple of minutes ago, into the camp leader's house could have come not that shy piano, but the home girl who met me at the camp's gates, and I would be ready. All the arrogant piano girls that greet strangers with a tone on the back, and I would be ready. When this little crybaby, and I would still be ready. But now, at this very moment, something is happening that I'm not ready for. And above all, I'm not ready for surprises. The girl continued to cry, looking at me with the eyes full of anger and resentment. It's all your fault. Come on. What are you crying for? I walked up to her hesitantly and reached out my hand. For a second, the girl made a puzzled face, but then grabbed me and got to her feet with a jerk. Felt ashamed, did you? That's the point, you can't bully the little ones. Ashamed? I repeated my suit far from here. Why? Because of you? Why would I be? But you should. She frowned and ran toward the camp's leader's house. To complain, maybe? I don't know. I really don't know. It's the first time in a long time something like this has happened. I wonder why. Wait a second, he was actually doing the same before, right? No? Well, depending on the context, I don't know. Just a couple of minutes ago, I could say with certainty what each of the pianos is occupied with at this particular moment. And what now? At dinner, the camp leader approached me. It turned out awkward. She began as she gathered her thoughts. Your parents called me in, but you could have behaved more properly, at least introduce yourself for a start. She said as her expression changed. But that's nothing. You'll make a model piano of you. Before I would have told you in detail about both the pianos and the modeling, but right now I just had no desire to talk, neither with her, nor with anyone else. Alright then, for a start you should meet your comrades. The camp leader waved her hands, invited someone to the table, and two girls approached us. Well, enjoy your meal, I have more things to do. She said uncertainly and left the pianos alone with me. Hi, you're right. Do you like music? Join our music club. It's only me there right now, but with you there, will be two of us. It'll be fun, don't you think? I didn't look at her and continued to eat intently. Leave him alone. Don't you see he's kinda lame brain? If the first girl was just a bit down, the second one, compared to that grumpy cat from the internet. Wait a second, you want to say the grumpy cat was known before the 2010 at least? Or actually they added the scenario after the release, so it's 2012. I don't know. Hell, how about... I've never actually done this before, just never crossed my mind. Well, if I don't know the future events now, then why not give it a try? what the heck it was, suddenly got up, took the compound glass and poured it on the second pioneer's head. Bon appetit! I summoned up this Aqua Vandalist with a stony voice and headed to the exit of the canteen. The girl cried, squealed, wheezed, and even warned somewhat fiercely, but didn't try to stop me. Right now I most wanted to be in some other place, to look at the world from the outside, to observe the suffering of others to the height of my experience. But starting today, those places are no more. At the doors I bumped into the first girl who I met. What? Well, this translation is horrible. At the gates, trying to go around here, but received a biting slap into the face. The sound immediately ran through the canteen, its echo bouncing off the ceiling. In the space of a moment, complete silence fell. In less than a second, my hand clenched into a fist, nails digging into the palm, the skin of my knuckles stretched almost to the point of the aperture. I was going to knock this bitch out. Maybe I was late by a fraction of a second between us, as if out of the ground sprang the little pioneers that I threw into the bushes, who spread her hands sideways, protecting her friend with her small body. And that was the end of that. But as I can say, finally maybe kill him at the end? I doubt, of course. I clenched my fist, my willpower gone, lowered my hands, squeezed part them, and left the canteen. Did they really turn out to be stronger than me? Why did something like this even happen? Before I would... Why even would? Nothing stopped me so many times. What? Too good English? Why? I'm just reading the text. Hinago was nothing. I've done worse things. Looks like this world has changed without informing me. What was this? Who actually put in the sounds here? The rings of cigarette smoke were slowly drifting towards Genda. The pack was almost empty already, and there's nowhere else to get smokes here. We'll have to wait another week. Obviously, I could go to the Autistic Brothers, take the bottle of vodka and get drunk, but what could that change? No, I'm not. Despite that, I know Russian, but it's not my native language. So that's it. Decisions so complicated now, and some simpler then. Oh, did I start to think like the damn loser already? But English is also not my native language, it's kinda obvious. No, never. Got any more? Yet another pioneer girl took a seat near me. What? Asked uncomprehendingly. She pointed at the cigarette. Smoking is bad for your health. Look, who's talking? She grinned. Mine made of rubber? Wanna try it? No need, so I'll take it and trust. I handed cigarettes to her and gave her a light. You did something cool today. Well, she said after coughing stopped. And the camp leader in your heart. I heard. And at supper. At least I am not the camp's biggest disgrace now. Wait a second, it just was... Supper? It's not another day. What are you talking about? I looked at her carefully. The pioneer was smoking the cigarette casually and smiling so complacently, as if the whole world had already acknowledged her rightness. And you, I see, are only thinking of yourself. What? What are you talking about? I know... Her expression changed. She went panic a little and choked on the smoke. But you're right, you were never the worst one here. I'm not so sure about myself though. You're talking so, well, coolly? No praise from here was certainly all I needed. Or maybe... Listen. I started, smile one of my studied smiles. While we at it, Do you want to meet for a drink, so to say? You got any? The penner's eyes flashed. You can always find something good, comrade. What? Another, I don't know, side story? Right here? Also, it all started like in a bad novel that's printed by chapter in a gutter newspaper. Turned out completely different. The memories blended together in the continuous haze of an orange red tone, like a yellow brick road leading into the Emerald City. So Dorothy grew up a bit and earned a living by prostitution because instead of studying diligently, she was all caught up in dreams of a magical land. Excuse me, she actually was a farmer, so she didn't need this special education. The cowardly lion got hooked on meth and was shot in a firefight with the police. Now the Tin Man had a pretty good life, he's become a hitman. A Scarecrow didn't even change at all. He got himself a stable, low-paying job in an office with conventional working hours from 9 to 6 and absence of career opportunities. There probably wasn't any magical city ahead in the first place. An endless road with no destination or meaning. You know, at that time he really was talking about something like this, tried to warn me at least. I wasn't listening and as a result ended up as the only one to get stuck in this damn nervous strip. Oh, I see. So it's not even this one who actually was on the bus in front line. She was sitting nearby and squinting with discontent. Hey, hello, S is calling. Okay, what's wrong? Like I can't take a moment to think already? Thoughts should lead to a result. What have you got? Well, what have I got? A lack of results? A lack of results is still a result. Jenny painfully pinched me on the shoulder and moved a meter away. And? And then she appeared. Who? No, Genies have always been in Savionok, but at that time I saw my Genie for the first time. Maybe I don't remember what happened before and what came after that, well, but those several days will forever remain in my memory. I have already listed clearly that this is not my frozen world. I understood that an eternity later I had again, as I had once before managed to fall into another. Managed accidentally, as if for a second the orbits of two planets crossed and I only had a moment. If I were a second late, they'd fly away from each other forever, getting farther and farther apart with stupendous speed. This world is the lonely and empty as the previous one. But the main thing is in it that it's different. And there are things here unfamiliar to me. Oh, this is really important. It is so important for me. For example, Shania sitting not in the library, but on the canteen's porch. After all that's happened, I was just not capable of sarcasm. Hi, I said as I came closer, but still stopping at a safe distance. Jenny raised her eyes to me. Her face showed that she didn't expect to meet someone here. Hi. And her voice didn't sound like usual. Not that I would have mistaken the librarian's intonations for anything else. Decided to get to supper earlier? No, I don't know when supper again, she puttered. What do you mean, when supper? Your answer left me in a stupor and I broke into a smile, though a chill ran through my whole body. Oh, no, sorry, of course I know when supper is, it's just well... Jenny got completely confused and stared at her feet. It seems like the last thing she wanted right now is to be here, but she didn't have enough resolve to leave. It was strange, but didn't scare me at all. On the contrary, I was happy because something new, beyond the scope of the pattern, has happened. Are you alright? I asked the stupidest question possible in this situation. What did I even expect to hear in return? Yes, thank you. For what? I don't know, well, for being worried. Well, I just. Faint of discontent appeared on his face, but disappeared immediately and Jenny slowly got up. I got to go. Wait, but weren't you on your way to the canteen? I'll come later, I got other things to do. Okay. I didn't stop here, but decided to follow. God knows how long has it been since anything like that happened to me. Only in my first few times here, maybe. Jenny came to the square and quickly went to the direction of the library. She never turned around the way, so I didn't even have to hide much. When the door shut behind her, I froze in hesitation. So, what's next? Should I knock and go in? But what will I tell her? One wouldn't need to be a detective to realize that I've been following her. I was brought out of my thoughts by Electronic, who appeared before me as if out of nowhere. What? Came with a checklist? Hmm? Yeah, just decided to visit the library. Got it. I won't distract you then. He said and prepared to leave already. Wait, don't you think that lately Jenny has been, well, behaving strangely, I guess? Electronic looked at me carefully. Surprisingly even. Did something happen? No, nothing. Look, as if I was making excuses, and a feeling of her personal pettiness enveloped me. Why should I make excuses to him? I'm just asking. What, I can't even ask already? No, of course you can, he said nervously. Maybe she really has been a bit strange. I guess I've noticed something like that in the past couple of days. Really? And how does this strangeness manifest itself? I'm not sure. She's just usually a more self-confident or something. You think we should talk to her? I was going to say, you said I shouldn't, but to restrained myself. Okay, forget it. Maybe she's just in that mood. What mood? No mood. That one. I guess it. Aren't you one of our future scientists? I answered abruptly. Electronic thought for a moment, as if pondering the fate of the world, and then nodded understandably. Okay. I spread my arms a bit and lowered my head, indicating that if he had no more business with me, then it would be better for him to get back to building robots and to do so as soon as possible. Seriously, they didn't actually explain us what he was building at. Well, androids with cat eyes? Errors, of course. And I actually thought it's somehow related to Euler, but it's not. Strange. Of course, he was a bit slow, but this time he understood me on the first try. When Electronic left, I sat, my back pressed against the tree near the library, in such a way so I couldn't be seen from the windows, and started to think. To be more specific, I tried to think because there were catastrophically not enough facts for comprehensive analysis of the situation. When the wallpaper in your room changes from white to black, you can get surprised, scared, assume that they are being recolored without you knowing. Get angry at the one who did that. But those are all emotions. A fuck in that situation would be a note on the table saying something like, "There, I thought it would be better to get ready for eternity beforehand, so I changed the tone of the interior to a more fitting one." And what did I have on my hands at the moment? Behind me, a huge number of loops. Now, the brain strange behavior in the head, and suddenly, myself she was constantly behavior strangely. I noticed it several times. Not exactly a solid basis for constructing theories of any kind. Oh, and I was a master of theories, if anything. Though that was all in the past, because at some point I stopped caring completely about why exactly I'm destined to spend an eternity in this camp. Out again. And whatever I decided, this is all not like me. I don't think like that and probably never did. It's as if someone put foreign words into my head. Did I stop being myself when I came to an alien world? The grass strangely rusted under my feet, giving my presence away. I was sneaking up to the library trying to find out what is happening inside. Jenny was sitting behind a table, staring straight ahead. Without even a thought flashed through my head. She looked bewildered, doomed maybe, like someone who was told they have only a matter of hours left to live. Really, I wish I could tell her that everything's alright, and in 5 days it's all repeat again and then again. But how could this even be alright? It's like telling a sick man that he'll die in 5 days time, but he shouldn't worry because in 7 days after that he'll die again. About 10 minutes have passed, but Jenny never moved. Sometimes it even seems to me that she was in prison. Now I began to realize that certainly that is not just a stage, it is it, the thing that threw me into this new world. Just had to decide what to start with. I could ask her head on, tell her my story. Oh, hey you are! The camp leader was standing behind me. I turned around abruptly and said irritably, "What do you want?" Like always? Like I was used to. What are you dithering here for? Forgot that you need to get a signature in the library too? The camp leader seems not to pay attention to my words and tone. Not like usual, but like something long ago. A lot of his memories in my first appearance in this camp came in the long-forgotten images of the local inhabitants. Those I had deemed to be people at the time, not just decorations. It's just, you see, I don't even want to hear it. Get it all signed before dinner. Of course, I was just going to see. Then go. Olga Dmitrievna followed me to the door with her eyes, so I didn't even have to choose what to do next. The camp leader helped. Library smelled like book dust, old Soviet furniture, and a little bit of them. Jenny was sitting, paying no attention to me, and seemed to only come to her senses when I closed the door. Hi again. I started hesitant. After all, I was used to certain behavior and communication pattern with the camp's inhabitants, and it was hard to change my ways. And this camp leader didn't let me get ready either. I wish I'd struggled here with her Panama as always. Jenny didn't answer, but kept looking at me cautiously. 1 second. Okay. I kind of came to get the checklist signed. Okay, give it here. She answers unemotionally. I started to fumble my pockets and then released. No, there's totally something wrong happened with me. I should have gotten used to everything after all this time and behaving like a first grader. More specifically, like a first sessioner in the terms of this world. I think I lost it. But wait a second, he had never actually had it in the first place, right? I said, making an upset face. That's too bad. She replied in the same dry and uninteresting voice. I froze in some kind of superposition. If I turn around and leave now, then what? Well, at that moment, determination came from who knows where. Can I ask you a question? What question? And really what? Don't you think they've been understanding the food and the canteen lately? And they're salted. The nights have gotten pretty cold, right? Oh, by the way, do you know that I'm an alien from the future? Alright, lately it seems like you're upset with something. Jenny's face showed a glimpse of interest. but we don't know each other. Yeah, sure, it's just that I saw you yesterday and thought I was getting more and more entangled in lies. An ability to tell the truth was driving me ever further into autism and reducing my vocabulary. I saw you running through the camp yesterday too, but we still don't know each other. No, we don't, but I was told about you by Slavia. Your roommates with you, right? And what did she tell you? Little by little, Jenny was starting to emerge from her contemplative condition. Nothing. I let out a helpless sigh and heavily sank into the chair near the door. Outside the window, the many voiced birds were singing their songs. The crickets were chattering. Somewhere water was splashing, and from far away was the perky sound of children laughing. All that was there, beyond the walls of the library, inside of here, are only the two of us, me and Jenny, or to be more precise, a girl who looks like Jenny. There was no fear, but rather wonder. Let's assume that I'm not me. Who are you then? For a second I even felt insulted that she doesn't know who I am. Why? Me? Oh, that's me, that's one? Yes, that guy. Painters of many worlds have told legends about me. But this specific Zhenya in this specific world seems to not give a damn about who I am and what am I doing here. And our conversations that seems to have started to interest her has turned into useless chatter. Who do I look like? Jenny set her eyes on me. A pioneer? Yeah, sure, a pioneer. That's logical. Nice joke. I grinned strenuously. I wasn't joking. Just that I look like myself and you don't. I don't look like myself. You don't look like yourself, God. The final assault has begun. For some reason, I actually think that this DLC is actually not very well translated or adapted. In what sense? She marveled. In the sense that you're not Jenny. No, I mean you're not the local librarian. Who am I then? She moved her eyes to the side, as if looking for something on the bookshelves. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Is this another joke? Joke? Well, everyone knows already. She got embarrassed and blushed. No, I don't. With the thumbtack on my chair, I left to get a book, and while I was looking for it, Alisa... She started down to the floor, tears filling her eyes. No, I haven't heard about anything like that. So, if you think about it, something like that was happening in the previous times. Alisa decided to play a prank. Just that I played absolutely no attentions to it then. And Jenny reacted differently too, I think. Alisa. What? Another site? Something? Get off me! The painter's girl mumbled while buttoning her shirt, her tongue barely moving. The Cybernetics Club was biased, and the bright moonlight on the table was lying an empty bottle with a tiny lake of vodka spilled around it. Oh, it says flashback, so actually something happened, but he actually skipped it. My cheek was burned, and the head was spinning so hard I couldn't even understand why exactly, but hardly because of the alcohol alone. You thought that I'm like that? Then you can go to hell! The girl's fingers were listening to her. The button was jumping back and forth, but refused to go to its prescribed place. Yeah? I lost my temper, grabbed the panel by the hands, pressed her against the table, and turned her shirt open with my teeth. Like what then? Like, what are you then? I'm asking you. It's not a rhetorical question, answer me. I didn't want to change anything. Don't stare at me. I was living my accustomed life in my accustomed world, doing what I wanted. Why the hell would I need this note? You want this, I know. The cold, sweet vodka with a stranger 5 minutes after you meet him. Not like Is that you are? To tell me, all of you? Make everything how it was? I was losing control over myself, the situation, the world itself. But God, it hurts! The girl was crying. But I was holding her firmly, and in a minute she went limp and closed her eyes, with only occasional hot and salty tears falling from them. Now, see? That's much better. I was strongly feeling her up everywhere, breathing rapidly and loudly as that. Because you're mine, because you're mine, the whole world is mine. But the girl wasn't resisting, and I suddenly lost interest. In felt disgust. And I don't need you, there are better ones here. I let her go and slide down to the floor, exhausted. The piano didn't move, and I continued to sob quietly. I can have any girl here, any you hear me, and then I'll take the meat, clever, and... You think that didn't happen before? I was shouting. You think you can tell me what to do? This is my world, you hear me? Mine! You all don't even exist. I'm talking to myself. Stop winning. I lost the last bits of control over myself, jumped up and leaned all my weight on the girl. She seems to be close to fainting already. I bent forward and whispered into her ear. You know what I've been doing with you so many times. Wanna listen? Oh no. Listen now and I'll tell you. Suddenly I panicked. It has been infinitely a long time since the very beginning. Every second of it I've been living was aware of myself as a person, was controlling situations in this world and many before it. And for the first time, I got a feeling that I'm disappearing. That in a moment's time, I'll be gone. How can that be? It's me, don't you see? Don't you remember? You're a weakling. The girl's whisper reached me, as if from another world. A pathetic weakling, and nobody. I would feel pity, but you can't pity an empty place. I jumped back from her in terror. The piano's face was a frozen grimace of disgust. The tears disappeared, as if they had never been there. She got up from the table, took a couple of steps towards me, and stopped. And now it's actually showing us the future. Oh gosh. Well, I don't really like when actually some no actually moving fast and forwards. Usually it's very stupid, and it's definitely stupid. That's why it's not in the main game, obviously. Why are you telling me all of this? Jenny asked lazily, turning the page over. Ripples were running across the water, above us were swaying the waves of bridge, with bright beams of the tearing midday sun shining through them. The birds were singing loudly in the grove, and the snowbugs hiding in the tall grass were busily jumping on my legs. Well, why are you reading that book? Tell me that the first time. I like it. See, you like no narrates and I like to read. On the other shore, on the beach, pianists were from Lincoln. Olga Dmitrievna was running after Uliana, and in the middle of the river, I distinguished Slavia's gold-colored hat. Could she be swimming here? So what? What? What happened next? I thought you weren't interested. You are, so? Jenny smiled. Well, will he finally skip this? By using Jenny, I don't know. She spat on my face and walked outside, shutting the door loudly after herself. And I was left standing there. What? Is this it? The end? At some point I was waiting for it, maybe even with impatience. But it was so long ago that I already don't even remember. And what now? These dolls, these soulless dolls, destroyed my world that I've been building my whole life. Just like that, in one day's time? I ran my hand over my cheek and saw my fingers covered with something wet. the night had long descended upon the camp, hiding the local pioneers under its cover, hiding their malice and villainous, and I was just sitting in the cybernetic club, my arms folded around my knees, slowly rocking from side to side. Maybe that pioneer girl will come back now. After all, she could humiliate me much more strongly. Come on, translation here is very terrible now. Or even do something worse. But time was passing by, and it was only the singing of the night birds and flickering of the crickets getting quiet. And now it's near too. The camp will wake up then and start living its life that had suddenly become so unfamiliar to me. Well, whatever, to hell with it. I got to my feet with some difficulty, and look at the empty bottle of vodka lying on the table. It would be nice to pass out now and wake up tomorrow as if nothing happened. Forget about today, a piano world I'm used to, where the piano's behavior is familiar and predictable. And it all started with that little girl. She never cried before. Or maybe she did and I just never paid attention. Even if that's true, so what? What? Become a weakling, feel sorry for that little shit, go down to their level even? No, I have to pull myself together. I left the cybernetic club, slamming the door loudly, and burst in the fresh night air. Strange, it didn't feel as artificial as usual. So, where should I go? I guess catching up to that piano girl and getting revenge for the spit in the face would be worth it. I would have never forgiven such an insult before, and I won't forgive it now. There wasn't a single living soul in the square aside from a piano sitting on a bench. I paid no attention to him at first. Who knows how many retards dwell here, but he called out to me. Hey, Simeon. Who the hell are you calling Simeon, damn you? Hissed under my breath. But the piano wasn't calming down. You must be looking for someone? But she didn't go that way. I froze in place, but immediately turned around and quickly walked up to him. So you saw her? Of course I did. A disgusting smile appeared on his face, a grin even, a savage one, expressing only one's superiority over their opponent. Spell it out then. You're not playing a guessing game here. Wait, what are you in such a rush for? Sit down. Let's talk calmly, please start. I have nothing to talk to you about. The piano thought for a moment, then rummaged in the pockets of his shorts and took out a pack of Cosmos and held it out to me. Want some? This. Where do you get it? And don't you remember Eureka opinions having cigarettes? Also, so much has happened in the last 24 hours that has never happened before. I slowly drew out one cigarette and gave the pack back to the stranger player. Wait a second, just before they said that they cannot physically interact with each other? And there it is. Okay. He turned it around in his hands for a while and then tossed back to me. And if it's the same pack, how can it be possible? Now take it, I quit. And that feels a smile again. The hell is it, so I need to catch that insolent bitch. So, tell me where she went. Why do you need that poor girl? She's significantly small on the scale of the universe, and maybe doesn't even exist in this one. He thought for a moment, then continued. Same goes for you? Are you sure you exist? And even if so, that your existence here and now is the real one? Maybe you really existed before and now you don't? Or you will exist in the future and at the moment it's just a doll standing before me. The word doll fired painfully in my head, as if 45 caliber Colts blew my brains out splattering the contents of the brain paint over their area. Yeah, it's Slavia's turn to clean tomorrow. I momentarily smirked inside. Who are you? The insolent girl that spotted my face had long flown out of my head to guess with my brain. Who are you, I'm asking you? I grabbed him by the neckerchief and shoved him towards me with such strings that the damn red wreck groaned and almost tore. But the pair only smiled. Calm down, don't worry that much. It's impossible to die here. You should know, you've done that hundreds of times. I jumped back from him in terror. This phrase, I've certainly heard it before. No, not even that, I've been saying it to myself. Eat myself. A long time ago, in one of my previous lives. Because you're Semyon, and I'm Semyon because you are me. What the heck just happened? The bench and the panel abruptly zoomed 100 meters away from me. As if I was falling from a roller coaster when his disgusting grin remained before my eyes. Holy shit, what's going on? And then, the world around was covered in darkness. Very strange. Well, and then I disappeared. Just like that. Jenny kept her eyes fixed on the book, but the story seems to start to interest you. Why not? That timely departure is a great skill. You know, and I'm master of it, if anything. Yeah, you're master of everything. She put the book down and hugged me. Slavia, who was clearly swimming in our direction, seems to notice it and turn around toward the beach. Wait, I didn't even get to the main part. And not here, after all. I shyly turned away from her. Jenny clearly didn't like that and moved away from me. I'm tired of these stories of yours. They're always all one and the same. Let me tell you mine for a change. And what about, I wonder? Like how I got here, for example. I heard it 100 times already. And I've heard yours 200. For Zhenya, Sabionek didn't start with our meeting and the checklist. Because I always have, and will have my first day of this session after she has already spent a week in the hub. Do you know what feelings when the time has stopped? When you can't die, even if you really want to? It's actually what I said. Wait a second, I predicted your story. Like, when? On my second stream, right? Well, I was right. I didn't know this. I didn't read about this, but I predicted it. Well, same as usual, constant comments. Well, yeah, like here in this camp. Well, it was always easier for me here. People behave more honestly, properly. No one really bullies anyone. There's none of, at the very least, that one I said was everywhere then. Before, do you remember? I didn't answer. I can just read books, talk to people, someone meets me, someone considers me a friend. I have responsibilities. Seems like Zhenya was ready to burst into tears. Alright, well, okay then. Anyway, this one time I just woke up because of the excessive shaking of the 410 bus. Have you ever taken that bus? I nodded. Well, I never did. We don't even have bus routes with street digits in our town. I didn't really understand what had happened yet, and the girl sitting near me says me, "Hi, my name's Slavia." Slavia? What Slavia? Slavia who? Of course I was confused, but tried not to show it. Then we arrived at the camp, and the thing started to get stirred up. And then it happened again. And then again. Zhenya sighed. And I've seen you many times. You with Slavia, Alisa, Lena. She quietly greeted her to us. But that was me. You've been over that 100 times already and now you're starting again. You? Not you. You're all like pissing about. I was in your comms too, right? But she was not at all like the real me. Exactly. Distinguishing the original from the fake is not as hard as you think. Yes, because the fakes get renewed every time and the original stay. It's not like that at all. As if you know everything. What? Does it matter? I hugged Jaya tight and closed my eyes. How long is actually this one? It sounds like it's already over. But we didn't learn anything new here. And that's okay. I woke up, covered in sweat, my heart beating like mad. The rising sun was unbearably hot, though it was no later than 6 or 7 a.m. by the looks of it. What the hell happened to me? The sinister piano. What was that? It was just a dream, a hallucination. Right now I am ready to believe in that. In anything at all. Someone slowly walking towards me across the square. Well, wait a second, if there was another Simon here, so not every single one escaped. I stared and recognized the camp leader. So, you at it again? She said, relentlessly, leaning over me. That made me get up on the bench and make a step back. And here I thought yesterday was just a misunderstanding and I'm just speechless. To do something like that to a girl. What is she even talking about? What girl? What does she need from me? Damn it! At least the camp leader looked like usual. That calmed me down a little. So, answer me now. You think you'll just get away with it this time? I'll call the police. I'll even take it to the secretary of the All-Union Council Organization. She was puffing so much she even went red and started to pan. In my camp. How you? In general, this behavior of the camp leader didn't surprise me one bit. But I felt uneasy because my mind was still returning to the events of the past night, living a depression, painful feeling close to embarrassment about something down by a drunken haze. The strangest thing was that I didn't care about the camp leader shouting aloud a mere meter away from me. Shtabor, the key is shouting like this a fire. What do you even know about problems? You think you got a problem here? Oh, Peter was almost raped. What a disaster! I grit my teeth and cast a menacing look at the camp leader, the sent a flicker of fear across her face. How about I tell about real problems? Not those in your little imaginary world. No, just go to hell. You're just a waste of time. On the other hand, I always have a more than enough of the time. A frightful thought suddenly flashed through my head. What if everything will always be like this now? What if I lose control over this world forever? Any pioneer girl will be able to spit in my face at real, and the camp leader will get to lecture me like electronic. But that's worse than this. Anyway, I gotta go. I flung on the camp leader, who was still hadn't recovered from shock, and went wherever my legs would carry me. But really, what is this for me, personally? Seems like I've long since ceased to understand the very concept of the idea. Because if I can't disappear, if I'm destined to live through the very same week as this damn camp, time and time again, then maybe death is losing myself, losing my power, all the world, having uncertainty ahead. But it's even worse than the fate of any regular human. Their life is a game with an unhappy ending and with no ability to save your progress. My life is a game with no ending with the ability to save. That would they call such life? What? Actually. If only I could remember how is it. to be a regular man. They would probably call this hell. And this mythical cycle, where even the soulless dolls humiliate me, is his last cycle. I was ready to lose my mind, if only I could. All the thoughts I'd been mentally driving away from myself suddenly surged with a new strength, returning long forgotten feelings. And who turned out to be right in the end? Was always convinced myself that I am right, not them because I'm alive and they disappeared by chasing empty illusions. But they disappeared and I stayed. And who got the better part of it in the end? The already familiar sneaker sounded nearby. Looks like you understood something today. I know you are. My voice sounded calm, but the heart was beating madly like never before. Oh really? Be interesting to hear. You're the same as me, a pioneer, but from another cycle. But didn't you always think that the others were no more after Simeon drove off on the bus that time? You thought that you were alone now in all these endless chaos? I could be wrong. As hard as it was for me to admit it possibly existed. You? Wrong? Why, that cannot be. Whatever. What do you need? Did you just come to mock me for what I've been doing before? You saying that it's F? What? Wait a second. You feel guilty? I don't feel guilty anyway. That's none of your business. Just answer the question. Well, maybe you're right. The painter thought for a moment. No, it's a sin to laugh at the miserable. Suddenly felt a distinct desire to punch that disgusting smile off his face. After all, am I a trembling creature, or do I have a right? Who allowed him impose his ways in the world? Get lost. What again? I shouted, jumped up, and swung my fist at him as hard as I could. But my hand just flew through a haze that disappeared in the air, and I lost my balance, painfully falling to the ground. Okay, so you cannot physically kill somebody, but how can... Wait a second, he was not able to touch him, but only a pack of cigarettes, right? But I see why it's not the same. Anyway, when the pain abated a bit, I felt as if someone was standing nearby. And indeed, from the bushes was even a sassy little painter girl. You got what you deserved. She stuck her tongue out. Guess you're not as brave as your peers. Oh yeah, it was so unexpected that I even forgot that I wanted to say. Doesn't it surprise you at all that a man just dissolved in the thin air right in front of you? Well, things happen. Maybe it's some trick. Doesn't matter anyways. You got what you had coming. Not wanting to put up with these insults any longer, I abruptly jumped up and rushed at her. But the girl was skillfully running through the trees while I had to spend precious seconds dodging the branches that slashed at my face, her legs sticking out as well as invisible gullies. And a couple of moves and scratching my hands loaded, only caught you at the squirrel. What? Not so fast at all, are you? It's not as easy as running from some half-wits. Let me go, get off! The pale girl was crying. Suddenly, I felt a strong blow to my back. Everything swam before my eyes, the ground came at me with tremendous speed. Holy shit. So, you're into children too? That's it. Get him! I blow to the belly. I suddenly carved my head with my arms. Not so cool now, I... And what, she died? Another hit. But at that point I was ready to lose consciousness, but gathering the last bits of strange, raised myself into my elbows and brought several matters to the side. What was flowing into my eyes turned the crowd of banners beating me up into a continuous red haze. This is, of course, not the best education method, but quite an effective one. Oh, who the hell knows where came the camp leader's voice? What are you doing? Enough! Alright. Did you read Don Quixote? Jenny was sitting near me, merely swinging with it. Yeah, but I hardly remember what it was about by now. I actually tried, but it was very boring. Windmills. All of your stories are like fights with windmills. What mills, please? And even if there's no mills, you will surely build one cause you just have to fight something. You're saying that as if I'm some kind of masochist, aren't you? She smiled slyly. Jenny, what would I do without her? Sometimes I thought that everything that's happened with me in this camp wasn't that bad if this reward was waiting for me at the end. I pulled her to myself and kissed her. Wait, what are you? What if someone sees? Jenny blushed and resisted. But more for sure, if anything. It doesn't concern you. No, but... Anyway, where was I? The windmills? Yeah, I mean, no, I meant that you still can't settle down. Like, if you had ridden that bus that time like all normal people and wouldn't have met you? As if you've been meeting me before. Always Slavia, Lisa, Lena. She gripped. Sam, that means I've done everything right? To hell with you. Alpha male with that harem. My fault. Let's stop talking about the past. You've got a whole life ahead of us. Whole life. Well, actually infinity. Everlasting? Hey, you alive? The cold water splashed into my face, and with difficulty I managed to open my bunged up eye. On me was leaning a piano. You again. Oh, they didn't finish me off and you decided to help? Well, go ahead then. Get on with it. But wait a second, why his actual name was different color? Somewhere deep inside, I was even happy for such a turn of events. Finally, this broken, vicious cycle will be torn apart. No, you don't understand, I'm not him. That's why the color is different, it's kinda obvious. Who is then? Okay, already. It would be so nice to die now. End this loop and go on to a new one. I guess never before did I want so hard for the end of cycles of my life to continue. The only important thing is for them to obey the long-established rules. Don't you understand? The painter said with anguish. No, I don't play these games anymore. Really, did they decide to place me in the shoes of that idiot? Is this some kind of game I'm green noob for them? Not on my server. And anyway, I don't care. I tried to get up, but the pain made me just moan and lean against the nearby trunk. Also, if I'll have to spend 5.5 more days in this damned loop, I'll obviously have to make a certain compromises. Okay, I don't care who you are or why you're here, but if you really want to help, I won't refuse. He really is the one he wants to look like, then I can expect help from him. Yes, of course. Bring me something to drink then. The painter quickly jumped up and disappeared behind the trees. Did he run to the canteen? Or the dumb bus? But this vodka existed only in one single, I don't know, just one bottle. Or you thinking that he will rush to his soul world or something. Anyway, the time was dragging treacherously, slowly. I bought the phone, either during the fight or even before that, so I couldn't tell how much time passed since the moment the piano ran for the water. But in any case, he should have been back already. My injuries were hurting unbearably. Seemed like I was starting to get a fever. Could it be an infection? I could simply die. They could at least have beaten me to death. But no, I have to lie here and wait for the end of in agony. Just you wait. Next time I'll show you all. The fear of death used to exist for me simply because one can only fear something that scares you. In my case, this would be salvation. Though I could hardly believe that, more likely the next time everything will repeat itself, which means I'll have to struggle, have to fight for myself for my entire life. Same as the first times. To do everything, to not become a winner, as not knows, like that one. Barely managing to get up on my feet, I started toward the camp. It was getting dark. I should have probably asked the painter what happened after I lost consciousness during the beating at the square. Maybe they're looking for me? Or they think I'm already dead? In any case, I should be careful. Right now, the various skills obtained during the time spent in all these endless loops would be useful. But a one-handed, one-legged cripple hardly makes a good fighter. At first glance, the square looked empty. No painters, no birds, none of the squirrels that blissfully inhabited the forest around the camp. And the air was ringing with a dangerous silence, like the lull before a fight, or like a minefield bypassed by both people and beasts. Take a step, and you'll be blown to pieces. If only it was really so easy. But I can't just stand and wait. I have to get to the infirmary, wash and bandage my wounds, drink a painkiller, and antibiotics. The first steps through the square were difficult to take, more because of the oppressive tension than my battle wounds. I somehow dragged myself to the end of it, walked along the narrow pathway, reached the infirmary, and had already started to mess with the lock when I suddenly heard a familiar rustle in the bushes nearby. Suddenly, that is not a beast or bird, that's a human. Though I understood well that the rampant pioneers, pioneers won't hide themselves, they act openly now. I don't know who's hiding them, but you'd better get out or else. Else what? In this condition, I can hardly even pose more threats than that arrogant little girl. Just me. The shy pioneer almost whispered, coming out of her car. Oh, it's you? Asked sarcastically. Alone? And with the others? Oh, yes, you alone will be sufficient. No, I can go if I'm disturbing you. Stay, things can't get any worse anyway. I was vainly messing with the lock. Cause it wasn't hard for me to pick it with even a toothpick or a match, but for that I needed healthy fingers, while mine were all covered with hematomas and bruises. Their every second joint dislocated. The most complicated action capable of now is holding a piano flag and endless sprinkle over my head. A dumb pastime on its own, but the local pioneers can make me do worse. Maybe I can help? How? With moral support? You gotta just stop mid sentence and help out a bunch of keys to me. How? Yes, I didn't expect something like this, but wasn't really surprised. I had other things in my mind. I took them from Slavia. Just like that? You won't tell me she gave them to you without even asking why you needed them? Well, I said I don't feel well and didn't want to burst hell, so I could go to the infirmary by myself. Yeah, great pretext. Slyness, arrogance, and pretense. They say that behind every strong man stands a strong woman. I remembered about the second part of Cosmos that the painter gifted to me. The cigarettes turned out to be considerably crumbed, but I still managed to find a couple of intact ones. Okay, the keys will really be useful. That was smart of you. Thank you. The girl smiled almost unnoticeably. What if she really isn't hiding a knife behind her back? Where's this sauce even coming from though? The presumptions of innocence had never worked in this world so far, and especially now, even everyone around to be hostile a priori would the most correct things to do. I carefully looked the girl up and down. What? Is there something wrong with me? I just don't even know. You better tell me. Is everything right with you or not? I don't understand you. The opinion girl was clearly embarrassed and upset. Well, she's at least pretending to be good. I should use it. It will be hard to manage all my wounds by myself with unbending arms. Don't mind it if you really want to help. An infrared was brightly illuminated by the fluorescent lamps hanging from the ceiling. But there's another new music. They might actually use, like, not the best one for the, DLC. With some difficulty, I clambered into the couch and tried to take my shirt off. Let me help. Okay, go on. The right and the left sides around my belly were reddening, terribly looking patches of bruises. I must have broken several ribs, or maybe it's the other way around and only a few of them remained unbroken. Every moment echoes with pain inside. Can't you be more careful? Sorry. The painter started to undress me, zealously even. Finally I was left in only my shorts. Wait, we have to wipe the mouths with iodine. Disinfect them. Yeah, sure. So I would like brown bear? No sense. Let's do it with hydrogen peroxide. It's in the desk drawer. The painter didn't argue. So, hydrogen peroxide or iodine still stings the same. I had to make an inhuman effort to not shout out loud. I don't know, it's actually this white liquid is not so painful for me, but I don't know. Does it hurt? What do you think? I hissed through clenched teeth. Then Pena started to bandage me. Every time she had to grab the bandage on the other side, she was almost pressing herself against me. Yeah, and I said with the feeling of duty. Well done. She's overacting. The thought flashed in my head. Yes, that's better. Not that I really felt better, rather I was just more certain that I will be almost healed no later than tomorrow. But that will be tomorrow. Tried to get up to walk to the drug cabinet, but my head suddenly started spinning and I had to sit on the couch again. Get me an Algin and well, that. Did I really forget the contents of the local medicine chest? I raised a hand to my forehead. It was so hot. Something for the tetanus. I don't know. I am writing there the instruction. Oh, it's written. The girl busted about and soon returned with a pile of multicolored pills. What's that? Like you said. I was taking a risk, of course, but it clearly couldn't get any worse. And wanted to wash it down. I swallowed the pills and barely managed to stretch myself out of the couch. The piano girl sat on the chair nearby and started to look at me impatiently. What does she need after all? The suspense was staring. I just wanted to sleep, to drift off and forget about this mad world for at least some time. Or better yet, wake up in another one. Let them end what they began and finish me off. Or this shy girl. And how long are you planning on sitting here? If I'm disturbing you, I can leave. No, you're not. Suddenly in my head appeared a wild but not senseless idea. Can even help. The girl gave me an inquiring look. Take the job, see? Barlow raised a hand and pointed at the needed medicine. Now draw a full syringe from it. What the heck is this? You mean, you serious about it? Janie's face was burning, and her voice sounded not even surprised, scared. Wait, no, you must really be out of your mind. What a big deal. Even if the worst case, the new loop is in a couple of days, no one will ever remember about it. I will. That's enough already. So, your answer is no? My answer is stop bullying me. She tried to get up, but I firmly caught her by the hands. Hey! Instead of trying to break free, Jenny laughed and pressed herself against me. I'm really not joking. What if we do get out of here at all? You haven't talked about that for a while. I haven't, but I am now. If in the real world you expect to just forget and pretend you haven't said anything now, then no, both here and in the real world my words are sincere. Even so, I just hardly believe. So suddenly, what's sudden about it? How long have we known each other? I've learned since lost count of the loops. I'm still counting, so. Jenny said quietly and hugged me even tighter. The girl abandonedly filled the syringe with the colorless, transparent liquid and handed it to me. Now, when did you ever see a patient giving himself injections? But I don't know how to. There's nothing difficult about it. Just that for me, in this world, there was still the one and only taboo suicide. I was ready and even wanted to die at the hands of mad piano or lethal injection, but ending my own life. For some reason, it seems that I shouldn't. I couldn't explain why and never tried to check. Maybe it was all because of that fear of uncertainty that had possessed me in the past 24 hours. Maybe it's all much simpler, and the reason is the simple self preservation instinct. Well, Bill Murray and Grant Hownett, they. Wait a second, ground. Doesn't matter. Actually, killed himself without any problem, but it always was questioned here. How? Regardless, I was sure that if I'm killed by someone else, I will immediately wake up in a new loop, but ready for everything now. The only problem was the fact that this girl clearly wasn't going to help me with my voluntary quietness or something. No, I. What if I do something wrong? It's better call the nurse. I'll go. I'll be back soon. Nurse was the last thing I damn well needed here, right now. Wait. I barely raised myself up on an elbow and grabbed her by the hand. Don't you worry. I've done it hundreds of times, and I'll teach you too. There's nothing difficult about it. The girl waved. First, take the tourniquet. Wait, what? Why would she need a tourniquet? It's used when taking blood. Okay, don't take the tourniquet. The parents girl laid the tourniquet on the table near me. I moved my left hand to the side to make it more convenient for her. Maybe we shouldn't after all? I won't even feel anything. Her hands were shaking. The needle jumped left and right. She missed the vein. It won't be pretty. Euthanasia sold the drugs from a Soviet medicine kit is a precarious pleasure, as is. Hello, Solitson. Alexei. Still puzzle me, why did you use, well, I believe your last and first name is the nickname. Well, in the social network, it's and obvious that we'll use it, but in Twitch account. Anyway, hello there. Nice to meet you on the stream. But the events here, what's happening right now, they're pretty nasty. Euthanasia, right here. Now look at me like that. Girl suddenly said. And look at you, how? Don't get distracted. Can't do it like this. Oh, here we go. I made a helpless sigh and jerked my hand away from her. Okay, forget it. I'll just sleep and be alright tomorrow. Don't forget to turn the lights off and close the door when you leave. Girl abandonedly headed towards the exit, but froze halfway. Are you really in a lot of pain? I really am. What does it matter how? No. I'll just endure it. I could do it. Only if you close your eyes. So, if I close them, what will change? It'll be easy for me. Like you're sleeping. Your eyes smiled. Okay, I close them. Doesn't seem to be anything scary. The girl walked up to me and took the syringe. So, yes. I closed my eyes. At the same second, a thought flashed through my brain. Why am I even trusting you so blindly? Just half an hour ago, when standing on the porch, I was thinking very differently. Something pressed me to the couch with a stench that made me unable to move my arms and legs. This bitch! The piano girl was with a tourniquet in her hands, leans over me. A second later, it tightened around my neck. What are you? I wheezed. Even this is a death. I was urging her for. Shouldn't be like this. You're being struggling with a tourniquet. No, wait, I'm not ready. The piano was pulling ever harder, and with grimace on her face, mouth gleamed a devilish smile, sunken eyes open wide and even seeming to glow with some unnatural light. I finally tried to break free. The injuries and fatigue didn't let me. Here comes the anaxemia. Everything getting blurry in front of my eyes. I close them, but the imprint of that crazy grimace is still left on my inner side of my eyelids. Well, the problem is, you should pretend that you actually already did. But he will never do this, right? At the edge of my mind, here's the creak of the opening door, the devilish pianist loosened her grip, and then the face of another girl is already leaning over me. Let's go, now! The mirror was whispering to me. Someone helped me get up. I leaned on them and stumbled away from the infirmary. I can't believe this. What's going on here? So that's it from the beginning. Let's wait. That's it. No? Must be the final one. We were going slowly. When it was slowly, when someone bumping into everything. I was passing out and coming to all the time, but just couldn't raise my head and was only looking at my feet. The paving stone in front of the infirmary gave way to the asphalt of the square and then it to a scarred by fallen leaves and firm needles. At last we stopped and, with difficulty, I sank to the ground and looked around. Seems like the same clearing the pioneer dragged me to. I'm walking on some hellish sickles today. I tried to smirk, but coughed immediately. The back of my hand got covered in blood. Here, drink. The girl handed me a cold flask. I barely took several gulps and looked at my savior. She seemed to be the same familiar girl, but something was out of tune with her usual image. After all, a smile suited this pioneer girl more than an expression of cold determination that was frozen in her face. I didn't even really know what to say. Already been mistaken once about that maniac and the infirmary and let myself relax for a second, and I'm going to have to be ready till the end of this time. There was an unbearable pain in my whole body, and my spinning head didn't let me concentrate even for a moment. What's this all? She no need to talk. You'll get worse. I know it all. The girl sat and looked at me carefully as if, contrary to her own words, she was waiting for an answer. I know everything about you. I'm actually also real. What the heck? How the damn hell you're real? You already met yesterday? I haven't noticed anything real about you. Coughed up blood again. Is one of your jokes again? Continue quiet. You can't just kill me. You can't, right? You have to turn on me, mock me, want me to go mad. And then release that all of this has already happened once. Though now our roles were swapped. And I know it's not like that at all. You got it drunk. You went talking to me yesterday. Oh, why am I explaining? It's like you don't understand yourself. The pioneer girl frowned. Didn't you ever met your own copies? There definitely was logic in her words that I couldn't find a flaw in her right away. Well, maybe. And why do you need all this? To help me, I mean? Because you're the same as me, real. Isn't it natural? Wouldn't you do the same in my place? If only she knew what I've done before. But what if she isn't lying? After all, I did meet people other than me in this world before. Sensitive so. Girl didn't answer anything, only smiled. But I still don't understand how did you... I mean, I've met you 1,000 times before and all of them were bots. It's hard to explain, and there's no time now. No time, are you in a hurry for something? Not only me, soon we will all escape here. You mean, from this loop or to a new one? No, I mean from this camp for good. What do you mean? I broke into a dumb smile. The very thought of this being an exit from this place had seemed absurd to me for a long time now. Then tell me you want to stay here forever. Well, I've kinda been here forever already. I propose. You reject. Okay. No, wait, you just got me wrong. So, why wrong actually? Am I really ready to go back to the real world? It's alien and hostile to me now, as this camp has become my home. It's insane. But that home lies in ruins, robots and burned. Will I be able to build it anew? Yeah? So, what do you want then? Okay, but how? You don't propose. I just take your word for it, right? You really understand my situation, you won't refuse to explain. Fine, but not now. You have to make sure that's no pursuit. Wait. Oh gosh. The pioneers wasn't listening to me, and a second later, she disappeared in the vivid greenery. Just wonderful. Oh, this will never end. Right? But I can see. What a pity, a serious oversight on our housekeeper side. Basically, you want to say that you actually didn't escape. You wanted to stay with Jenny? Okay. Oh, look who's talking. What are you going to make the rings from? Are you maybe planning on just reading the wire of the induction coil around your finger? I've got a couple of ideas. Well, I'm listening. Jenny looked at me carefully and smiled, anticipating my failure. However, even before I met you, I acquired some very different skills, and crafting together a couple of rings wouldn't be very hard for me. The only question is equipment. You can't find generous instruments in a camp. So I simply wouldn't have had time to prepare everything in a matter of a week. If not for the Cybernetics Club. If you rummage through the bulk of the equipment stored here, you could definitely find enough golden for 2 simple rings. And keeping the local cybernetics occupied with something for a couple of days will certainly not be a problem, especially considering it's not the first time for me. That's a surprise. Even so, Shiny got embarrassed. In a week time, they'll disappear. You know you won't be able to take anything with us. So what? What's more important to you? 2 pieces of metal or... No, of course not. But if we are going to do it the way it should be, then the dress too. Shiny's eyes sparkled. There were no problems with the suits. I knew for sure that several guys in the camp have pants and a jacket, maybe even of a dark grey color. A summer dress would look good on Shiny, but the wedding dress was your idea in the end, which she practically rejected right away. You stole? Are you serious? Looks like she got tired of arguing already. No, but you can always ask one of the girls. I think that's the best option. Shiny grew red, pouted and turned away. Then go and ask them yourself, and take measurements of yourself, cause you're the one wearing it. How do you even imagine I could do that? I'll just walk up to, say, Slavia and ask her, could you please sew a wedding dress for me? How about you say that it's for costume contest? No, that's kinda silly. For costume ball? Shane was surprised, but didn't start arguing right away. I'll get the idea through the camp leader, don't worry. There'll be nothing to be shy about. A wedding is a part of the performance. We'll make sure electronic perform man's first walk in outer space. Miko will cosplay Legion with an armored car. And me and you will marry. And what historical events do you want to make this encampment of? What does it matter? Could even be the marriage of Ekaterina II and Peter III. Oh, well, an available fate is waiting for you then, darling. Shanya smuggled. No matter, it's just an example. See, you're joking already. Still, that's somehow. Trust me. Okay, if you think it'll all work out. No, this will never end. It started to dawn. The firma made its presence known and seems to get even stronger. Apparently, the real piano girl could both summon the forest. Looks like I've been ditched again. Though, I wasn't too hopeful this time, I just wanted to get everything back the way it was, not come back to reality. Maybe it's only been an hour on the other side, maybe centuries, it doesn't matter anymore. I felt like a comatose man who wakes up and can't recognize the world around him. The horizon was burning with a bright scarlet glow, showing the sky with a flaming aurora. What if it wasn't just the inhabitants that had changed in this world? In a mere few minutes, the beams of the blazing sun will get here and burn me up, together with this whole damn Savionok. But the second is forest. What sign are they talking about? I wish the real pioneer girl would come back. It's better to settle in a new world than burn alive in a familiar one. More so because nobody there will know about everything that happened with me here. About everything I did myself. You seem to be in deep thought about something. A familiar voice sounded nearby. My voice. What do you want? I was surprised by his appearance and even scared a bit. I had enough romance with the met at spinners and had stopped even thinking about my doubles. Also, my doubles. How long has it been since I called them that? What? What do you mean? Right, for me there was always me and there were them. We have nothing in common, we all different people, even if you were one at some point. We thinking, when did it all go wrong? Hey, he was mistaken, I wasn't thinking about that. Rather than yourself with doubts, asking yourself questions you'll never find answers to. I just want this to all be over, and your presence is hardly helping with that. Everything's long over, if you mean it that way. Already? It's not particularly noticeable. For everyone but you, that day in the bus, you made the wrong decision and died. I look over my body carefully. It hurts, which means I'm alive. I don't look much like a dead man. You think it's really all that simple? That movie-like? Do you want to remember the moment when the life left? You remember your last breath, the point of transition, the first moments on the new level of existence? I don't really get you. Then that means that I already died then, in reality. No, you've been given a chance, but you didn't use it, and ended up in your own personal hell. Or limbo, if you wish. Oh, look at you, and went in the middle, as if I didn't know that. You know that. But you didn't know that you're alone here, now, and there's no exit. I knew that. Or at least, I'd assumed so. So what about you then? I'm not here, I'm just your hallucination. The forest resounded with his disgusting laughter. It's all painfully familiar, but why is it repeating itself now? Is it true when they say that troubles never come singly? Be my guest. I close my eyes and even turn away just to be sure. Okay, in this case, what about Zhenya? Why she actually stayed here forever with this dead man? Okay. Don't treat him like that. He's one of us too. Or at least he was once. The mirror was sounding a bit different. Now two pioneers were standing in the clearing in front of me. It's the first time we're doing this, two of them. By the way. You have to fight fire with fire. He's already been through enough fighting. I wouldn't say it's enough yet. They were arguing and the reality lost all meaning to me. Look, he's lost his mind for good already. It's nothing special. He'll pass, like in that story that we told to Liana. Signed with this name of non-existent friends, the might regain their sanity and the sane go mad. And then that Jewish laughter game. You think this is the first time? Isn't it? I know for sure that it isn't. He thinks he remembers everything. He's ready for everything. He knows the hair of every pioneer beforehand. But he forgot so much. Maybe forgot the most important thing. Enough already! What are you doing here? These two suddenly stepped aside, and the cat-eared one came forward. I was always kind of wary of her because I thought that there was nothing good to expect from her. Moreover, somewhere deep inside of me, she caused some kind of animalistic, primal fear, like the fear of the dark. And I never believed her stories either. Like that she's our subconsciousness, its hidden part. What nonsense. Don't you see how bad off he is? You're no use, like you. She pointed a finger at the evil pioneer. Hurry to the infirmary for pills. What pills? He was a bit startled. I don't know, aren't you the smartest one here? Figure it out. The pioneer sighed helplessly and dragged himself in the direction of the camp. And you? She looked at the good one. And you? Well, find something to do too. Honestly, your winning is thickening. It only makes things worse. But I only wanted your help. But you're not helping, so go! She waved her hands and made expressions that made a thought flash through my head. just like a grumpy cat. The pioneer didn't argue and followed his double, whatever it is. So, what now? I asked without much enthusiasm. I've been tricked more than once, and I'm not going to believe her now. Especially her. I'd never have thought that all the local inhabitants, it would be the cat-eared one to become to help me. Even if only in words. After all, she remembers the previous times, remembers our video in the bus. You think you'll be able to make an idiot of me again? Considering the last bits of strings, I raise myself, my eyes darkening from pain. But where will I go? I should have taken the syringe myself. Why did I even decide that the suicide here is the end? No, seriously, what is this word? No, I know this word, but what he was trying to do, this liquid, what it was. Well, I think it's kinda too late to figure it out. Can you simply close it? Hey, the cat Earth. One jump to my side, with one leap, and helped me so I wouldn't fall. Why helping me? You. Do you really want me to believe you're helping me? And what do you think I'm doing now? After all, I will always help you all. Yeah, sure. Sank on the ground again and let out a heavy sigh. There's really no way for me to go in this condition. So, when will your pioneers return? Soon? She answered politely. Okay, let's sit, let's wait. I have got nothing to do anymore. The whole camp gathered at the square. When Anna was chasing Electronic in a vain attempt to take away his very prominent cardboard cosmonaut helmet, the stand of the main's first walk into open space was not without some amusing incidents. Kenneth's monument served as an improvised rocket for the cybernetics, and Shurik managed to trip and fall from it at the most crucial moments. It's a good thing that the distance to the ground was technically shorter than near Earth's orbit, and it made him like in the song with the grass near home. Russian song, of course. Stop running! You'll kill yourself for good. Olga Dmitrievna was wailing. I'm not even sure what concerned her more in the situation. The cybernetics or the image of the camp that had no accident 365 days a year since the beginning of time. Jenny was standing there and tugging on my sleeve, but I was too carried away with the spectacle and didn't notice right away. So, what? I should be doing this? But you wanted this yourself? I didn't want anything. You just suggested and I agreed. We discussed this 100 times already, and you know full well that isn't for real. Oh, so it's not for real, huh? She said dreadfully. That's not what I mean. We're just in this world, don't forget it. In a couple days everything will repeat itself, and no one will remember this. Yes, but I will. So who are you embarrassed by the most? Those around you? Or yourself? Jenny blushed and said nothing. Okay, go change already. Olga Dmitrievna commanded us. Already? Jenny nodded. I believe this is the last CG that we can get. But seriously, you're like the only two real person here and fall in love and marry? Is it even possible? Okay. And who is this? Doesn't really matter. Oh, I recognize this one from the cutscene. Alright. Oh, actually, I can yeah, show everyone's faces. Uh, well, I believe this that 10 minutes later, a strange sight for regular pioneer camp could be seen at the square. Oh, what am I saying? It was strange even for Savionok. And felt strange too, standing in the middle of the crowd of pioneers in an old Soviet costume of someone else's back. Not a formal tailcoat, of course, but still better than shorts and short-sleeved shirt. Whereas Jenny was approached in the hastily cut semblance of a wedding dress. In another situation, I'd say she looks foolish, but not now. Now this dress seems to me more beautiful than any attire from the pompous fashion shops. So, what scene are you playing now? I forgot. The camp leader whispered in my ear. Olga Dmitrievna, what does it matter already? Let's start. Okay. Jenny was standing as red as lobster, not knowing where to put her eyes. She seems now to strongly want to look at me. Everything will be alright, I said quietly. Miko was merely smiling in the crowd of pioneers, as this was her own wedding. A bit foolishly maybe, but sincerely. Lena was blushing as usual, but sometimes casting careful glances at us. Alisa's whole look was saying that she's been dragged here against her will, and she wouldn't been playing the guitar or just sleeping if only she could. So Uliana was clearly thrilled with the whole spectacle. Children don't need much to be happy. As for Slavia, she seems to be really happy for us and smiled kindly. Let's get this over with already. Looks like anymore, and Jamie will embarrass to death. Okay, we are ready. I know to the camp leader. Now I had to say what they usually say at weddings. Of course, I didn't know the exact words and managed to safely forget everything I prepared beforehand. I promise. Started my voice shaking. In sickness and oldness. No, that's not how it was. What are you mumbling? We can't hear anything. Poliana merrily shouted. Be quiet, you! Or we'll put you in Jenny's place. Dread has an immediate effect and Poliana fell silent. Well, that's... Just a minute ago, I could have sworn I was absolutely calm and now I couldn't say a word. Could only guess what Jenny was feeling. I guessed my courage. I promised to be with you, for better and for worse, for rich and for poor, in sickness and in health, until death do us apart. The pen was cheerfully clamoring until now. Stopped talking immediately. It got so quiet. I could hear my heart beating furiously. Jenny was still standing, her eyes dropped to the ground. Well, now you. She pounded air into her lungs and puttered. Agreed to marry you, promised to be with you. Sickness and for poor. Yeah. The crowd exploded with laughter. Though for me, Jenny's words sounded quite serious. And get it over with already. And what about, now you can kiss the bride? I asked it with a playful tone. Jenny's eyes sparkled, making it clear that this situation was good enough even without kisses. I guess she's right, and you'll have time for that anyway. Good job, thanks everyone. Olga Dmitrievna was shouting. A crane came forward with a camera. He looked as if he would be much happier having a crowbar in his hands instead. A couple of shots to remember. Hello! Jenny bowed at him. Come on, for the family album. She hesitated a little, but gave the semblance of a smile after all. It all turned out as it should be, better than it should be. For the first time in all this time, Jenny looked me right in the eyes, smiled and said, "Yeah, I guess." But that's not all. This cycle. I woke up, when the day was already drawing to a close. The ferry had abutted, and I found an injection mark on my right hand. Did the cat earth one really help me? At first I couldn't even believe there's somebody here capable of a kind deed after all that's happened in the last few days. With some difficulty, I got up and headed toward the camp. After all, I definitely have nothing to do in the forest, and it doesn't look like it can get any worse. Time and again a thought was appearing in my head. I have to endure. I have to live through this week, and then it will be easier. I'll recover physically, and there will even be some time to recover mentally. Just don't despair. Don't give up. Don't be like him. I'd rather die than live like that. Penners with backpacks, bags, and parcels were scampered back and forth through the square. The camp leader was standing near Genda like a small monument, arms akimbo, and shouting formidably. I froze on the spot, not knowing what to expect. These words is in continuous motion, it changes before my very eyes. Just yesterday they were ready to kill me, and what about today? Hey Simeon! The camp leader shouted and looked at me intimidatingly. Who? Me? Are you addressing me? Why aren't you packed up yet? Packed up? I'm ready to be packed up. Today is the last day of the session. Did you forget again? Pack it up! Off you go! I didn't want to argue with her. I just didn't have the strength, and I stopped being surprised a long time ago, so just hung out. Is it the case that I look like this? And I pointed at my torn clothes and the bruises all over me. What happened to you? The camp leader sincerely wondered. Were you running through the forest and fell? What the hell are you talking about? What forest? Why would I even need to run through the forest? Okay, it's not my business, but even in half an hour, if you're late again, you'll stay for another session. What? She smirkled. Stay here for another session? No, this definitely lies outside of my plans. Anyways, a new chance to get out of here appeared even if in such a dumb way. I slowly dragged myself towards the bus stop. The whole camp crowded in front of the bus. Everyone's waiting for the camp leader. After all, following rules contradicts her own rules. Oh, what happened to you? The pioneer from the infirmary encouraged maternally. Are you alright? Need a bandage? Why stop then? Offer me a splint. Must follow into a ditch and cried his eyes out. Sure, look who's talking. What if wolves got him? Only if those wolves were the local pioneers. I was just sitting quietly on the roadside, my head lowered in my hands. I didn't even want to think about what will happen tomorrow, whether I will get into a new loop, or it will all end once and for all. Or maybe there's something else waiting for me ahead. Something better? When I woke up, Zhenya wasn't nearby. I was going to take care of some personal business. God, why does she need this whole banner game? Especially on the wedding night. I stretched myself and yawned with pleasure. Oh well, at least I can surprise you. Pick some flowers in the forest. Not much of a gift, but I know she likes May lilies. I would never understand why women like flowers. Why not nettles or hawkweed then? Those are plants too, and they are nice in their habitats, not pots and oases. What? What is actually hogweed? And what is nettles? Looks I must actually Google the pictures of it, because I do not understand. Nettles. Okay, something like green flowers. Okay, what about hogweed? Ah, this one. Hmm. Well, I don't know. So, What does it matter if every time I gifted flowers to Jenny, her face lit up with a bright smile? Hmm. Of course, it might be not because of the flowers alone. With the buckets in my hands, I felt into the library, loudly throwing the door open. Behind the librarian's table was sitting Alisa, looking gloomy and leafing through the magazine. Oh, the new life has shown up, she muttered, looking at me sullenly. Hey, Virginia, Dano asked me to sit here for you and went somewhere herself. Well, yes, my Virginia can even pursue Alisa. Okay, then I'll. And somehow she wasn't glowing with happiness at all. Alisa said to my back. Where did Jenny go? Maybe she decided to make me a surprise gift too? No, surprises are not her scene. It must simply be time for breakfast. I ran to the canteen. The painters were merely clamoring inside. The dishes were cluttering in the same merry manner. Even the usual gloom lazy cook looked unusually merry today. I noticed Slavia and walked up to her. Hey, have you seen Jenny? Slavia looked at me with surprise, then got embarrassed and turned her eyes away. I think she went to the bus stop. The bus stop? Why? I don't know. You better ask yourself. You'll still make it if you hurry. To the bus stop? To the bus stop? In a minute I ran past the camp gates and saw Jenny standing on the road, her gaze directed somewhere far away to the horizon, past the plains and the forest, following the bright summer sun. A strange expression was on her face, sadness, anticipation, and anguish mixed together. At the same time, Jenny looked so very different. I didn't recognize her. Better? No, I can't believe this even less than the fact that tomorrow I return to the real world. Maybe it was better before? It seems like that pioneer was saying that I forgot a lot. But what exactly? Hey, I was looking for you. It sounded silly and my voice was trembling. Just had to say something, so I put a fake smile on and tried to talk in a friendly manner. What do you want? Jane responded coldly. I woke up and you were gone, so... Jane turned around with her eyes shining. I'm going, she said with a calm voice. Where? Home. But buses don't come here. Buses? What's here? They do? Here, I made this for you. I handed her a bucket, which instantly ended up on the ground. I don't need anything from you. You, yesterday. I don't want to know you. I don't know what happened, but I'm sure it was all your fault. What was my fault? Everything. The stupid marriage and what happened during the night. But you agreed. You wanted this yourself, remember? A couple weeks ago. I didn't even know you a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it all started back then. Or continued. I don't care anymore. I decided that I could be happy with Jenny, but she disappeared just as she appeared. Suddenly. Wait a second, so when I thought about the past, it actually was the future, and when I was thinking about future, it actually was the past. Oh well, it's a plot twist. It definitely surprised me this time. Jenny, sitting not in the library, but at the canteen porch. It was so long ago. I lost my face once, I stopped being human. But then I met her, and it almost seems like life was giving me a second chance. Homemade in this strange world. But then she was gone, and during the annual cycles I forgot everything. Going back to how I was before I first met her, I stopped being myself. Maybe he was right? What are you saying? We've known each other for. I don't even know how long we know each other for. I know you, and I don't want to know you. But wait, we. Suddenly weakness hit me, and I dropped to my knees, just to avoid falling on my face. My ring felt very hot on my finger. I could feel the burning almost physically. Here, take it. Jenny took something out of her pocket and threw it at me. I'm going for a walk. I twisted that thin engagement ring in my hands and started crying. I've never cried like this before, not in this world, not in the previous one. And everything ended. Forever. I guess something human remained in me, so I decided to forget everything, so as to not go completely insane. But now all my memories were here, and with them came the pain. It wasn't that bad. It slowly weakened through time, but it was still tearing me apart. Almost as if I was being torn to pieces, and the only piece remaining was the one with my consciousness somehow in it. Not one, not half, only a sad coincidence, an acceptable error, and the perfect equation of this world. Don't be so sad, bro. Some bear was sitting next to me. You again? Who, me? What difference does it make? You, him, that one, this one, you all look alike. He didn't respond. He just giggled. Did you come here to mock me again? It would have been better if you killed me at that time. But you remembered everything. I remembered. It's even worse because of that. You're the one at fault here. At fault for what? For trying to stop you from leaving with Cat Earth? I know that was you in that bus. There were still no emotions on the pioneer's face. Wait a second, what just happened in the past? Just he was trying to stop. Trying. So he succeeded? I don't know. Anyway, it's his hallucination, as I understand. There were still no emotions at the pioneer's face. Maybe it was, or it wasn't. What's the difference now? That means you managed to get out and came back just to mock me? Didn't you do the same? Stop pushing these morals under me, for God's sake. By the way, something like this actually happened in Higurashi, in one of the cycles. Anyway, I was down on my knees and looking at Jenna, who was slowly getting farther and farther away. And there she went around the corner. I can't get her back. Anyway, I knew that this wasn't Jenna. My real Jenna disappeared yesterday. This was just a soulless doll that looked like her. But she looked just like her. The tale can't last forever. This world is a true hell, and I'm the demon. And demons can't ever reach true happiness. Just tell me one thing. I killed the silence. Why is everything like this? You had a chance from the very beginning, a choice. You have done everything differently. Many did it right, different from how you and others alike did. Yeah, right. They all got out and are now living happily with their dolls in the real world. Agreed. You think that your life is better? Clearly emphasizes the word life. You're the one. You're the one that took Jenny away from me. Rage was growing inside of me. I wanted to jump on him and beat him to death. But I wasn't sure that he existed in the physical world. But even then, what would change? You could have been happy with every other girl. It's the reason they're all here. I didn't expect such an answer. But none of them are real. The only real ones were me, you, us all. Jenny. It's only for you in your world. You know that there's many realities, and in every one of those, you pick your own face. Maybe there was only one Simeon, but this camp gave him multiple possibilities. Someone managed to get out and now lives happily. Lives. Like you said, someone stuck. Like you. Can you tell me what this place is? Who are you? You can think of me as a camp leader? The pioneer gave a smile without any trace of mockery and irony. And vanished. I felt a bit easier after hearing his words. The world had suddenly engulfed in fog, and a bright flash appeared in front of me. I look around and realize the pioneers are gone, as well as the bus. But again, the gates creaked silently, and I hid behind the pioneers' monument. Simeon walked into the bus stop, one of the Simeons, but his facial expression was painfully familiar. Forgotten long ago that I can look exactly like that. He stared at the front of the road for some time and headed back into the camp. Don't trust him, I said on an impulse. Who are you? Simon looked surprised. Stop! Don't come any closer. Wait a second, it's one from the previous endings. Alright, I'll stay here. Have you seen him? Talked to him? Who are you? What are you talking about? You know him. Yes. What did he tell you? Nothing really. Did he give you advice? Did he tell you what to do? Didn't you? No, nothing like that. Of course, he seemed pretty weird, but nothing more than that. Remember, he may not be alone. Or more likely, he's alone, but you may meet many pioneers here who look like him. What about you? Who are you? Who are you hiding from? You will understand. In time. Just remember, the most important thing is to find the exit. The wind became really strong for a moment, and the same flash appeared before me. And again, in an instant, the boss and pioneers appeared once again. I don't know what I told him everything for. I thought it was the right thing to do. If only I remembered what remorse and repentance were, then possibly that would be what I'm feeling. A pioneer should always be ready. Familiar voice sounded like thunder in the midst of a clear sky, and familiar thumb on my back brought me out of the catatonic state I was in. Jenny was standing in front of me. I instantly knew that this was Jenny, not the doll. But how? Those were the only words I could whisper. I don't know. She smiled, but her voice was trembling. Back then, after the wedding, I woke up in a different world. I thought that I'd lost you, and then there were so many loops that I nearly forgot. Sorry, I said quietly. Forgive me for everything. But that was okay. Then he came, saying that he could guide me to the worlds you in. I didn't believe it at first, but here I am. I jumped forward and hugged Jane. Forgive me, I had forgotten everything and forgotten you. I've done so many bad things to you. I didn't believe it. I didn't hope for it. I'm sorry. You're going to suffocate me. She freed herself from my arms. But now I'm here, so everything is okay? She said through her tears. How can you be so calm? Because I always knew that we were going to be together. Jenny raised her right hand, and her finger, I saw a ring that was woven out of May lily. I lost mine, sorry. It's okay, you'll buy a new one. She smiled. Hey, hop onto the bus, you too! Olga Dmitrievna was screaming discontentedly. The bus was peacefully bouncing all the bumps and slowly driving toward the district center. or wherever it was going, really. You know, I can't believe that everything will end. I've gone through so much in the last week. And once again, you got the most interesting parts. Женя sucked. I don't think you'd like to exchange places with me. I can imagine, but it's still way more interesting than sitting in the library for days on end. You have weird ideas about interesting things. Did you think about it? About what? What will happen next tomorrow? We still need to meet someone in the real world. Oh yeah, let me write your address down. Oh yeah, right. So you can send me a letter right now. I smiled. I'll memorize it. Go ahead. We exchanged numbers and addresses. It's weird that we didn't have this idea earlier. I assume we never even hoped to get out of this world, and we just didn't want to remind ourselves about our past lives. What do you think it will be like? The usual? We just fall asleep? Genia clasped my hands and pressed her entire body against me. I hope so, but in the end, this isn't the worst thing. It's one of the better ones. Genia yawned and closed her eyes. Sweet dreams. See you. I didn't say anything and just continued looking out the window at the landscape that was flying by. The Savionic camp was left behind, and I will never return here. Yes, I was sure about that. But it will always be a part of my life. I've changed multiple times. Compared to the time spent there, the mere 50-60 years that I have remained in the real world are just a short moment, but I'll make sure to live them like a real human. Yeah, you're only bad just as a pioneer said. Jenny mumbled through her sleep. What? Nothing, just sleep already. She laughed and pinched me painfully. So it's not possible to cross the word consciousness. Or something. Of course this flat. I wonder what everyone else felt in my place. The same loss of consciousness. In the first moments, the feeling of ancient panic. I came back to my old apartment, but I didn't recognize any of it. Yes, it definitely feels like being in a house that you lived in many years ago. Everything looks to be in the right place, but you don't remember anything. Just think that this is how it's supposed to be. Already I've forgotten the day I've disappeared from this world. I'm not so sure about that year either. But it's winter outside, and that means that not much time had passed here. Yeah, I'm not 70 years old anymore. But I don't look like my real age either. So, it turns out everything went okay? My return didn't have any unexpected consequences? Genial. I rushed to the table and wrote down the address and phone number with a shaking hand. I obviously wouldn't be able to forget them, but it would be better to have a backup anyway. Now, what's next? How does this world work anyway? The two laws are completely different here. None of which, to be honest, I have ever understood. Now I'm like a newborn forced to live an adult's life. But let's save that for later. For now, I need to fight Genia. Someone rang the doorbell. Humans. Real humans, not pioneers. I've got to open the door. What else can I do? I finally returned and I have to live in this world now. I slowly walked up to the door, turned the key in the lock, grabbed the handle, and froze. So, how long should I stay in the doorway for? I opened the door with a jerk and saw Genia. Never return to Savion again. Well, that's the end. She looked just like she did in the camp. Well, it's kinda strange that actually there were a lot of Simeons and really a lot of different ones. It was not the same actually. And this is the last one that actually escaped. Finally. The last one, there's nobody left. Time loop actually working until you actually reach the ending. So this is the last ending, there's nothing left. There's no camp anymore. What? How? Well, my host arrived in the camp 1 week earlier than you, and I returned 1 week earlier. I forgot about Savionek, forgot about the real world. The only thing that matters is be together. I grabbed Zhenya and carried her into the room. So, are we just going to stand around? Oh, sorry. Zhenya lightly jumped down to the floor. Wait a minute, we need to do this right now. We might not have time for it later. She smiled and started digging through her purse. Give me a hand. I extended my arm out to her, and Zhenya put a ring on my finger. Just a very basic one, like the one back in the cup. In the dim light of a dusty ceiling lamp, a golden ring was shining on her finger. I think I should have bought the rings. Well, judging by the looks of your main cave, I don't think you have the money for them. We love to get them, sincerely. Real snow was slowly falling outside the window. White, beautiful snow, the darkness of the night, sliced by thousands upon thousands of the lights of the big city, which was singing with hundreds of voices, reminding us that we are still alive and still together. I gently moved my hand across Zhenya's cheek. Warm? Real? You won't disappear this time? You better believe it, you still owe me money for these rings. I hugged Zhenya and kissed her like never before. Looks like that's all. Finally. And no even credits. That's it. That was the whole game. It's fully finished. There's nothing left to do. And I'm definitely not going to play any user scenarios because what's the point? Yeah, everything's done. Let me see. Forever on, Epic Fail, Comfy Guy, True Endurer, Pick Up Guru, So Hardcore, Living the Dream, It's Down the Road, Not Across the Street, well, Attack on Pedobeer, Nail It, where's Attack on Pedobeer? What is this? I don't even. Harem Master of 87 and A Cat is Fine Too. Well, for some reasons, this is the best ending. What will happen if I click on it? Oh gosh, I don't want to look at this. Oh gosh. Why did you even click on this? Well, just repeat the end and what? No. Next Saturday it will be another one. Okay, let's see who is still online. Well, Chashka Petri? Just chatting? Let's rate him. Strange that this music right now that we can hear, it was created almost the last one because it was very hard for them to create the main theme of this game. I still don't understand why they didn't use some free music, but created their own, but it's very nice that they created it. Oh, very nice. And it's done. The game is finally over. There's nothing else to do. That's it. Alright. See you next time. I don't know when will be the next time, but it will be 100% on Tuesday, but maybe earlier. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow, you know. See you. Bye.